homes because they're having dinner with their friends.
No, she said 74% of the disease was spread in the homes, but we don't know. But the actual amount of people getting sick fell. So of course, a higher percentage is going to be spread in homes.
Most of these policies only worked if they were followed properly. Much like the mask mandate, all over the world, lockdown happens, it's spreading anyways because humans need connection.
What you
they
just
need
said
to go to work.
True.
They need to do all of these things that were taken away from us for years.
In every single state where lockdowns were mandated, the spread decreases.
And then
like conservatives lose their mind,
as soon as they had to open up because people needed to go to work, people needed to see their families, everyone just got it again.
Sure, and the goal is to
you know what probably would have been a lot easier to rip that Band-Aid off early.
That's easy for you to say because you don't spend time working inside a hospital, or you don't have families that are getting sick from other things. Our entire hospital system has been stressed. It was before the coronavirus.
Do you work in a hospital?
I'm in the middle of talking. Holy shit. Okay, the entire hospital system was stressed for before we even got to the coronavirus pandemic. And if you talk to any medical professional for the past 2 years, it's been hell. People are being shipped in from Canada to work as traveling nurses.
I disagree with that.
There's been a huge burden on the system. The idea that we could have we'll just do it all at once and have a huge hump of people when we already had over 1 million people die from the disease, I don't think it's an effective way or an appropriate way to manage public health.
It's close to 1 million. I looked it up. It's 990,000.
The official number is higher than that.
Really?
It is over 1 million.
I just looked it up.
But also that number is probably an underreport, is what most people
agree. I think the CDC said that there was over-reporting in some cases.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
really?
not.
Who was it who was saying that recently? Because I read some reports.
I don't know who you watch for media, but the CDC absolutely nobody has said that there's been an over-reporting of deaths.
Steve, do you think that the COVID containment discussion has disappeared from media? Because I think a lot of people do. And if you think it has disappeared, why do you think that is?
Do you know what killed COVID?
Is it? She's going to say Ukraine.
Yeah. War in Ukraine. It took it right off my TV set.
Well, it's also the midterms this year. Let's not forget that, too.
It's sort of interesting. I think that these conversations, I think we do miss obviously COVID had a major health impact on the United States and the world. Obviously, it sucked and it was bad for a lot of people. I got COVID. It was very unpleasant. I had to miss this event in November. I didn't die, obviously, I'm still here. But I think that the real issue is the amount of oppression that we got from the government. I think the clampdown on our rights was a problem. I think that we let that happen without a lot of pushback was a problem. And I think when it turned out that questioning the going narrative would get you, people got fired or people got banned from social media. Media outlets wouldn't allow that stuff to be covered. Google suppressed it. I remember that from the Post-Millennial. We had, we would run stories of somebody questioning the narrative, and that would get suppressed, and it was a big problem, fact-checked, all of those sorts of things. So the real issue, yes, COVID was a big problem. Yes, the lockdowns were a big problem. To me, the biggest problem was the oppressive nature of government control.
The intelligent and interesting conversation that needs to happen is we have to figure out what is an appropriate response given the likely damage of a particular virus. And I think that hopefully when we go back and look at everything, we're going to find that some things probably worked pretty well, and we're going to find that some things were probably incredibly stupid and didn't work well. This is a conversation that I wish we could have, but instead, we're having conversations about experimental vaccines and the Wuhan lab gain-of-function Fauci research leak, and it's all of just this highly irrelevant stuff. Most of it is highly untrue, to be kind, and it diverts the conversation away from I think the interesting stuff that we could be talking about. Was there an appropriate amount of stimulus? Which lockdown measures were effective? Which weren't? And I think these are the conversations that I wish we were having instead.
Wanting to have these oh, let's talk about the interesting data and stats here, and there's a lot of emotion on this. Women, right? So there's a lot of emotion on this side of the conversation, but also because we go outside. You spend 90% of your time inside playing video games on your computer. You don't really travel.
Literally...
you're not that affected by COVID policy.
Okay, so number one, you're wrong, okay?
I know for a fact. I log in any time of the day. Oh, Destiny's live, playing Elden Ring, playing League of Legends.
So I was actually separated from my fiance for 10 months. I could not see her because of coronavirus lockdown policy. Probably the hardest part of the
relationship. You're playing video games the whole time anyways.
Well, sometimes people like to do other things too, believe it or not, Lauren, okay? So yes, it did affect me. It had a huge effect on me.
Probably just gave you more time to play League. You're like sick.
Was she in a different country?
We were just talking
Yes,
about
she's
how hard it
Swedish,
was to
so
be
we
separated
couldn't do
from
that
friends and
travel.
family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and he just said that he was separated from his fiance for 10
I'm saying
months.
it gives him more time to play video games, so he
Right,
probably
but
didn't
She's
mind.
doing an ad hominem
He's
personal
pretending to
attack
be emotional
against me,
for these
okay?
days.
I
Don't
want the
let-
moderator
don't
to
let him humanize
correct this.
himself.
I want the moderator to turn this down, okay?
We're all humans.
It was
is the thing.
it was pretty funny as a joke, but
I feel
to
personally
continue
attacked.
it, okay, we're.
No,
I do
you
want
said-
to
okay.
ask a question though about something you said. You
Yeah.
said it's irrelevant. Do you not to go back and beat a dead horse, but I guess I didn't realize this at the beginning. You think it's irrelevant for us to definitively find out where the virus originated, or you think it's impossible to find out?
I think it's probably impossible, and then I don't know how relevant it would be if we found out one way or another. I don't know what that changes going forward in the future. Like hypothetically, like ultra worst case scenario, say like China manufactured the virus and it got out of control and it like, you know, they were trying to mess with us. Like what are we doing about it at this point? I mean, I guess it would be good to know, but I don't know like what policy actions we take in the future to based on like the
there could be
origination.
there could be trade policy changes based on that for sure.
But are there, right? I mean,
No,
you've
there
got
could-
like
there
all
could
of
be.
Europe right
There
now is
could
talking
be.
about how evil Russia is.
Right.
Meanwhile, they're heating their homes with Russian
Sure.
gas that they don't want to get rid of, right? Is the United States really about to start sanctioning, you know,
I
China?
think we only just stopped importing because we had futures. I think we only just stopped
It's
importing
a
Russian.
Destiny, and if I could
Russian
ask you a
oil.
question too. So,
Am I going to be allowed to answer or? Okay, then go ahead. Yeah.
all right. So I think, just from my own opinion, and feel free, of course, to respond to this one, that the reason why it's important for us to figure out where this comes from is, for example, let's say that Dr. Fauci's National Institute of Infectious Diseases, did fund gain-of-function research, and then the same Dr. Fauci was allowed to lead the entire public policy that was pushing vaccination on the public, that was, basically hiding the fact that Dr. Fauci, because this is what a lot of these conspiracy theorists on the right would say, right? That Dr. Fauci funded this virus, that it got released, and then Dr. Fauci, who was making money off the same vaccines that were supposed to be saving us from the virus, was allowed to,
I don't
be
think
able
Dr.
to lead that
Fauci
public
is
policy.
unilaterally
So I'm
approving
not finished with
funding.
my question yet. My question would be, if that was something that did happen, don't you think that would kind of be important to know, and like moving forward, maybe for the direction of our country, not let people be allowed to do that in our government?
My understanding is I don't think Dr. Fauci unilaterally controls the budget of his department. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe he's literally the only one that does that. I would be surprised if that was the case, number one. Number two, I don't think Fauci has made a ton of money off of the vaccine.
Do you think that Fauci or any political leaders will ever be held accountable for their role in the COVID response?
What is accountability? Like, this is the issue, is that, like, we have a virus that was more transmissive than any virus in the history of all of mankind. This is, like, the biggest, like, worldwide, like, spread of a virus we've ever seen, ever. So in terms of, like, is somebody going to be held accountable for messing up? Like, I mean, I don't even know if people knew what we were supposed to do, right?
I mean,
we
like,
didn't
if
have,
you
like, a rule
intentionally
book.
funded, like genetically modifying this virus to infect humans easier, don't you think that that should be something you should be held accountable
Do we-
for? I'm not saying that happened. I'm saying,
Do we stop?
hypothetically.
Do you want to stop all gain-of-function research?
No, I don't think so. But I think that
Okay,
if
so
you
if it happened and
funded
there was a
that and you
mistake-
had bad intentions behind it, don't you think that you should be held accountable?
If that
and you
was
should
the case,
investigate
yeah,
that?
of course. If Fauci is twirling his mustache behind the scenes, trying to engineer a virus to destroy the world in order to get rich off of vaccines, yeah, that would probably be something worth looking into. When I see evidence of that, I'll be more interested in that.
How are we going to see evidence if we don't investigate any of this?
I'm pretty sure anybody in Congress wanted to open an investigation, or we have the wonderful independent jouralists from
Just like
places
Rand
like
Paul, who was
Project
censored off
Veritas
of
and
YouTube after trying to push Fauci on
is
this
YouTube
specific
the only place where
issue.
investigative journalism can happen?
No,
Is
I'm
that
saying
really where we're at
that
today?
We're silencing people that are trying to push back and expose this, aka Rand Paul, who was pushing back against Dr. Fauci.
Rand Paul is literally in Congress. I don't think he's been silenced. He has his little moments in his hearings. He gets mainstream media coverage from everybody when he's asking his little questions. It seems like he's doing okay. I don't know how his YouTube channel is doing, but it seems like he's been able to ask the questions that he wants to ask.
You keep pointing on the YouTube side, but what I'm pointing to is the fact that that's public information that we should all have access to, correct?
If Fauci was engineering viruses?
Just even that information. Don't you feel like we should have freedom of information to even access that conversation between Dr. Fauci and Rand Paul?
If you want. I mean, you can file a FOIA request and see if you can get it declassified or
Okay,
whatever
so
you
if
want.
you're an average American citizen who has no idea what a FOIA request is because you didn't go to school for journalism, go ahead and do that if you want access to the information about corruption in this country.
I don't know what the point of that question was. There are journalists that can file FOIA requests if you want to. I'm not saying that the average American should be the one in charge of doing these investigations.
But
That's the
I'm
whole reason why we
pointing
have
out that
investigative
that's
journalists,
why
right?
it's so like bad that we have censorship right on YouTube because it gives the average American the ability to access this information that they otherwise would have had to, a journalist would have had to go through a FOIA request for to get. I don't understand why you're arguing for the government to be able to cover things up right now.
I'm not arguing for the government to be able to cover things up. You're arguing about a cover-up of a thing that I don't think ever even happened. I don't think there's any evidence pointing towards it happening. So we're like in two different worlds of what we're talking about right now in terms of.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like there was even a conversation about that, right? But you can't even access that conversation. The average American person, if they're interested in that, if they're interested in, hey, maybe I do want to become an investigative reporter, where would I start on this? You can't even have like the access to information on how
I don't
this
know what
discussion
the rationale
started.
was for, like, there are certain meetings that are closed-door meetings that are inaccessible to the public for matters of national security, for matters of stuff going on within Congress. I don't know why this particular conversation was classified. If you don't think it should have been, then you file a FOIA request, and that's the process that we go through. But the alternative, we don't just have every single conversation open to the public. That's just not how our government works.
So it sounds like you answered my question earlier. You don't think the government has a right to enforce lockdowns for any reason. You think they do. I'm not sure about you ladies, where you fall on that.
I
But-
did not think that they were appropriate measures, and my
Right.
specific concerns with the lockdowns were the closure of small businesses and the closure of schools, which any parent knows was not only devastating for children in terms of their learning, but they lost a lot of learning, they lost a lot of socialization, and I'm pretty sure there was anecdotal evidence will suggest that there was an increase in childhood obesity due to the pandemic because we couldn't go out and we couldn't go to the playgrounds, we couldn't go play, we couldn't do a lot of things. And it was extremely frustrating for my son in particular. Honestly, if it weren't for video games and being able to like play online with his friends, it would have been even more devastating.
Absolutely
I
based. True.
So I want to ask a question.
That is true. That is how that worked out. But when I talked to his pediatrician eventually, the pediatrician said that pretty much every kid that had been seen at that office had gained like an extra 10 to 20 pounds that they probably wouldn't have had they been in PE 3 times a week, walking back and forth to school, going to the park to play with their friends, all of that kind of stuff. So that was pretty devastating. I think a lot of us probably experienced pandemic weight gain. It was sad.
So given your opinions on the government enforcing lockdowns, what do you think about government-enforced vaccines?
I'm not in favor of government enforcing very much, frankly. I wasn't in favor of government enforcement of vaccines and limiting people's movement based on whether or not they had taken those vaccines, especially once vaccines had been made available to everyone. Once everyone had access to vaccines and it had been a few months, it did not seem reasonable to restrict the movements of people who had chosen not to get vaccinated. I got COVID while I was vaccinated, and I went and I got monoclonal antibodies and like I did the whole thing. I was like, I want to see what this is about. But yeah, I don't think that it was appropriate to have that kind of government enforcement. Now, if you look back in the 20th century, we did have enforced polio vaccines. I don't think that anybody's movement was restricted if they didn't get the polio vaccine. I'm not sure. But that was a far more dangerous disease. We even had a president who got it and was then paralyzed because of it. And if you look back at the control of viruses, it's interesting. There were leper colonies, people with plague were isolated, and there's definitely a question to be asked as to how to control diseases. I don't think we did a great job with this one, and I think a lot of why we didn't do a great job with this one is because the first answers that were come up with by the government were just assumed to be correct and then enforced. There wasn't a lot of public conversation about it, and a lot of our rights were just totally squashed. Therefore, next time it's going to be even easier to take our rights away, I think.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Lauren?
I think there have been and there probably will be instances in the future where government power, or at least some sort of organized community power to do massive things, lockdown, everyone has to stay inside, everyone has to get some sort of medical treatment. I think that has existed in history and it will exist in the future. But when it comes to COVID, I don't think that is one of those crises. And you know how you can tell? Because every other time the government has said, hey, get in your homes, do this, do that, when it's been bombs dropping, people do it. There's not a debate. No one's sitting around like, I don't know, maybe. I haven't seen anyone die from it. No, they're like, holy shit, there's bombs dropping from the sky. Let's go do this. Or you're seeing mass deaths or something. COVID just was not that experience for many of us. I still don't know anyone personally who has died from COVID. I don't. Like, it is still so controversial with the average person that I don't think the government really have the authority to be telling us what to put in our bodies, to be telling us where we can and can't go. And what I think happened there, because I still don't think they have the popular support or did at any point for what they did, is the tail was wagging the dog with the media. The media were telling politicians and the public what they need to be afraid of, what they need to panic about, what they need to do. And we know this because at the very beginning of COVID, even when it was spreading, the media were saying, don't worry about it. And everyone was like, oh, okay. And then suddenly, freak out. Everyone starts panicking. And politicians didn't want to get bad press. So they just started doing what the media told them to do. I think this was massively a tail wagging the dog situation.
What country do you guys think had the best response? And we're probably going to have different answers here, but the best response and maybe the worst response, if you have an opinion on that.
Every third world country. We got work to do. What? Disease? Sorry. I'm going to starve to death. I got to go do something. Like,
You're saying they had the best response?
kind of, no. I would have preferred to live there. I'd say the lockdown, personally for me, the lockdown messed up my life way more than anything to do with the disease ever did. But I can understand people that are like, I want some policy, especially elderly homes, that kind of stuff. The best response would have been Band-Aid response, but you lock down vulnerable populations. And everyone else who's not vulnerable gets to go out and about, in my opinion. I don't know if anyone did that specifically. I'd have to look into it more.
Some of that was done in Scandinavian countries. And I think the countries that did not close schools probably, I mean, I'm a parent, you know, so that's my thing, but I think the countries that did not close schools probably did the best response. I think Sweden actually was one of those that tried to protect the vulnerable while letting everybody else do what they wanted, and also didn't close schools. They did, I think, for a short period of time, but then got them open pretty fast. I think that's probably the better response, protecting the vulnerable, letting kids go about their lives, especially since they did not have high instances of mortality due to this disease.
Go ahead.
The government stripping away people's rights doesn't sit well with me, so I'm going to say that no country that did that handled this well. And in regards to which country handled it worse, I mean, look at what was happening in Australia, in New Zealand. Look what was happening to people in Canada. Okay, you had people that were protesting the lockdowns that got thrown in jail. I mean,
Their bank accounts frozen.
their bank accounts frozen. Exactly. You had people in China whose cats are being thrown in bags right now for COVID protection. So, you know, there were a majority of countries that handled this extremely poorly. Here in
Zealand
America,
did a
again,
bad.
too. Yeah, exactly. Again, in America, too, we're arresting people that are walking outside alone on the beach.
What about Florida? Is Florida a country? They did a good
If
job.
Florida was a country, they probably handled it the best, I guess. I don't know. Ron DeSantis still what was the word I was looking for? Yeah, shut them down for, you know, a small period of time. And, you know, I am very right-wing, but even with Donald Trump, I don't even agree with his Operation Warp Speed and the fact that he pushed that on people and that we were looking for vaccination to be the point of, you know, how we get out of this when it has been so ineffective. But again, you know, look at our Health Secretary of America right now. It's a man pretending to be a woman, just, you know, so we're all aware of where basic science is in America in the modern day.
The vaccine has been highly effective. Thank you. I think South Korea probably did the best. It was an incredibly dense country. They really, really aggressively did the contact tracing stuff. I don't think their shutdowns were as harsh as New Zealand or Australia, but I haven't read about them recently. But it seemed like in terms of numbers and in terms of comparable countries to like really highly dense country and having very, very low infection rates, it feels like South Korea probably did the best.
How do you guys think that celebrities held up under this pandemic? This is a question we might have
Those
some agreement on.
unsung
Truly the
heroes,
most
Hollywood
effective.
celebrities.
Sorry.
I was just quoting The Simpsons. Sorry.
Oh, I was just a joke question. How do you think celebrities think of the celebrities?
Oh,
how
do you
they
remember
do?
when they all sang Imagine? remotely.
COVID was actually
from their
cured
beautiful,
after that.
from their beautiful locations.
Yeah,
I was just
that's
like,
why COVID
fuck off.
stopped, because the celebrities
I'm
sang
in a
to us.
one-bedroom apartment. Like, shut up. That made me so annoyed.
I do have one final serious question before, and then we're going to open it up to questions from the audience. When the history is written about these past 2 COVID years, what story do you think they're going to tell, and what story do you think they should tell? And I'll start with you, Destiny.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot to talk about. I think that if I had to guess, I think probably the biggest thing that is going to be followed is going to be the educational gaps. I think they've already talked about seeing, like, you're going to see going through the years, like, longitudinally kids that were locked out of school for 2 years weren't able to be educated. And they're going to be like either IQ drops or lack of educational attainment or job problems. I think that's going to be something you'll see for sure. And then secondly, probably would be that the economic measures were too aggressive for the stimulus given. That needed to be balanced out better. I think that the story of the United States is probably that there was no coherent top-down approach for dealing with everything. I think if there would have been a coherent approach, even if you're for or against lockdowns or whatever, I think we all would have been happier for it. You're going to shut down a lot of businesses. Like, there has to be appropriate compensation. Not everybody can just hole up in their apartment for 2 years or work remotely at Google or something and make enough money to be okay. And it seems like that it just wasn't addressed as well as it should have been on the government end for the economic measures that they did restrict people of. And then the third story will be how crazy we became about vaccinations. I never thought that I would see anti-vaxxers rise again as much as they have, especially when that used to be only like a really weird hippie left-wing thing. But now I guess conservatives are at full swing with thinking that pharmaceutical companies are trying to poison you with Fauci's vaccines.
Savannah.
First off, I think that it's really funny how being anti-lockdown and anti-mandate, anti-forced vaccination is now being anti-vax, especially when this vaccination has no long-term research. Usually vaccinations have about 10 years of research behind them before they're released to the public. This was the most quickly developed vaccine in history. Again, young children dying from myocarditis from this. I have listened to these stories of multiple parents who have cried because their child is dead after getting the COVID vaccine.
No shot. I don't believe you. I'm sorry.
Great, of course
Again,
you don't believe
the
me
rates of
because you don't look
myocarditis.
into
The rates
any
of
that.
myocarditis.
Anyways,
are so
now it's my turn to
unbelievably
talk,
low.
so I'm not
Okay,
letting
it's
you
always
speak
been your
right
turn to talk.
The
right?
story that's going to be told is that Donald Trump was a bad leader and that COVID got so out of control because of his bad leadership, and it got so much better under Biden, even though if you look at the natural progression of a virus and natural immunity, the reason why we are where we are today with the COVID rates is because everyone finally got it. Lockdowns were ridiculous, and any Republican as well or conservative who advocated for forced vaccination or lockdown, I think, is just not based in science in any way, shape, or form. So the story that's going to be written is that Donald Trump was a horrible leader. He's going to get a lot of the blame for that. And then, of course, Joe Biden came in and just really made everything great with vaccinations and face masks. Great job there.
Thank you. Louis.
I think we'll probably just get a couple of sentences, and that's about it. Nobody knew about the Spanish flu or cared even remotely until this. And then everyone was like, oh, there was the Spanish flu. So yeah, it'll probably be something like, in 2020, there was a pandemic, swept the globe, this many people died. It was addressed with lockdowns. A vaccine was made quickly. And that will, I believe that will be it. That will be the sum total of our era. That's my thought.
Lauren.
More recent history, we're already seeing the shutting down of all these lockdown policies and mask policies as we speak, literally this week, the end of the airline mask policy. And I think a large part of that is because of Putin, obviously, stealing the limelight like such a diva, and COVID just doesn't exist anymore. And politicians are going to start to feel comfortable dropping these policies, knowing they aren't going to get this massive heat. And what the narrative will then become will be, oh, okay, we did it. We did it. All of these policies we put in place, they were successful. Although there's going to be trickling research that comes out saying, not so true. They'll just stick with that narrative. It was successful. We got through it. Now we can lift everything up. Then they'll let the rest of COVID run its course as it was anyways while all these policies were in place. And then later in the future, depending how far, I do think if we're going to honestly look back on it, no one had any idea what they were doing. Everything was all over the place. This is also why I don't even know if there can be a question of, oh, let's hold people accountable. Let's hold them. I think that there are a lot of politicians that genuinely wanted to do their best but had no idea. So they were listening to health experts, who some of which genuinely wanted to do their best but had no idea, going back and forth on policy, so much new research coming out. Then you had a lot of politicians just wanting to save face with the media, look good. We don't want numbers coming out before elections saying I killed grandma. But looking back on it, it'll be these people had no idea what they were doing. They were flip-flopping on policies back and forth. They seriously effed up a lot of people's lives by just trying to throw everything at the wall and flailing at it. And you know what? Now we're reaping the repercussions of this 2-year, 3-year economic disaster, education disaster, unfortunately. Could we have done it better? Probably, but we're humans, so we kind of suck at everything.
You know what's interesting is I was talking about the polio vaccine. You guys weren't, I was. The polio vaccine was tested on 1.8 million children, and then a year later it was declared effective. I wonder how we would have reacted if the COVID vaccine was tested on some 2 million children for a year. No placebo was given during the polio vaccine. How would we have reacted to 2 million children being tested upon by Pfizer and then having the vaccine declared safe? I don't think we would have gone for it. And I wonder if perhaps our ancestors of the 20th century were a little more resilient than we are now.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? We're going to open it up for questions. If you guys can line up at the mic here with Fritz.
Again, please, one question and no long-winded personal narratives.
This question is for Destiny. How long do you intend to or wish to have this mandates and for lockdowns and masks? Because we already got the vaccine, enough people are getting vaccines. When is it going to end?
I think that the goal was always to control like the flow of people into the hospital. I know that the conservative talking point is that like Ukraine is the reason why we forgot about mandates and now they're lifting mandates for whatever that story is. But I think what happened was in the last surge that we had of Omicron, I think everybody knows somebody or multiple people that got sick. Like that was the first time that I even remember looking at my chat. People were saying that like their offices had like 20% of the employees were there, or like half of college classrooms were just empty because of everybody getting sick. So I think that like the combination of all of the people that had already gotten sick, all the vaccines that had already happened, and then the Omicron coming in and getting basically everybody else sick was probably going to be the natural ending point for the entire pandemic. So I mean, like if the cases are down, which they seem like they are, then you can start lifting stuff and moving forward.
I'd just be interested in what any of you have to say about this. I guess the question is, when we say what should we do and what are policies, when should we lock down, what I don't think I'm hearing is the question, do we believe that the federal government has a moral or constitutional right to tell us when we can leave our houses, when we can cross state lines, and when we have to wear a certain article of clothing? I obviously don't believe the government has those rights under any circumstances, but I would be curious to know what everybody else thought.
Yeah, I don't think so at all either. I don't think the federal government has that right, and I think a lot of judges don't think the federal government has that right either, or state governments have that right. So that's pretty interesting.
I don't think some of those suggestions are always a bad idea in the face of certain things, existential crises to your country, invasion, the government wanting to tell you to do things. But as I mentioned earlier, I think it should be such a threat that people will do them voluntarily. With government, offering some sort of incentive, sure, but there should be a voluntary aspect of that because everyone agrees this is a threat to all of us.
Beer and hot dogs incentive.
Sorry, what?
They were giving out beer and hot dogs.
Yeah, beer and hot dogs, fat burger and fries for a vaccine. Jeez.
Next question.
All right, so in 2020, during the lockdowns, during the thick of it, my father had a tumor growing in his neck, which got bigger and bigger, and he could not go to the hospital to get this looked at because the hospitals were refusing all care to anyone who was not a COVID patient to save those beds for this large influx of patients in cases that actually didn't show up. It wasn't until late June that he was able to finally get it looked at, get it diagnosed, get to surgery, all of that. And the doctor even told him that if he had waited just a little bit longer, he would not have made it. So it made me wonder how many other people did not have their cancers or other illnesses diagnosed during the thick of the lockdowns in 2020. And my question is for Stephen. Are you willing to acknowledge that lockdowns actually killed people from increased suicides, overdoses, mental illness, undiagnosed illnesses? I find it interesting that you're only willing to tout this 1 million people died from COVID number, but you won't acknowledge a single death outside of COVID caused by these lockdown policies. Are you willing to acknowledge that lockdowns actually killed people in some circumstances?
Yeah, of course. I don't know where this delusion comes from that like, oh, you only want to acknowledge one side of the problem when conservatives are the ones that do that. Like, you guys are the ones that have this problem where you'll talk about like the 2% increase in like domestic violence, and then when I show you like 1 million dead people from COVID, you're like, well, I think those numbers are fake. Those people were all fat anyway, right? So it's like, I mean, yeah, I'll acknowledge that there are costs to what we did for the lockdown. I don't think anybody would deny that. Okay, yeah.
You just did a but what about conservatives instead of just answering
Yeah, because that's where the
question.
conversation
I don't know
is.
a single conservative that says no one died from COVID.
She literally
She
thinks
just
the
said
numbers
the
are
numbers
fake.
were, she said the numbers were
I didn't
inflated, and
say
they
that
have
the
been
numbers
proven
How
to
many
be
people
inflated.
do you think died of COVID for real?
I told you, and I never said that the numbers were faked, so that in itself was
I don't think she's going to
false.
answer that question.
I said that I think that the numbers were over-reported.
What do you think the actual numbers are?
I don't know, but I don't
What,
think
like,
that...
ballpark it?
I'm not going to give you an answer.
Okay,
I'm
that's
not
what I
going
thought.
to.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about,
what do you
right?
want
This is
me
the
to
problem,
do?
okay?
You want
So-
me to
but
give you
like-
some answer and some statistics that you can use and like give me a gotcha with you. But when push comes to shove, and again, like the fact that you actually do trust the government so willingly is baffling to me, and I don't understand it. I don't think that the government would have given us realistic statistics about who did die. I think that it is overreported, and it was overreported to scare us into giving up our rights and freedoms, giving the government more power over our lives, which we willingly saw. I mean, look
Wait,
at what
where did you get your numbers for increase of people in suicidality or mental illness?
So I've actually, this is my thing, right? I'm a journalist, so I actually go out and talk to people on the streets of
No, oh,
America.
so that- your research
can
is
you
you
let
went out
me
and you
finish?
talked to everybody.
Because I thought we
Oh
didn't
my
like
God.
interrupting people here.
You interrupted me so many times, but the reality is you like the data that you trust.
No.
And then you did. So then you're
I
telling me.
don't believe
so
any
you
data
were
or
able to
statistics.
ascertain the
so
mental
this
health
is the
of the
thing,
United
everybody,
States by
that's
going
happening
out
right
and
now.
talking to
He's
people.
trying to put words in my mouth. He's
I'm not putting
letting
words in
me
your mouth. I
speak.
asked you a question.
I don't trust any data or statistics because I think that they are all manipulated no matter what we are talking about. It's very, very easy to manipulate a statistic or data. So when it comes to suicide rates, when it comes to the rates of myocarditis and pericarditis for the vaccine, I think that any statistic or data can be manipulated, like I just said. So whether it is a pro or anti-COVID argument, I don't believe the data.
Then how do you have any opinion on any of this at all?
Because I go out on the streets of America and I actually go talk to my fellow American who said my child killed themselves because of lockdown. Because I actually go and talk to the parents who said my child died from myocarditis. Because I've actually gone out on the streets of America and seen this with my own 2 eyes. I understand that data and statistics, of course, are important and they give us a basis for where we're at. But I also think that they can be very easily manipulated to push a government narrative. Look at the entire mainstream media, okay? Look who they are owned by. Look who they are funded by. For example, with COVID, we saw CNN, MSNBC, all of these people were sponsored by Big Pharma, push a specific narrative. Of course, every single piece of data and statistic is manipulated.
We have a nation
I'm
of
going
over.
to interrupt just because we got a long line.
Okay.
I'm sure we can continue this with some of these questions anyway.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah, I apologize for introducing more data into the conversation, but
Damn it!
but this is from the CDC websites, multiple different studies. I'm going to cite some data and then ask a question. And it's about masking children in schools. So in 2018, the flu killed 480 children during the flu season. 2020 to 2021, 19-month period, 361 children died of COVID. So we're talking about a longer period of time, fewer deaths in children. The cases are also the same, fewer cases, fewer hospitalization rates for COVID versus the flu. And then we have issues with cloth masks. A lot of kids going to school with like Star Wars masks they got on Etsy or whatever, and not really doing anything statistically. What are your thoughts on the government? Did they go too far in mandating students wearing masks or else they were sent home versus giving the parents the option to keep their kids home if they're paranoid about that versus basically kicking kids out of schools if they don't want to comply.
There was a lot going on with that. And a lot of what was going on with that were teachers and teachers unions making their determinations about what they felt comfortable with. So a lot of teachers unions made demands that there would be masks on students, and that's a big part of the reason why they were in place at all, was to get schools open. You had to get teachers to agree to come back to work, and to get teachers to agree to come back to work, you had to meet some of their concerns and address some of their fears as well. So that's why, I think that's why the masking was on children. Teachers wanted to wear masks. Kids mostly did not want to wear masks. There was something very interesting though. I had a babysitter recently, she's a high school student, and I was asking her, it was right after the mask mandate was lifted for school children in New York. And I said, hey, is everyone done masking at your school? And she said, well, at first, as soon as the mask mandate was lifted, everyone came in with their faces free and they didn't wear masks. And a lot of girls started getting made fun of. Boys were like, oh, you have acne. And so the next day, a bunch of girls came to school with masks on and they haven't taken them off. And it was a self-consciousness thing. I don't think the government should have been mandating that necessarily. There are still schools, like I know the UN school, which is like $65,000 a year. They're still requiring masks. New York City public schools are not. But kids can wear them if they want to, which I think is reasonable. I will just say though, there was recently a report in The Guardian. The CDC had a coding error which led to an overcount of 72,000 COVID deaths. So that's what I was looking at before. And I think, that's 72,000 COVID deaths that were overreported. That's all. Thank you.
I just want to say I respect everybody on the stage greatly. I've seen you guys on multiple videos and appreciate that. I guess my question is for Destiny. Whenever you say that lockdowns work or mask mandates work, how did it go from 15 days to stop the spread to, in North Texas specifically, we did 6 weeks of lockdowns, which were very lenient compared to most other states, and then mask mandates for a year and a half. And to say that those worked, like that lockdowns, once you did lockdowns, that everything fell off the face of the earth, or excuse me, that there was a very decreased amount of cases. Why did we have to go through such a long extended period of time if those were so effective?
I think there were two huge things at play. One is I think the virus is more infectious than people originally thought, so just doing some things wasn't going to cut it. And two, I think that in the United States especially, it seemed like in a lot of areas there were a lot of half measures kind of taken and going back and forth and back and forth. So we were in like the worst of both worlds, where people on the left were mad because they felt like the lockdowns weren't stringent enough. People on the right were mad because there were some lockdowns that were being enforced and it was enough to like shut down businesses and make everybody mad. So it seemed like in the United States, just because of our lack of like top-down approach, we had a really hard time committing to one effective strategy. So we kind of wound up with like the worst of both. We had a really infectious virus and like really half-assed measures that we took all across the United States to deal with it.
Next question.
Yeah. So I just want to ask, if the vaccine is so bad, right, why did Trump take the vaccine as soon as possible? And not only that, recommended to take the vaccine? Also, why did Fox News mandate their employees to take the vaccine as well?
I would say that I was against Donald Trump's entire Operation Warp Speed, and also, do we seriously think that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are getting the same exact vaccine that we are? Come on, guys.
I don't think it's a question of the vaccine being bad or not. It's when it comes to the vaccine.
yesterday I noticed something very interesting. There was a guy which said that he wants to buy an anime action figure, and people went out of their way in order to try and shame this guy. And we live in the age of OnlyFans, we live in the age of Twitch streamers, we live in the age of Netflix cooties, we live in the age of Drag Kids Story Hour. Are people really, really that upset that someone wants to buy a lewd action figure? Like, is this what they can't sleep at night? Because it doesn't make sense when you think about it. Like, for instance, I don't like Steven Universe. I think it's awful. I do not like the drawing style. I do not like some of the messages that it puts out. But I understand that other people like Steven Universe. I wouldn't go out of my way, especially not on Twitter, to start mortal busybodying people and telling them that they're not allowed to like that or try to shame them or insult them simply because they post a picture with Steven Universe. So the question is, why are other people doing this? Why do you have an army of people on Twitter with various communist paraphernalia in their bio going around shaming people who like anime girls? Calling them coomers, obsessed with porn, telling them to touch grass. Again, like, these people come into your DMs. They come into your posts. You don't have to tag them. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is to post a picture of a beautiful anime girl, and you will be sworn by these left-leaning people. Like, I would understand if they were for Jesus and family, if they believed in living a life of purity and sanctity, but that's not it. Like, their ideology encourages the bare sex scenes from Baldur's Gate, right? So why is it? And then I generally thought a lot, and then it finally hit me. I understand. They want to deconstruct everything that a conservative can rally around. Any type of hobby, any type of entertainment, any type of pleasure that a conservative person enjoys, they want to deconstruct so that you can only rally around their hobbies, so that you can only rally around the things that they have already subverted. Baldur's Gate 3 is a video game that, as I mentioned, not only has bare sex scenes in it, but it also talks a lot about sexuality. It has a lot of gay romance. It has actors that they hired in order to make the noises. It has characters that are naked. And yet this game doesn't receive an adult-only ESRB rating. It is allowed on Sony PlayStation when anime games aren't. In fact, if you were to take Baldur's Gate and you make it into an anime, it will be banned on major platforms. And that is why, like, everything that is not subverted by the modern progressive California ideology has to be deconstructed so that people can only rally around the things that are already co-opted. So that you have to follow their TOS, so that you have to do everything they tell you. They do not want to allow anything to exist outside of the things that are approved by the culture. It's kind of like cultural fascism, if you will. Nothing outside the culture, everything within the culture, nothing against the culture. And this is why they're doing it, right? Like, they don't like competition. Like, for example, in this picture, which I pointed out, and I'll make a video about it, it shows how the modern Western ideology is to completely remove femininity. Like, it's not about making unappealing or unattractive women. It's like simply remove the concept of femininity altogether. And you get to notice this with She-Ra as well, and many other examples. And if you point them out, you get these people saying, oh, the only reason you're pointing it out is because you're obsessed with porn. In other words, what they are trying to do is to shame you into silence. They don't want you to talk about this. They are gatekeeping. Like, this is how the opposition should also behave, right? Like, by gatekeeping. What they are doing is they're preventing criticism against the works of art that they enjoy. And their gatekeeping is so effective because by insulting someone, by calling them obsessed with pornography, what you are doing is you're completely shutting down the debate about the art that they were initially talking to. Like, you don't even want to acknowledge, you don't even want to talk about the art form. What you are doing is you're attacking the person's character so that they are ashamed to discuss this issue in public. And it's incredibly effective. Unfortunately, we don't have anything like this on our side. I mean, we don't have anything that we can use when someone is attacking one of our hobbies the same way. And they constantly attack our hobbies, right? Like, anything that's not subverted gets attacked. For example, right now, Games Workshop with Warhammer 40k is under attack. It's like, oh, why don't you have female Space Marines? Female Space Marines. They don't give a shit about female Space Marines. Especially in a universe where you already have the Sisters of Battle. Like, they're not talking about those being made more inclusive. You already have powerful female characters, whether they're commissars or they're part of the Eldar faction. You have an entire race that's non-binary, the Orcs and the Tyranids, right? They don't care about these issues. Like, they're not interested in adding feminine. What they want is to have their cultural representatives, usually an ethics department, a diversity officer, like someone that is from their side, to be hired as a consultant within the company, and then they have it in. They manage to promote other people that share their ideology. They fire people that are against their ideology or disagree with their ideology, and they make money. That's what it's all about. It's making money. But to summarize, the whole purpose of this is to demoralize everyone, right? Like all of your hobbies, everything that you like needs to promote social justice. It needs to promote the message. And if you find a hobby that doesn't promote the message and it becomes popular, whether it's anime, whether it's whatever, they will do their best in order to try and deconstruct it. I mean, this is how they deconstructed the fucking furry fandom. As ridiculous as it seems, it's like they were calling furries Nazis. Like, can you close your eyes and imagine how a white supremacist from a prison looks like? You know, like with the tattoos shaved, you know, like, do you think you would hang around next to a furry? Like the idea that these two groups are even compatible is laughable, but they use the same shaming tactic in order to deconstruct and get a way in. They're doing it with everything. That's why I gave the example of the furry fandom, because it's so fucking ridiculous. But it exists. It's an example. So, when you see people on Twitter that are shaming you for things that are normal and healthy, like if you're a young man and you happen to like an anime girl, there's nothing wrong with that, okay? It's fiction, it's make-believe, we live in the age of OnlyFans and Twitch hot tub streamers. They're not shaming you because, like, they want you to live a better life. They're not shaming you because they live a more moral life than you. No, they're shaming you because they're gatekeeping. They want Western culture to remain like this, and you talking about it is problematic. They want you to shut up. That's why they're doing it. And this is why I'm so passionate about it. Anyway, right, let me know what you guys think. And as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
Treat black people like animals. When a new black member comes in here and they see the mountains of just disparaging liberal racism.
Are we done? Yep. This isn't
what?
He's banned. Okay. This is just some.
Oh
this is the
God!
dumbest shit I've
No,
ever heard.
I'm not gonna beat the racism allegations.
Yeah,
no,
like, hold
no,
on,
that's,
like,
that's why you need to be here. I'm black.
That was
that's
unnecessary.
crazy.
Like, why would you do that?
Who are the other micro celebrities that have to go?
I guess you could ban me too.
Oh.
Later.
Me and my friends got really sick of like debate bro VCs that are very prevalent in your server, which I mean it makes sense because you have a debate server and shit. But we got tired of that. We started to chill in rooms together, and we would chill in rooms together. A particular group of people would come in to like stir with us and start with us. And we didn't really take no mind to it because like this is the internet, that happens. It just turned into roasting and cracking jokes and making memes of people. But in that, we called them cornballs. And they said that like cornball was a slur for white people, or at least they tried to say that, which was weird. And they like continued to come into rooms we were in and start with us. They would change their name to like the Racist Advisory Board and say shit like when we would come into VCs, like what the is this, the Million Man March, or literally say out loud like I want to sow dissent during Black History Month. Like, and I sent you screenshots
Amongst the
of all
black
this shit.
community, yeah. So Solus also sent you an email with a few of the screenshots that we've taken over time. But yeah, like there was an individual that ended up telling Solus, going over like how Solus doesn't have a dad because Solus deleted a meme. I mean, Solus did insult the guy,
We got into a back and forth.
Back and forth.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me finish this. So we got into a back and forth.
Just trying to make friends.
That
and
led
have
to
fun.
them saying something.
What do we do
racial
about
to me.
this?
It was weird. But I say that to say like, what started off is like y'all like to debate, we like to chill, was turned into some racial shit in a very weird way, and our answer to that was just to leave the server. Like, it's the internet. There's other places to be, right? But when we did that, that group of people started to say that they made us run to the Black Discord. Like, we had this like safe haven Black Discord for Black people, which we didn't. But not only are we not a Black group, more importantly, we don't have a Black Discord. It was just weird. It was like, I don't know why. And we had motherfuckers asking us for an invite to the Black Discord. Like, we had an Underground Railroad out of DGG for Black people. It was weird. Like, I didn't understand what the was going on. But we didn't really care at that point. Like, we were mad, but we didn't give a shit. But the beef became that one of your regs started to really go hard on regging transphobia. And that rubbed us the wrong way, because that same reg, when confronted with the shit that was happening to us, they just dismissed it as racial drama. And that rubbed people the wrong way, because it's like, when it's something transphobic, rightfully so, you're on it. But when it's something that's racist, you throw your hands up and say, I don't know what to do with this. And that like persisted for a long time. It led to this big spat that happened between us and another group of users, where they posted this picture with their shirt off, throwing up the Black Power fist. They say it was some of them say it was a joke, some of them say it was genuine, but just given the history we had with them, with the bullshit that they were doing, it was like, it looked away, and it was like the last straw for us. Anyway, we had a big spat with him about it. Nothing really came of it as far as reg action. We just argued, we yelled, there was a beef, and no one did anything about it, so we just left it there.
Okay. I had a hold on. So, and then I had a situation where there was an individual in there. We were having a conversation about like, he wanted to have this debate with some black people about Armenians. It's very specific. In
What he
like
said exactly was Armenians had
Like
it
what
harder
black
for
people-
black
Amazing.
people in LA in the 90s.
And then so we ended up having that debate, which ended up me getting called the N-word with the hard R. At the time, I didn't know how the reg system worked, so I went and got the reg. I went into VC and got it, and then everybody dogpiled the channel, right? And since then, there's a person that you know too, that's been on your debate panels, who knows this guy, and the person that called me, Mika is his name, who called me the N-word with a hard R, has went from not saying it to even in that conversation says he just says it with his friends, to admitting to a mutual friend between me and you, Steven, that he did say it, but he would never say the hard R, to now just kind of bragging about it.
And it was the alpha shit. That shit was irritating too. I was in your server, and there was this young lady this trans woman who like would just sexually harass me for months. And she admitted that in like a room full of 50 people. And we went to get the regs, and they literally were just like, I'm not gonna get involved. And we had to go call a friend who was a previous reg, and he had to like work his magic to get her banned. And again, shit like that made us upset, because it was like, bro, this happens, there's a response. Like if something's said that's transphobic, it gets banned, rightfully so. If people do shit that's racist, if I name myself the racist advisory board and I'm with a group of black users and I'm saying out loud that I want to sow dissent during Black History Month, nothing is done. It was a thing of like, we didn't care until we saw the disparity in how groups were treated, if that makes any sense. Like you give a shit about this, but you don't give a shit about that.
In my places, there's like other Discord servers out there that where the N-word is in free reign, right? Like you could say they got freedom of speech there, God gang, politics roughly, stuff like that, right? These places have black communities. You could go to these Discords right now. There's gonna be black people in there, N-words being thrown around. Politics has 2 channels dedicated to black users, the Stowe and Black Thought. Have black users there. You would be hard pressed. Nobody from the people, Destiny, I got 20 members, right, that had left your Discord to come just because they wanted to hang around urban people, or just people that aren't going to bring race up around them, or try to tell them that they're stupid because they're black, or try to lead them into a debate because they're stupid because they're black. You'd be hard pressed to find that community, a black community in your Discord.
What,
and
you think?
Me
You
personally,
think it doesn't exist here, but they leave and they go to the politics Discord server?
no, well, in your instance, they come to us. They hear
you
about
guys
us.
That whole
they
Black
hear,
Discord shit really
yeah, they
did
hear
solidify
about
that.
yeah,
Like
they hear about the Black Discord, where Black DGG members can go, and then they'll hit me or Solus up for that invite. So it ends up coming down like, and me and Solus kicked it in there tough in your Discord. You talked to Abba. Like I started watching you because a friend told me I could learn a little bit more from you back in October. Realized that me and you are a lot of the same. We're both the same age and kind of assholes sometimes. And then you started watching Abba, which I was like, oh, okay, I like the way this dude thinks. So while you were starting to bring on black members, I started noticing more black members come in there. And I was just like, my thought process is about, if you're going to be having all these people that are very prolific and inspire black thought, and they want to come here and talk to people that may, because you have homies like that, try to develop that same kind of relationship. You know what I'm saying? They get denied that very quick because they hop into the first debate room. And I've had since that panel, I've had people go in there. That one guy, they just did this on their own, right? They went in there, but they came back and told me, I'm like, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Doobie has a mod named NTB, who, this is where I got really upset, because NTB just sounds like a Southern black woman, right? And they jumped on her ass super fucking quick, like super Southern, right? They made an excuse saying that, oh, we just thought she was drunk, or she was just not educated enough to be in here. And you just run into this shit all the time, and it just gets tiring, dog. It's
Wait, people
horrible.
actually said we don't think she's educated enough to be in a Discord room?
you would be surprised the shit they say.
Yes.
Do you think they said this because she's black, or just because she had a heavy Southern accent?
Shit.
I don't know.
It
So,
could be,
it
it's
could,
like the,
it could
it's
be
the,
either or. I guess,
I don't,
right?
yo, motherfucker told me, one of the regs told me that they genuinely feel like they just don't know how to reg racism. You know, it's shit like that where you just be like, Steven, the question I wanted to ask you, right? And I'm glad, because I wanted to have a conversation with you about this. As a black person entering one of your communities, right? I've been black for 21 years straight, right? Like I haven't missed a fucking day. Like I'm used to like little pot shot bullshit, but like I always thought going into a DGG server that like goofy shit like that wouldn't happen. But the response I seem to get from the community in the server is more so like, this is just DGG. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna get that like kind of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 lobby energy a lot of the times. And you just gotta suck it up and take it, which I don't give a shit about, right? If that's the case, then I just won't be there. That's what we did. But at the same time, it seems to be that for other groups, it's not like that, right? There's literally, if I'm not mistaken, it's a forbidden rule to talk about certain trans issues like in the rule book. If you bring them up, it's like an ixnay. I've seen people get regged if they call a woman a bitch too many times in a heated debate. You know what I'm saying? Which is fine. You should do that. But it seems like that kind of level of, okay, don't do this to this group doesn't exist for black folks. And I want to ask you, like, just to get your thoughts on it. Like, as a black person entering one of your communities, what should you expect?
All right. Let me prepare my statement so I can lose the rest of my black fans out of my Discord. This is just don't laugh, okay? I'm not joking. This is the impression that I get, okay? And I could be totally wrong, because what do I know? I'm white and I don't spend much on my Discord.
You're good, go ahead.
Oftentimes, when people approach me with like racial issues from my server, honest to God, a lot of it feels like normal shit that goes on a Discord server with all users, but because it's black people involved, it's like elevated to like a new thing. So for instance, when you say that thing about like, oh, they said this one black woman, this black Southern woman was uneducated, and you're like, maybe it's because she was black. Every time I just did a viewer call like a week ago, and I think one of the guys in was like a little bit drunk, and he had a very Southern accent, and everybody was making incest jokes and everything about this guy. But it had nothing to do with him being white or a guy. It was because he had a thick Southern accent. I think everybody in my chat remembers that guy. So like, and then I hear like a lot of complaints will pop up. So you just said, if you call a woman a bitch too many times, you get banned. I have a very hard time believing, based on the bans that I see fly in my Discord, that you could go into a server and call a black person the N-word multiple times and not get banned from the server either. There's no way that's the case, because I would feel like I would get way more complaints if that happened. Like even that N-word thing that you complained about with that Armenian dude, because I did look into that issue a little bit afterwards.
He got kicked, yeah.
No, it wasn't that. It's that when he said the N-word, supposedly, now this might be my fault, but when I heard you guys say that initially, I thought he said this in like a room full of people, and I'm like, damn, this guy's calling you guys a hard R and he's not gonna ban my server. That's f-. But when I talked to my regs about it, I think they told me that when he said that, it was supposedly just
with 4 people.
Yeah, there were just like 1 or 2 other people in that room, and then afterwards nobody heard him say the hard R. It was always with the soft A, so it was a bit different. So, and I don't know if we can ban people if it's just like one person says somebing, because obviously that turns into a massive shit show immediately. If one person can report something said in a room with 2 people and get somebody like perma-banned from a server. So I don't know, like I'm curious, like if you want to go like 1 or 2 issues at a time where you're like, this shit was racist and I don't know why it wasn't banned, we can do that. But I feel like I always get like a flurry of issues where it's like racial issues are always really hard to moderate, and I can't tell if it's just not moderated well enough or if black people in Discord servers like call for an extra level of sensitivity that like any other person wouldn't get. Because something I will say too is and I would put money on this, we're gonna big reverse racism card. I think if a black person went into this Discord server with like a French or a Scottish or a Quebecois accent and was treated that way, I think they would scream racism immediately. Because I have gone into these rooms sometimes on another account and listen, and anytime somebody has a goofy, I shouldn't say goofy, but has like a European accent, these people always get roasted immediately for it because they sound stupid and people make fun of it and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know, that's just I could be totally wrong on all of that. These are all just like light impressions I get, yeah.
Yeah, because like
Can I say something real quick? Because me and a homie was talking about this shit, and it was like, because we like relayed exactly what happened. I was like, if during the Holocaust Memorial Month, I named myself the Nazi Advisory Board and said out loud as I was shit stirring with Jewish users, I want to sow dissent into the Jewish community here. And when they showed up, right, when they would come into rooms, I would say shit like, what the f is this, Auschwitz? That's not okay. That would be regged instantly. That wouldn't be okay to do. But the black version of that happened and no one did anything. And usually what I'm saying, like the response you get from people in your server and we're like, yo, bro, I think that's fucked up. Like, I'm not cool with that person. The shit isn't a joke. Even if it is a joke, what's the joke? I want to fuck with black people.
Yeah, let's talk about that issue. So tell me exactly what happened on this.
Okay, all right. So the person named J Boss, me and J Boss had a back and forth that Majin was talking about before, and I think I posted a meme that was like on the edge of the rules as far as nudity. I think it like had an animal's penis in it or some shit like that. And the regs were telling me like basically like Solus, hey man, you're on the line, don't do that. He took a lot of offense to it. Me and him got into a spat about it. I told him to suck my dick with his dead grandmother's lips, which is pretty aggressive, right? But I don't like this person.
Okay, still
We
going,
said a
yeah.
lot of shit. We said a lot of shit to each other.
Good.
His immediate response was, "Jokes on you. My grandma loves black guys." And I was like, "What the? Why did we? I was like,
Okay,
what
wait,
the- I
wait,
was
wait,
like-
wait. Why is that what the fuck? You said
No,
I
no,
want your
no.
grandma to put her lips. I want
On
your
my-
grandma to suck my dick.
No.
The dead one, the dead grandma.
No.
I want your dead grandma to
He's
suck
not done. He's
my
not done. There was
I wasn't
more.
done. I was about to say
I
there's
just
more
want
to
to keep
this than
track.
that.
So far, I think that's
No.
okay. I think
That's
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about to say. So he said that, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" With you? I think I said something to the fact like, "What the fuck did their grandfather think?" And he was like, "Well, you don't even know your father," and he got regged for that. And we had a conversation about that. I was like, "You know what, bro? What I said to you was past the line. I shouldn't have done that, right?" And I'm not cool with racism. Like, if I talk to you about something, if I like, that's just me. Like, if I talk to you about something personal with you, I don't think you should necessarily go to somebody's race. But it's a roll in the mud thing. So you know what? My bad. We pieced it up. That was that. But then after that, when this whole shit started with these two groups of people, he was the person that changed his name to the Racist Advisory Board. When we would come into rooms, he would say shit like, "What the fuck is this, the Million Man March?" While shit stirring with us, he would say, "I want to sow dissent during the Black History Month." Like, it's a
Okay,
it's a thing of like,
wait, one at a time. Okay, so he named himself the Racism Advisory Board in Discord. This guy is white, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he said, "I'm going to sow dissent during Black History Month."
Mhm.
Did he say that like in a voice chat or did he?
Oh no,
said
we
it
got
on-
we
I
sent you an
sent
email.
It's literally in that email. It's in the screenshots. I can send it to your DMs right now if you want it.
Yeah, DM me right now. I'm curious.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna add you.
But
as a friend.
in that case, it was more so of a thing of like, really how I felt about that. I was like, what the f-? Like, we literally just pieced this up. Like, you said something racist to me earlier, and we pieced
Wait,
it up. Why the fuck
wait,
you-
no, wait, I want to do thing by thing because whenever it comes to Discord drama, timelines and actual evidence. are
Timelines
really
matter. You're right.
important.
You're right. I got
So
you.
I added you, because it sounded like when he made that other joke about you not knowing your dad or whatever, which if we're gonna bring up family and shit, I don't know if I even consider that overline, but it sounds like he did get regged for that one, so that's
Oh,
okay.
fuck. I
guess.
can't. You gotta. No, you said you did send me a friend request. Okay, here
Yep.
you go. And.
Also, wait, is this guy still in the Discord?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still being
He's
that
trying to
shit,
be
guys.
one of your regs right now.
Yeah. Me and him had a big spat about this again. I don't know. It was weird.
Okay. Is this the Million Man March? We will sow dissent during Black History Month. Okay. What is the context of him making these statements?
So the Million Man March thing was just us coming into a room, and the Soul Descent one. I think that was if I'm not mistaken, that's when Cal was drunk and we were trying to get him to calm the fuck down, and
Yeah.
they were like shit stirring with him and making him angry.
Trying to
and
get
angry and
him
shit,
banned
yeah.
because Kyle
Yeah.
was drunk, and then trying to lead
So
him
yeah,
down.
one of the
this, like-
homies was drunk, and we were like trying to get him to calm down and leave because who the fuck you know what I'm saying, like your friend's drunk, you want them to not make a fucker of themselves, right? And then they kept shit stirring with him, and then they said, "I want to sow dissent during Black History Month." Like that was the context of that.
Jesus fucking Christ. What is this? Hold on. Message edited. It's a long story, but TLDR. Back in Black History Month this year, me and a group of users were chilling. Did you write this message? I see it's like a bot message.
No, it's not a bot message. It's just
Yeah,
my
you
shitty writing. It's
Or,
just my
I'm
shitty
sorry,
writing.
sorry. When I say a bot message, what I mean is that like it's a message that was posted by my bot, but I don't know if this was like a moderation message or what. We
No,
left
I sent you an
DGG
email.
to go to our. No, I'm reading. I'm sorry. I'm just in my Discord logs. Bernard has a huge message that I think is from you or something. We left DGG to go to our homies WoW server. They labeled that server the Black Discord and started saying we had a Black Discord, purposely annoying us out of VCs and saying shit like we made them run to their Black Discord, sending other users asking us for an invite to this fictional safe haven for Black DGers that doesn't exist. Did you write this or is this something a mod wrote for me?
Probably a mod. That
I
doesn't
sent
sound
you
like
a-
the
I sent
email.
I sent the email. Are you reading your email right
Nope. I said it's a message from my.
And Bernard. No, that's not it.
now?
That's,
No, I
it's
don't.
close.
I might. Did I? I don't think. I think I sent that in an email.
In
'Cause I've had this-
parentheses, mind you, we aren't a black group, nor do we ever try to be, nor do we have a black Discord. All of this shit was done and made up by a group of MFs that swear they ain't racist. LOL. The time we
Oh
did
yeah,
was-
no. Wait. I think I understand what happened. So that email is something that like I have been working on for a minute. I sent the email. The email is the final version of it. I think that's the rough draft. I don't know how the fuck that. I don't remember sending that to you, but yeah, that's the email. But I think that's like the previous version of it. Does it have a bunch of files attached to it?
No, this is just a message from my.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, that's the rough draft version of it. The other one, the email, the one that you're like the real version, the one you're reading, that's in your email.
Oh, I think you posted this message in General Voice.
I did?
Yeah, you must have. Yeah, yeah, because Manhattan Slayer or Silver asked you who's the racist.
What the fuck? I don't remember posting.
It was
that in
probably the
General.
first day when you were like.
He said,
when,
"Shout out to
when
all
we-
the newer users saying these issues were exclusively black. Gotta rep them advisory boards." Ooh, you got a lot of history with this guy, I guess.
Solus, can you drop that in the Discord, Destiny's Room chat with what he's looking at right now?
What, the email?
I just looked up
Yeah.
So Dissent in my
Hey,
Discord.
I got you. I'll fucking, I got you. I can send there's like the email and then there's a bunch of files attached to it, but I'll send you, I got you right now. Let me find this motherfucker.
We got a bunch of files, Steven. Like a bunch. It's not
Also, I wanted
just
to ask
that
you,
one.
no, and I wanted to ask you, because what it seems to be, and again, like I said this 1,001 times, I don't know how this keeps getting lost in translation. I was like, if this server is supposed to have kind of like this energy where shit like that is acceptable, then I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, I'll just leave. Like there's other places to be. But again, it just seems to be like people are Schrodinger's racist. Like if it's like literally one of them, we were arguing with them about it, and they were like, I feel like as long as I don't feel like what I said was racist, I'm not racist, and this isn't racist. And I don't really know how to. I don't know how to gauge with that. I don't
Hold
know
on,
how
Destiny.
to
We have a video file, and I'll
in
even
this
send you
text
that
chat
one.
with the side chat to this. Where do you want me to post this?
I don't know. I'm just.
No, Philly told me to put this in some chat. What chat? Where
Yeah,
chat?
the side chat to this. That's what Philly
The
was
side
talking
chat to
about.
this says it's not loading. Just try again. Messages fail to load. Put it anywhere. I
Oh.
guess. I'm fucking.
Yeah, just DM it to Philly. Destiny, I'm gonna add you as a friend and send you this clip of what Solus was just talking about here, about with another member that also is really behind a lot of this stuff. And what he said. Hold on, give me a second. I'm slow. I'm old. I'm not fast like you in our old age, okay? 38 is rough.
Steven's 38. I thought he was.
Okay,
33.
also, hold on, just for another, because I'm just reading through, I don't even know how often people change their names or whatever, but it looks like there's a lot of advisory boards. I see the Incel advisory board, I see the Namek advisory board. It seems like a lot of people are naming themselves.
No, so if I'm not mistaken, the advisory board is a thing that they do, but there's not supposed to be like a racist advisory board, and it's probably not a good chance. It's not a good idea to like make that your name during Black History Month while saying that other shit. You feel me? It's like the advisory board is something people do. I think he's like riffing on that, like, ha, for this, since I'm doing this, I'll be the racist advisory board. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Okay, let me,
And here's the one. I'm sending it right now. Sorry, give me a second. Where's my files?
are you posting this in the chat on the side, or?
No, I'm sending it directly
I tried to
you in
post
the
it on the
DM.
chat on the side, but it says the messages low.
I sent you a friend request, and oh,
I don't
something
know, fuck it.
went wrong.
I tried to. The shit said the messages won't load. I sent the actual because this email I sent you was a Google Doc that I was working on for a minute, and because I wanted to be as concise and have because people kept saying you didn't have any exact examples for Steven. I was like, you know what, you're goddamn right. I need to be prepared if I'm gonna do this. But that thing I sent you, that Google Doc, it's not only the thing you were reading like in full, but it has.
Okay, can you give me 1 minute and 20 seconds to listen to this video that Morgan just sent me?
Sure, go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
Give me 1 second. Is this in my Discord server?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your Discord. Essentially, she pulled a "You're Black, You Don't Have a Dad" joke. Live free alley-oop that bitch off the backboard, and y'all calling that trolling?
Trolling?
Yeah, so
It's a little
she-
trolling.
The purpose
I call
of
that
trolling
poetry,
is to say something you don't necessarily believe to get a rise out of someone else. That is what she did.
So you resorted to racism in doing that, though.
She
Why?
did. I just doubled down on it because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, she was just
Now,
joking.
now the word that she used in a different context, I mean,
I'm gonna lose all my Black Discord members today. I can feel it happening.
I thought it was funny
happening.
primarily because it was me doing it. So,
Logical. I put a red armband on and I started like spouting anti-Semitic shit, but I don't believe it, right? I just want this person to get mad.
You're really committed to this bit.
You're really committed. Hey.
Well, are you trolling? That's the real question.
You're
That's trolling?
Yeah.
Trolling? There's trolling, and then there's method acting. And then,
Pretend to be. Yeah, if you pretend to be a Nazi in real life, probably not. Pretend to be a Nazi in a Discord channel to piss someone off who's like spouting ethno-nationalist Jewish Zionist sentiment, then it's a troll.
But we weren't talking about that. We were talking about
solar panels.
Obviously, when it
Yeah,
comes
I wasn't there for the connecting point. I can't.
Wait,
I can't.
you wasn't even. Oh hell no!
and even
Okay.
maybe spout my own to get proven wrong.
I'm here.
You know
I
what
didn't
I'm
at
saying?
all. When I
Okay.
went into Destiny's this. I'm sorry.
Here's
what's
like
up,
a here's like
He's
a
back.
quick
He's back, guys.
yeah here's like a quick thing that I feel about black people. Okay.
No.
If I have a Discord server, if there's like a room where there's like white people, Asian people, black people are just kind of like chilling and chatting, and some like loser comes in and starts like making a lot of really weird kind of like racist jokes or some shit, I feel like as an honorary black person, I would be irritated because you're just trying to exist on the internet. Black isn't like what you want to advertise or be attacked for, whatever. Have that brought up all the time. I can understand that, but if you're in a space where people are being ultra edgy, you're fighting all the time, shit, blah, blah, blah. Now, if somebody goes ahead and calls you the N-word in that space, obviously that's over the line. But if we're at the point where we're telling like dead grandmas to like suck our nut out of our dick, I feel like at that point, it's gonna, because like
You just
so much
remixed
of
the
like,
joke. What the fuck?
He just changed the joke and
feels
made
like
it
there's
better.
like I made a comment like this before, and everybody assumed I meant the N-word, but I think I made a comment when I was fighting some people where it's like all these black guys that I'm fighting with on the internet, you know, call me a cuck, call me a fag, blah blah blah, and I feel like if I say anything, people are gonna call me racist. When I said that, I didn't mean that like I want to say the N-word. What I mean is there are so many different things that touch upon like the archetypical like black experience that it feels like almost any insult might become like a racist insult. Like if I happen to know there's like some dude with a split family, you know, you can make fun of him, you know, for like, oh, like where's your mom, where's your dad at? But if you make that exact same joke towards a black person, that's racism. If I think some dude's got like a goofy haircut, I can't mention anything about a black person's hair, especially a black woman's hair.
See,
If I see any, like, I feel like that's like the weird issue where like when people are being really edgy all the time, when you turn that lens to black people and you want to make an insult, there's got to be like a skit about this where you like you're looking at like 50 things and it's like, can I talk about the moisture level of his skin? No. Can I talk about the style of hair? No. Definitely not skin color. Probably nothing related to his family. Anything related to his great grandparents? Probably not. Last name? I don't think so. Like you've got to like do like 750 IQ to find an edgy joke that isn't like racist, because like for any
why
other
you say
person,
that?
yeah. Because it feels like there are so many things like I, without even thinking, like go in on so many different things about a random person being edgy. But for a black person, I feel like I got to run it through 50 different filters to make sure. Am I like, is there some part of this joke that might touch on like a
I got you.
racist
Hold on,
thing?
Solus.
Yeah,
Let me
go for it, yeah.
Use the example. Use the example that you were talking
I
about.
got it. I got
Sorry,
it.
Mike, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead,
so
Mike.
yeah, Solus is gonna after yeah. So me personally, I'm again 38, old as fuck. I can take a joke. I've been on the. Listen, Ronan's been. I'm a WoW player. I'm actually the same rank as you as StarCraft. I'm gonna get that. I want that 1-on-1, dog. I play Zerg too, dog.
Okay.
I'm master rank. Okay, son. Nah. But like, so I've been around these spheres, right? I could take a joke, right? The problem is when it becomes when I'm in your and I've been in here since October, right? When I run into regular members that just keep trying me because like I'm kind of known, like I'm excitable, I'm passionate, right? So I get like, you know, I'm a little rage, not rager, but funny rage, you know what I'm saying? And so they'll try to work that out of me, you know, to get me to react, and it's just shitty racist joke after racist joke.
Can
you
I,
know what I'm
can I,
saying?
can I try to touch on
yeah,
that?
and it's from your normal members.
Real quick. And you
I'd
can
like
do that.
to-
Wait.
And it's not even hold on, and it's not even race. It's a racist joke. It's like so. It'll go like this. It's not even a joke, right? We'll start talking like they'll be like, so Majin, let me ask you about this certain thing with black issues. Oh well, you know how black like they'll try to lead me down a logic tree that is like where I'll either seem like Uncle Tom. Okay, I can say that, right, Tom? Uncle Tom. I'll see. They'll try to get something out of you to make you look bad if you try to play that game with them. Ultimately.
Okay.
So
Go
can I say something like, so
I don't really hang out in DGG. I don't know your rules, your regulations, or anything like that. So I'm coming at this from an outsider, and I also don't have an opinion on like is DGG racist or anything. I don't care. But just in general, it seems like when it comes to anti-blackness, that's always the thing that can't be regulated, right? That there's always an excuse.
They literally said that.
For that particular type of bigotry to be let go, right? Like, and on the other side of it is what you said, Destiny, just now, talking about, well, if I want to make an edgy joke, well, can I really, right? Are these guys going to take it badly? Oh, I guess everything that I say is going to be racist. That's obviously like not the case, but as an excuse that we get.
Hold on, to be clear, half the internet tried to cancel me because I used the word legion to describe a group of black people before, which I can't even imagine has any racial connotation whatsoever.
Twitter is Twitter. Like,
sure, I know,
what
but
to tell you, right?
I'm just saying that like it is a
That's
legitimate fear, and I make fun of a lot of people, and I know a lot of insults. But when it comes to certain groups, it's similar to like trans people. Like if I see a goofy-looking cis person, I can't make fun of any part of a trans person's appearance ever. If I say you've got bad nails, I'm gonna get hit with like, oh well, actually when you're an estradiol or whatever, it actually thins your fucking nails out. So you saying that it's actually transphobic, like it's the same thing with like making fun of trans people. It's like, dude, I can't say shit to this person. They're untouchable.
But I've made fun of trans people, like in terms of like friends. Like I've made fun of trans people. This is a thing that you can do, but like the excuse becomes, oh well, I guess I can't say anything around these people. These people are too sensitive. When the reality is, what the things that are coming at us are actually quite racist. And as soon as we push back a little bit, you just can't take a joke.
Well, wait, hold on.
Touch on this for 1 second.
Wait, real quick. The things that are coming out are not like quite racist. We're still pretty squarely in the realm of like microaggressions right here, or like somebody's bringing up blackness too much, or somebody made like a joke about my dad. Like if now that hard R comment, that's like some serious shit. If that happened, I'm not sure because again, there were only like 2 or 3 people.
I don't play with that type of stuff, Destiny. I'm an old man.
Wait. Like, I've been trying to let y'all talk for like 3 seconds. I just want to have a quick word in here. One, I crack jokes all the time. Most people in DGG don't know me as like this. I crack jokes is what I do, right? I know how jokes work, and what I always try to do whenever I'm cracking jokes about anybody, and you can take this and use it if you would like, is I always ask myself, well, what is the joke? I have a friend. His name is Waldro. I think he's a deputy in your server. Good friend of mine. He's bisexual. I call him a half a gay. If you ask me, hey man, why do you call him that? What's the joke there? Well, he's half gay and half straight. That's the joke. It's just a funny way to say bisexual, right? If you say, hey, I want to sow dissent in the black community as a joke, I'm going to ask you, well, what is the joke? The joke is I want to f with the black guys, and that's not okay. Right? Like that's the root. You can say shit about black people. I'm the one that takes jokes more than anything. I love cracking jokes. But I'm going to ask you, if you say some shit where the root of it is just racist, like there's not a joke.
Was that,
like,
is that what that guy said? He's like, I legitimately want to like destroy the black community in this Discord?
No, he said I want to sow dissent during Black History Month.
Yeah, but what was his response when you guys called him out for that joke?
Shut the f up, quit crying, bitch.
Yep.
Well, maybe he just, I don't know, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like,
Hey,
again,
wait,
you gotta
listen.
understand, like that back. Wait a second. I'll let y'all talk. I said that back and forth we had. The reason that shit was irritating is because you're right. I did say that to him, and we pieced that up. I was like, you know what? What you said to me was racist, but what I said to you was f up. Let's not do this shit anymore. And we pieced it up after that. Like, it was like, you know what, man to man, that was wrong. But then he does that. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
Okay,
and
is that guy, does that guy ever
What's
go
up?
in voice chat?
All the time.
Oh yeah.
Is he available right now? Does he want to come in and speak on his behalf?
Oh, I'm sure some of these people will.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, if this guy's here, tell him to ping one of you guys. Are you guys friends with him on Discord or anything?
Hell
Nah.
no.
Hold on, let's see here.
Hell
Let's see
no.
here.
Dusty, Anti and T5 wants to talk about these issues.
Auntie, you're in.
And like, I don't know how to fucking gauge with that. Like, and again, I understand cracking jokes. I'm all with jokes, but when somebody says, "Hey, bro, one, we're not even friends for you to crack jokes with me like that." Two, we already had this previous beef. This isn't a joke to me, and you double down, triple down on it. At what point is it like, nah, this is actually fucked up? And mind you, again, when we go to the regs, and I was like, "Hey, man, this seems pretty fucking weird." You literally said that you don't want nobody doing anything transphobic in this server, and if they do anything that you deem transphobic, you only ask, which you should be, "Hey, this is kind of fucked up." And they just said to me, "I don't really know how to reg racism. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, Steven."
I mean, I would have to see the types of transphobia that exist here, and then I'd have to see the types of racism that exist here. Like, I'm sure, I'm sure that if I scroll up, there are probably, just because I've got like fucking, it feels like 10% of my audience is fucking trans. I feel like there are probably trans jokes in my Discord server. No?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I'm sure they're there. So I doubt it's like that, like.
But your trans representation there is huge, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to like even moderators and stuff like that. Like when it comes to like the black representation, like I'm telling you, like you're gonna have one dude in there that's gonna say, I know a bunch of people. One of the people that he thinks is black is a UK guy. It's
Wait 1 second, Steven. That's why I
Yeah.
asked you that in the beginning of this, because on some real shit, I understand how the internet works. I've been black for 21 years straight. I haven't missed a day. If you tell me, hey bro, this server's just kind of like that, you gonna get that energy, roll with it, I have no issue. I just got the sentiment from the way the other motherfuckers was moving that wasn't the case. But if it is, I have no beef. I just go somewhere else.
Sure.
That's what we did.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm curious if it's something that I think is a problem or not. It's hard for me to ascertain that because I feel like when people sometimes come to me and complain about racism, it'll be like the same like 2 or 3 comments over like the past like 6 months, and I'm like, if that's really the extent of it, if it was the weird Armenian dude who I understand is banned right now anyway, and then if it was like,
is he?
Oh, I thought somebody said that he was banned. Oh, he is banned.
He's
Okay.
banned.
Okay, Auntie, what do you got for this?
I'm just like incredibly confused. So just to provide some context, I was the head rig in the Discord server for a while. I left because I was starting my PhD program and because I just like didn't have the time for it.
Yeah.
And also because of the drama associated with the server. Like the server has 2 black mods. We have a trans mod. Like we take racism pretty fucking seriously if it occurs and if it happens, if it's identifiable. Take transphobia very seriously if it occurs and if it's identified and if it's verifiable. So like Mika's banned. Mika's banned because of the shit that he pulled. There are other people who
Wait,
are
Mika, is that the
instantaneously banned
Armenian
for
dude?
racism.
Yeah,
it's
it's
the
the
Armenian guy.
Okay, gotcha.
When did
But
y'all
you
ban
understand?
him?
Hold on.
Auntie.
Auntie, that happened now. Finally, right? This happened months ago. When that situation happened, I was blue in the face. I stayed in
He
the
was
Discord.
mad.
I was in the Discord for fucking hours, trying to argue something that I take very fucking seriously. If Mika was a person, right, I would have smacked Mika, right? Like if you're bold enough to come to me with a hard R, me as a 38-year-old half black man or whatever you want to fucking call me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm mad now. You know what I'm saying? Like wow, I kind of got a little respect because you did it, but like, yeah. And so when I get somebody to like, I should have pinged free or a reg, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't end up doing that. I went into the channel and then became something else, but that doesn't change nothing. And in my experience over my 38 fucking years of being a human being, period, right? If a person is sitting there and they're saying that the fucking like, the liar in the situation is the person that keeps changing their fucking story. My story has remained consistent over this whole fucking time. I have not changed a fucking word. This guy has went from not saying the N-word to saying the N-word with his friends to saying the fucking N-word with like he did say it, but you know, to a friend in the private he did actually say it. To like now it's just a meme.
Yeah, and I'm not disqualifying that. I am taking it seriously.
And there's so many other things that we just didn't bring up because we were just like, hey, yo, this is par for the course.
Yeah, but the confusion that I have, and I understand it, right? Like, if you're in a community and if you're a member of a particular group and you're being disrespected and you don't think that you're going to have your, like, situation taken seriously, you might not reach out. But, like, it's not like myself when I was a reg or Free and Forethought currently, who are both regs, who are black. Like, all 3 of us, like, we also take it seriously. Like, I agree with you. Somebody like walked up to me and called me the hard R anywhere, I would be upset with it, obviously, because I'm not going to take that shit from anybody. But if we don't like have it available to us, if we're not pinged, if we're not like being reached out to, we can't really do anything about it. And if it happens to be the case that you're arguing with a bunch of people in the VC community, like those people aren't regulators.
Wait, Auntie. Andrea saw the shit and was just like, how did this race drama pan out? It's not like motherfuckers couldn't tap in, poke their head and be like, hey, what's going on here? Motherfuckers looked at it and then looked away. And remember this. I don't want this to get lost in conversation. When this shit initially happened and it was too annoying, we just left to our own Discord. But when we left to our own Discord, They told motherfuckers that they made us ran to the Black Discord, and we had this underground railroad out of DGG, and had motherfuckers DMing us constantly asking for fucking invites to a Black Discord. That's
Wait, real quick. When they say they made you run to the Black Discord, did they say that in the DGG Discord or?
I think
This is what motherfuckers that asked for the invite told me. They would come to me and be like, "Hey man, they said they made y'all run to a
There
Black
might
Discord."
even be because we'd had people in there, and there might actually be a recording of it. There's an individual named AOP. I think he might have a recording of them. Like, look, we made them run to the Black.
No,
Discord.
I talked to.
I
one of
remember
them
hearing audibly.
I talked to one of them about it the other day, and I was just like, "Hey man, I don't want to shoot at nobody that didn't do anything. Could you tell me who exactly started this whole Black Discord shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, if y'all doing racist shit, that's like you. And again, y'all might have a different line for what y'all think is fucked up. It gets annoying to me, and I leave, right? Let's dead it there. Don't go tell motherfuckers I got a Black Discord and have them coming after me asking for an invite at it like I'm fucking Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's irritating. I left, and I was still dealing with. Hold on a second, I'm talking. Wait, shut the fuck up one second. We left, and we were still dealing with the, hey, let's fuck with the Black guy's behavior. That's the shit that became uber irritating.
And Solus, sorry, real quick. A member just DM'd me. She just said that Mika isn't banned. Just pulled up his rap sheet.
Might not be banned. Okay, gotcha.
God damn it, y'all! God damn.
Well, he was banned at the time. I don't know if he like sent in like an unban appeal through the forum process.
She just pulled up his. No, she just sent me his rap sheet. He only still has that kick.
Yeah.
Can I bring up two situations that are relevant to the conversation?
No, just very quickly. So there's a few dynamics like at the same time. So one is with like Brags not peeking their head into the VC community and like trying to deal with the situation in real time. It's kind of tough because the Discord moderation team is voluntary. Like, and by voluntary, I mean we volunteer our time without pay because we care
Even
about
pay employees.
And
well,
we're
right
going
now
to,
my head
like,
moderator, my head rag Polecat is indeed
Yeah.
a paid employee. So
Yeah, so that's fine. And like the thing is that actually in reality, for most of the regs, you don't want them to be paid employees because you want them to be adults with their own lives who are not like purely focused on being paid to be a Discord janitor in order to ensure that the community is like safe and like is like in a good spot. Like I wasn't paid and I was fine with not being paid because I had my own job, I had my own life, I was doing my own thing. I like hopped into the Discord, and if there were problems, then I dealt with it. So like with Andrea's a student. If she's pinged, she might be in chat trying to like figure out the situation, but it might be the case that they're not able to literally drop everything in the moment in order to hop into a VC. And that's
But I
why
feel
some
like
of
if you
these
could stop
moderation
and say, yo,
decisions
what the
have to
fuck is
be
it?
handled after that.
I feel
Yeah,
like
I mean,
if you
they
could
could say
somebody
like,
say, what the fuck is this
going
race
on right
drama?
now?
No. But if you acknowledge, like, to say that it's race drama means you know there's something racial is afoot. That's the you looked at it, saw it, didn't give a fuck to look into it, and just said, this is race drama, and kept it moving. I don't know what you want me to do.
No, so you can say that like what's going on here, and then maybe like the way they phrase it is like problematic or whatever, but they like figure out what's going on. If somebody responds in the chat, then they can like read it while they're like dealing with what they're dealing with. And then people are responding in real time. But if people aren't responding in real time, if people aren't providing that additional context, and if people don't provide receipts, they literally
She
can't do
said-
anything.
I think her exact words was, "What the fuck is this race drama, and how did Free end it?" Right? And I talked to Andrea about this. We chopped it up about this. We had I think a good conversation about it. I don't know if I'd say it was productive. She basically was like, this shouldn't have happened, right? Motherfucker, somebody should have did something. She expressed to me that she basically doesn't really know how to reg racism like that, and she feels like there's a culture issue in the server, and we need more Black users. Now, her heart may have been in the right place, but given everything that happened, that answer wasn't really the most emboldening. But I'm saying, bro, is that this happened, motherfuckers knew that it happened, and nothing was really happening to it. And also, again, if that's the case, if I'm the weirdo here for saying like, hey, something should be done, if this is just the way it is, I'll back off. But to my understanding, that's not the way it was, right? Like that whole shit. I remember when that shit happened with Alva. I don't know if you knew about that, Nancy, but were you there for that?
Mm-hmm.
With
That was
Alva,
one of the examples I wanted to state, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are
that's it.
you
With Alva,
saying
wait, hold on, let me 1 second. Zena. I'll pass you the ball 1 second. We finish this. Like, a trans chick for months on end was sexually harassing me. It wasn't until she admitted that into a room full of 50 people that I even had evidence that I was clear cut. Because again, you have to have this clear cut factual. You need an exact fucking example. And then
you
I
had
added
to coax
regs.
it out of her. You had
I
to
added
like
regs.
you
I added
literally
Fred.
had to set it up.
Yeah, but I mean, like, wait,
added.
Shouldn't it be that you need evidence to get people banned from a huge Discord server?
Yeah.
Isn't that
No,
kind
no,
of like?
hold on. Let me finish what I'm about to say. That's what I'm about to say. I added a reg, and instead of even coming into room, because we're talking about like peeking your head, instead of even coming into room to see what's going on, motherfucker just told me, hey man, I'm going to bed. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and this is a reg that I've seen deal, and the reason I added them of all people, because I was like, you deal with sexual harassment in this server. If somebody does something, anything sexual, you're on their ass. Hey bro, this motherfucker is harassing me, and they just dipped. Like, I don't know what you want me to do with that. And again, if I'm the weirdo, and I'm dead ass about this, it's not me being facetious. If this is just what, like, par for the course, a part of the territory, I'll shut the fuck up and just dip. But I to my knowledge, it's not.
Okay, hold on, because you missed out a key point here, because this is something I wanted to bring up. And
wait.
but
Can I ask
Okay,
something? For this argument, are we team black people or are we team white people?
Good God Almighty.
We're team
Good God
DGG is not
Almighty.
racist. Okay, here, look, at least I am. The thing that happened with Alva, because I spoke with her after she got banned, and before she got banned, we used to hang out quite a bit, right? Because she would hang out in the lower rooms where, as Margin puts it, the weirdos are. And what happened before that, as Solus very conveniently omitted, is that you're making jokes about like how you ain't dating no trans girl and putting jokes on about them. So Alva, this why she decided to do that out of flirtation.
Bro, I had the clip.
I didn't interrupt you when you were
I
talking.
had a clip though. We ain't gotta talk. I had a clip since you want to laugh
did?
for the motherfucker. I have the
Yeah,
clip. We
you are
recorded it.
lying right now.
We recorded it, dipshit. Hold on.
Yeah,
You are
dipshit.
actively
Yeah,
spreading
dipshit.
lies
Hold on,
right
bro.
now.
I got
Hayden.
you.
Yeah,
I got you,
dipshit.
bro. No,
You
no,
are
bro. I swear, I just.
What? You making fun of her?
No, I didn't make fun of her. She was
So-
correct. Her question to me. I don't know. I remember this vividly. I can go through the clip. I'll put it in Jim voice. I remember her specifically because we had a disagreement. She asked me, "Do you sleep with trans women?" I said, "No, that's not my sauce. To each their own." And we got into this long spat. And she started to tell me, "Well, Solus, would you trans? If it was a trans woman or the most ugly cis woman on God's green earth, would you?" And I was like, no, what is this weird thing you're doing? And they just went down this hypothetical over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then they said, I'm not going to lie to you. I enjoyed coming into your room saying sexual shit to you that made you uncomfortable because I feel like you're a horrible person.
Matter of
I have
fact,
to do that.
hold on. And even Detail Solus didn't. 'cause
Discord shit be
Solus
getting serious as hell.
Solus, on top of that, had to go around for months of this cousin phobic joke because he was
Oh
like,
my God.
yeah,
Oh
you
my
remember that because
I
of
said,
like
no,
the whole-
yeah, I can tell my own
Yeah,
story.
you
One second,
tell
Martin.
it,
I can tell my own story. What happened was we were having a debate. It was heavily happening that like I would make the mistake of saying out loud in DGG, I don't trans women, and motherfuckers will try to hop down my ass with both feet. You're a transphobe. You hate trans
So
women.
if
need
you
to
give
look
me more
in
than
your-
10 seconds to actually explain what my point
He's
of
not done yet. Let him finish the story.
And I wasn't done when he
Hades.
interrupted me.
Well,
with
you
his
were
story.
lying.
It's a lie, though.
Discordia
No, I'm not
ain't no
lying.
game, y'all. Discordia ain't no game.
Because you
Shit
have
Damn,
serious.
Zinnia, calm down, Zinnia. Let us.
Hold on, no, wait. I believe in being fair. Hades, finish your point, bro. Go ahead. What's
Thank
up?
you.
Talk.
Thank you. So the recording, fair enough. You had it before that, but the reason why Alva, she explained it to me. By the way, I'm not claiming what happened. I'm not talking about what happened
you
to her,
there?
because I have other things. Okay. What she explained to me is that you were making fun of dating a trans girl, not saying that simply you wouldn't. Because like I have that stance. A lot of people have that stance. We don't get banned for that. It's not about that. It's about you cracking jokes about it way before that conversation transpired.
Hades,
So
you
I
weren't
am
even
not
involved
commenting
really
on
in
that
this.
Mhm. So
Hold
as
on,
a
wait 1 second.
previous
Can I respond
Discord
to him? 'Cause
mod,
wait,
as
I
a
just wanna respond
previous
to him.
Discord mod that ran an entire server of over 30K, I think I should make the ultimate decision that this person here, Solus the PG, is correct. Thank you.
Good job, Zena. Thank
Oh
you.
my God, thank you. But no,
Okay,
Hades,
thank
no real
you for
shit.
your
What
insight.
jokes did she appreciate that, Zena? But I'm saying, Hades, what jokes did she say? I didn't crack no jokes about trans women. Bro, if I ever crack edgy jokes, it's with a friend that I am certain knows that I'm just fucking with and I'm just trying to giggle. Like the example I gave before. If you ask me what the joke is, I will tell you. What joke did she say I said? Because again, I got the video and I'm posting it in Jim Voice after this, bro. So what are you talking about, bro?
That shit's gay, basically. Going back and forth on that one.
No,
And
I remember that vividly. What happened was this is how I found about the whole thing about debating trans issues being banned in the server, right? I said we had a conversation back and forth, and she was like, well, would you date a trans woman? And I was like, no, I wouldn't date a trans woman. She said, well, that's transphobic. I said, I don't think that's transphobic. I think if any of the women that I've slept with in my life came to me and said, I identify as a man, provided that they were still attractive, you can get bottom surgery, so on and so forth, I would still them. And she was like, ha ha ha, that makes you gay. And I was like, does that make me gay? Isn't that still a heterosexual relationship? We're opposite sexes. Sex and gender is two different things. A reg came in and was like, hey guys, y'all bordering on this forbidden conversation. And that's where it ended.
Wait, the bordering on the forbidden conversation. So you're allowed to debate trans issues in the server. The bordering
No,
on
it's
the
the
ban
RPG
no,
conversation.
that
It's
particular-
not-
So if I say I don't
hold
date-
on, hold
so if I
on.
say I don't date
Chill
short
for a
men,
second. Chill
Am
for
I
a second.
a midget phobia?
Okay, I know this verifiably. You're allowed to talk about trans issues in the server. The bordering on the ban topic is
R-traps
the
gay.
R-traps, the T word. Yeah,
Yep.
that's the conversation. So if you're bordering on that conversation, a Red comes in and says to actually the other person, not Solus, in this conversation, that you making that joke is banned, that joke is banned.
It wasn't a joke. It was a conversation. It was a genuine debate. that we had.
Regardless.
No, I
Anthony
know
is
that. But
right.
I'm saying,
Genuine debate.
wait, no, because he framed it as if I was making a joke about it, but it wasn't. It was a
I'm
serious
not
conversation.
framing it as you making a joke about it.
No, Hades.
I'm not-
Hades
I'm
said,
not-
No, I'm talking
okay.
to Hades. I'm talking to Hades. Hades said that
Okay.
the reason that she did that, which I don't think that even if that was true, I don't think that that's an excuse to start sexually harassing somebody. But I didn't make a joke. I asked a genuine
I think it
question,
is.
right? I said like, hey,
So
What's up?
it's not acceptable if somebody sexually harasses you. It's f***ed up, right?
yeah, word.
The regs can intervene if they are aware of it. Obviously, we can't like deal with every single
motherfucker told me
DM
they
conversation.
were
I
going to
don't
bed.
I don't know if this is like strictly DMs or is this a mixture of DMs and like
this
voice
was all
or
in
this is all
public.
these
No,
other
this was
things.
This was
But-
all in public. Regs were there. I
Okay.
added Fred. I said, hey, yo, Fred, this motherfucker fucking with me. And Fred said he going to bed. And I was like, I remember the meme. I posted an avatar meme. I was like, when I needed you
Okay.
most, you disappeared.
So like this is like multiple dynamics happening simultaneously. The one of them is you're allowed to talk about trans issues in the server.
Word.
The one ban topic, especially ban topic, and it's in the rules, is having
trans
sex
gay.
with a trans person gay, right?
Yeah.
That one's banned. So if somebody comes in and says, "Hey, you're bordering on the banned conversation," even if people aren't being serious with it, this is like a cut and dry,
I
black and
understand.
white, not allowed to say it. Okay, we
Yeah, no,
all
but-
understand that. So
Yeah.
in that situation, right, you can't talk about trans issues on the server. If somebody is like publicly sexually harassing you, should Fred have done, or anybody else should have done something about it? Sure, right? But there's the other dynamic, which is that if you're like a person with a life who's dealing with like a bunch of things simultaneously, and you have a choice between being a regulator in the moment and just going to bed, like, or dealing with it later on, you're going to go to bed and deal with it later on because you have other shit that you're dealing with. Now, we could talk about like whether and to what extent somebody should, as a regulator in like a community Discord, as a volunteer, drop everything in their life in order to deal with the situation, which is probably like quote unquote the best thing that they could have done. And that's like a legitimate conversation to have. That's like a totally normal thing.
I'm not. No, my thing is.
I too was
Wait, hold on, wait,
sexually
can I-
harassed in
Stop,
DGG
Zena,
Discord.
stop. It's a serious conversation. Kill yourself. Jesus. Well, don't
It's okay,
actually,
no.
because you probably will. Okay, stop.
What the fuck? I thought he was being nice. Jesus Christ. Anyway, no, Auntie, my beef with Fred wasn't. Look, bro, again, I live a real life like the rest of y'all. I work a 9 to 5. I got a girlfriend. I just got my first apartment. I'm 22. I'm living it up, bro. But my thing with Fred was I have seen Fred play 88 Pistons defense for sexual assault. The one time I needed that
Wait
motherfucker to
a
come off.
second.
What? That's Fred will tell you that. Fred, if anything sexual happens to you, he's probably the reg that you want to go to because Fred does not play that
Oh,
shit.
okay. Jesus Christ. When I misinterpreted that.
No,
Okay,
not
go
that
ahead.
kind. God damn it! Stick with me, bro. You gotta stay with me, bro. What I'm saying is, if there's any reg you want to go to about being sexually harassed, it would be Fred. Not that the others wouldn't deal with it, but that's his shtick. And the one time I did it, after this motherfucker had been doing this shit for months, he chose to look at that shit, knew who was involved, and literally was just like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I don't know. Again, I don't know what you want me to do with that, bro. If that's okay, if that's just a server, I will quit my bitching. I'm not complaining about problems that can't even exist because this is what comes with the territory. I'm just saying, I don't know what you want me to do with that.
I mean, the best thing you can do at that moment is step one, like at regs generally, regs that like respond to it can respond to it. Some people are dealing on different like time zones, and so they're just making that calculus as to whether or not. Hold on, let me finish. So that's the best thing you can do. And if like regs are generally not doing anything about it, that's why people like Polecat exist. Or like when I was a head reg, that's why I existed. So they're not doing their f***ing jobs, and if they're like not dealing with serious shit, then you reach out to those people, and those people will handle it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, bro.
So
Look,
like, hold on
Go
real
ahead,
quick,
Martin.
Solo.
Cook,
So
go ahead, cook,
like
cook.
we gave you 2 prime examples of there, and this is not even like
This
the,
some
like,
bitch made shit. I'm out.
deuces.
Goddamn.
Nice meeting you,
Goddamn.
Queen.
Y'all in here lying about some shit that can just be resolved.
No,
by
we're trying to
This
expose a
crazy
bigger
as hell.
problem. We're trying to expose a bigger problem so people like you, me, and everybody else could come in here and enjoy Destiny and all of his Discord, even though the Discord says they aren't anything to do with Destiny the streamer. He never comes around, like he's an absentee father.
He is. He don't come around. He don't care
We
about
want
us.
to come in there. We want to come in there and have a
Fanboy
place
all
where
over
we
him.
can talk about our Kai CNATs, our sports, the things
Hey,
that
bro,
we love.
that's
You
where
know
my
what I'm
just
saying?
come. I just want to know.
Hold on, real quick.
Go
I
ahead,
haven't.
bro.
I
Go ahead,
wasn't
go ahead,
finished.
bro. Go ahead.
But
Talk
we
your shit.
gave 2 examples. Solus gave his, mine with the R word and stuff like that. There's still stuff, and this is not stuff we record. This is other members giving us this stuff, and this is stuff we've had for months. We deaded this shit until where we're like, hey, I mean, I'm a person. I'm not gonna not say what I believe. You know what I'm saying? When I sit there and I'm saying, yeah, DGG, the Discord, I made sure even when Destiny first came on, exclude the Reddit, the man himself. You know what I'm saying? But my experience in DG has been a racist one. And I'm not, listen, Auntie, me and you are
I have experienced
distinctly, hold
no
on, stop,
racism.
Wait, I'm just curious.
stop.
Yeah, I was gonna stop. Wait,
stop,
wait. Can
stop,
I ask
stop.
you a question? I'm just curious. Are there any large Discord servers that you've been in where you feel like you haven't experienced a racist one?
Wix?
A large Discord server.
No, hold on. There's
Yo.
less than 10 people.
God
there at a time
damn,
most of the
Steven,
time. It's not big. It's not big.
Sure,
this is
video
not a
game.
problem.
Wait.
Hold on. No,
Go ahead,
you want to go
Okay,
into
you need
video
more time.
game? Hold on. Yeah, no, I wasn't even finished when he interjected, but I could go to video game Discord servers. Yeah, you see it there, but it's never. None of them are bold enough to try to challenge or direct it towards me, and that's the problem. Is when I come in there, me and Auntie, both being light-skinned men, are entirely different. Auntie's very proper. I mean, I dropped out of college. You know what I'm saying? He obviously went all the way through. I'm from the hood. I'm not sure where Auntie's from, right?
Wait, hold on. When you say
hold on, hear me out. Let me just. I take a while. Just let me paint this picture, right?
That's the first thing.
So when I go into the Discord, right? I talk a certain way. I have a certain like appearance. You know what I'm saying? I could come off a little bit hood. I'm going to get ran out of your server ASAP. All right, because they're gonna think I'm some doughboy off the street or some shit. I don't know what it goes through their head, right? Auntie, on the other hand, because he code switches, he's proper, all these other things, right?
Bruh.
He ain't gonna get that shit. He doesn't get that shit. Auntie on top of like Lactoid are known as the 2 boss debaters in your Discord. Nobody gives him smoke because he fits the mold of it.
Can Solus just say his point real quick?
Go ahead.
Destiny, what you just said, bro, when you said, is there any large Discord where you don't deal with this shit? Steven, if you tell me, hey, big dog, this comes with the territory, I don't give a shit. I'll just go to other places or operate the server correctly, right? Because if edgy shit is just a place, if that is what it is, and it is what it is, it's your server. You run it how you would like.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that what you-
it just depends on what's going on. If people are actually being racist, and we've got like verifiable, documented moments of racism on the server, I don't want that on my server. That's bad, and I don't want that, and I would like to clean that up. But if I think that everybody's just making edgy jokes, sometimes people make edgy jokes, and sometimes they're about white people, sometimes they're about Armenians, sometimes they're about black people, and you're really offended by that, I don't give a fuck about that. And I would say go find a different server. But that's why I'm curious too. So if you say something where you're like, well, actually, I've been on the politics Discord, I've been on this Discord, and these servers all have 50,000 plus people, and I never run into these issues here. It only happens on your server. Then I'd be like, okay, like that's bad.
The
But
thing
if you
is,
tell me, whoa, stop,
my bad,
holy
big
shit,
dog,
you cut me off and ramble. Let me finish my one sentence, okay? Jesus,
My
okay?
bad, big dog,
Yeah, if you've been on a ton of servers and you say that like I don't run into this anywhere else, I would want to fix that on my server, okay? But if you tell me that like on every single server you go to, this happens on all of them except for the one server you gave me was like a server with 100 people, then I'm like, okay, this sounds like a you problem. I don't know if I want to like moderate my server to fix this. It sounds like it's an unfixable problem or an intractable problem. Okay.
So hold on, let me reply back to him. Because yeah, in my example, where I do say where the hard R is free, it's free speech in some of these servers that I mentioned earlier, right? This is where I wanted to point out there's something deeper and nefarious in your server, right? Is that the fact that where you can use something that is just blatantly racist as the hard R could seem to get black members in there. And you could check this out yourself. I'm sure you're in politics too. God forbid you're in God Gang. But that is a very large server too, Rivals Politics.
Okay, because my understanding is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the politics Discord server is like orders of magnitude worse when it comes to these types of issues. Now I could be wrong on that.
It is.
But
But hold on,
I'm not. finish, Hades. I know you
When
want
are you
to
ever?
get limelight. He wanted me to respond to him. Let me give my response. I know you here. You want the attention. Calm down, dog.
I don't
Anyway.
want the attention. I want to bring my point across.
Anyway,
I can DM somebody else to read it for me.
Can we knock off the? Bro, let's have a conversation. No heated bullshit. We can shoot each other back in DDG.
black crime. Go ahead.
Hades ain't even black.
Stop.
Toronto's,
Which
they
is why he
crying.
doesn't let me speak.
Toronto's, they've been crying for over an hour
Oh,
about
did you?
some Discord
Something else.
beef. This
Anyways,
is
let
Discord.
me-
I
let me-
thought you were hood margin. I thought
Hold
you
on,
grew up in
and
Stop.
Florida.
I'm about to
Crying
start.
about
I'm
that
actually about to
so
start banning motherfuckers from here.
Again,
Xena and
we
Karantos,
removed
what the fuck?
People
Stop.
are asking.
Holy
Nobody.
shit.
Shut.
Sorry,
Nobody's
okay,
fucking
go.
crying here.
Jesus.
Yeah, nobody's fucking crying here. Nobody's doing anything. People asked us our opinion about it, and we're sharing this.
Yeah, go for it.
I hate this narrative that people are crying. Anyways, regardless, this just shows that there's something nefarious because there aren't a black community, especially with you talking to bigger black creators. Right? You will be hard pressed to find. Me and Solus are like, when it comes to the actual challenge of fucking DG, like, or the channel of DGG, are one of your more prolific black members in there, outside of a couple other names in there. There's a couple more, and we don't even want to be around there. And we were the people that were fostering people to stay in your server, right? The black community, like, if there was the title they gave us, right? So if we are able, like, now you can't even fucking find that shit. You can't. Nobody can tell me who's like outside of Free or Casper.
Can I?
You
wait,
know
so
what I'm
now the
saying?
photo
Maybe
got his
JP
shit off.
Knight.
Wait, now photo got his shit off.
You're
I
not
didn't
in
wanna
the
say that.
server.
Wait. You got your shit off.
Me
I
and
don't wanna
Active.
say that, 'cause
Active.
we have separate
Active.
points here, and I just want to get my shit off. Destiny, to your point, I appreciate that straight answer, Steven. I truly do. Again, bro, if edgy shit is just what goes on there, I'll operate accordingly. I guess we might just have a different definition of what may be edgy. To me, that shit not edgy, because again, as I look at it, the joke is I want to with black people. I don't think if a group of users who, mind you, are not even all black at that, are in a server and you're shit stirring with them and then they leave to their own server, I don't think that it's appropriate to tell people that they have a black Discord server that you made them run to and then have people asking them for invites to this fictional black Discord server that you made up. To me, that's racist and fucked up. Like, why are you bothering them people? Y'all were irritating them here and then they left. Why
Yeah,
are
but
you
it
doing
like
this?
it depends on how this is presented. Like if somebody's like literally like, we need to fucking find and infiltrate and fuck with the black Discord server, we're gonna fuck that up. But if like you and a bunch of other people like, oh, like fuck this, like you guys are being racist, and someone's like, oh, looks like they went to the black Discord server, like that joke is, I don't care that much. It's whatever. That's a whatever to me. But
Fair
like,
enough. I
but
just
yeah.
I appreciate that straight answer,
Okay,
dog.
sure. Okay, we've got the man himself.
Oh, it is the man
J Buzz.
Hey, what's going on? How's it going, guys?
What's
this
up?
about?
Hold on, let me get my popcorn. Don't nobody talk real quick. Everybody get naked.
Go J Buzz, our Armenian friend.
No, that's not. He's not even Italian. He's not. Goddamn it, Destiny.
That's not the Armenian
Oh,
Italian.
I'm sorry. That's
Wrong.
No, he's not.
Okay, my bad.
Because-
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
J Buzz. Okay, I'm sorry. You're the Racism Advisory Board. Explain yourself.
I am. I think it's about time I've been recognized for my achievements. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Oh boy.
So what's going on? Is this about the thing?
Which thing?
Yeah.
Which joke are we
All the
upset
things.
about that I made? Why are we talking to Destiny about this?
When you had the racist advisory board,
'Cause
because
now I'm getting
of
involved.
the thing that was talked about, the thing that was talked about on Wix panel about like whether the community is racist at large, that was being discussed, and we're just having a
Yeah,
continuation.
the community is definitely not racist at large. 100%.
Right.
That's just.
There's racist things that are happening here, and me and Margin, when talking about it, agreed to that. And I'll even say that the problem is not so much that, hey, this server is racist. There's definitely a problem with the consistency of enforcing rules. Like, and I can cite examples here.
Love
Liliowski
you.
getting banned, not for, he was banned officially. Officially, he was
cares
banned
about
for
Liliowski,
supposedly trying to.
man?
No,
Let him talk.
you wanted examples.
Let him talk. Let him talk, bro.
Yeah, you wanted examples. So Liliowski is a user who got banned. This guy would come on and like Margin and Solus probably know this. I can't vouch for that. Where he would come in drunk, being a bit obnoxious, being disruptive to VCs, right? So people kind of wanted him banned. And now there's this whole like, you know, people started putting Free Liliowski in their name, not necessarily because they wanted him unbanned and stay in the community, but they wanted him unbanned and banned for the proper reason, because what he
Bro,
was
we're
banned
not
for
here to talk
was-
about
Let
level of
him
hosting.
talk. Let him
Let-
talk, though.
No,
Let
I
him
know
talk,
what he's
though.
trying to do here. He's trying to for his little.
Okay,
Well,
well,
let him-
okay,
let-
good
let
one.
him
You
get
got a
out.
gold star, you get a cookie. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
let
hold
him
on.
get it out, please.
Yeah, okay. So there was a case of that. There's the case of what was it? The users being banned on behalf of other users. So this would be like when okay, I'm gonna call out some names, but I'm not gonna say like I'm just gonna call people that have credibility in the server. No, hold on. I'm being clear with my wording. I'm gonna call out a few people that have some leeway in the community. I'm not gonna say that these people falsely accuse anybody, but if let's say Lactoid, Live Free, or Anti here, right, said to the Regs at Regs, Hades is saying the N-word. Half the times, the Regs don't even come in to verify. Hey, did this guy say the N-word? Did this guy do this? Do we have any proof? There are times where I've been told by the Regs, it's like, hey, you don't need proof. This guy has enough like credibility on of its own, which is scary because then you can basically cash in good boy points after a few years or a few months, however long it takes, to be able to ban anybody. And this is what will happen with Liliaski. I would argue this is arguably what happened with Alpha, and this is scary when Solus was spreading about a certain user, calling a certain user racist, because the comment
Say their
was
name.
that,
I'll say it.
no, I've talked with this person. They want to stay the fuck out of it. Okay,
Alright,
so
cool.
on their behalf. But you know the situation as I will explain it. This person pointed out and commented saying that, hey, Solus always sounds like he's about to say the N-word. And what they meant was, and I clarified with that, and I was there for it, that you would say, what's up, man? And then the first syllable, but that's it, you would stop yourself, right? That's what the person commented on. You started spreading it
who is
across
this
the entire
person?
community, saying that this person is racist because they
Well,
feel
can we
like,
name
oh, this is
names?
your
'Cause I've been
vernacular
naming
and you
names.
can't stop yourself from.
No, this is pussy. Can we name names? Because I can name names.
Yeah.
I don't. That's another thing. I don't.
You already who it is.
I don't.
Whoa, hey.
I've been asked
wait,
by this person not to
wait,
do it.
hold on. Listen, hold on. When I talk, everybody shuts the fuck up. My voice going out, okay? If you're gonna bring up anybody's testimony, we're not doing this hearsay bullshit, okay? You gotta name the name, okay? Because these guys are all naming names, and now we got reputations on the line, and now you put in my mind that this other guy, that Solus, is a prolific N-word sayer, okay? Or N-word baiter.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Now,
No.
is he an
I did
N-word
not say
baiter?
that.
No, hold on. You just said that he goes in, he says, and then doesn't finish it. That is N-word baiting. So is that
On
true?
my dead homies, I don't do that.
Who
On my dead.
claimed this?
Alright, I'm gonna take the L and I'm gonna burn a bridge here
Do
because
it.
this person asked me not to say it, but it was orange.
Oh yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
so no.
I'm
What
sorry.
actually
I'm
no.
sorry.
What actually happened is back to back. And again, this is. I'm glad you said that. This is a great example.
I
Back to
just want to
back.
publicly apologize to Orange. She's asked me.
That's
not
your
to,
best friend.
but
I get it.
I get
Hi, Orange. How you doing? That shit you did was weird and racist. I'm not gonna back off of that. Back to back, I came into rooms that Orange was in, and I think the first one was I was talking to my homie about basically how I feel that you have to educate kids on certain things that may be uncomfortable. Like if a young woman grows up and starts to grow breasts and shit like that, you have to educate her on what comes with that, how the world may view her. If your young son gets a job or your children, the more shit you get, the more shit people want. I think we're all adults, we can understand that kind of wisdom, and it may not be easy to have those conversations. And as I was having that conversation with my homie, Orange came in and said, "Solus, you seem like the kind of person that would teach a child to say the N-word." I looked at Orange and I said, "What the fuck?" And she did shit like that back to back. And I tell that story because that's exactly what happened. Shit like that. And if you feel racist, it's probably because what you said was kind of, why the f would you interject that conversation? I'm glad you gave that example because that's the kind of shit you experience in DGG. I'm over here talking about giving wisdom to your kids as they grow up and you interject to say some weird shit like that. Now again, Steven, if shit like that is just edgy and I should just take the L and keep it moving, I am with you. But to me, as racist, that's weirdo racist shit and I don't want to deal with it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
that's
not necessarily
in a vacuum. That sounds pretty weird. But I don't know what the vibes of like the particular room are. But I mean, yeah, that sounds kind of weird. Yeah.
That's my point being that, so you're right. I guess you could say it comes down to a disparity thing. That's where it really became an issue because it was like, all right, bro, they on bullshit. This motherfucker right here above me that turned his name to the Racist Advisory Board. He's saying all this weirdo racist shit. Let's just dip, right? We dipped. They call that shit the Black Discord. That shit irritated the fuck out of us. I was tired of black users asking me for an invite like I was Harriet Tubman. That shit felt racist and weird, but sure, whatever.
Wait,
but
so
when
like
we
the
look-
N-word baiting, did they just completely make that up then, or?
on my dead homies, I've never done no shit like that in my life.
I have personally never seen Solus ever bait the end.
And I don't even like J-Boss.
Why don't you like me, bro? What the fuck?
J-Boss, you do weird racist shit. It's irritating, and I wish
All
you would
the
just.
time.
I wish you would stop. That's it. I swear to God, this shit could have been ended so much earlier if motherfuckers just like, you know what, bro? That shit I did, it was weird, was racist. My
Instead
bad.
of judging us by the instead of judging us by the character of our skin, because I for a long time was known as the nice guy in that Discord. I got along with everybody. I was the positive fucking wholesome dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you
Wait, then
went
why
out
do
of
you have
your
smoke
way
with
to
half
try.
of Ronin?
Huh?
Oh shit.
With half a Ronin. Shut up. Anyways. Anyway,
Oh,
only
shit.
2 members of Ronin that I kicked out. And that's other. Well, you are literally here for clout, dog. I don't know why you're here. Like, you are literally here because you want.
because we're having an adult. Wait.
I know, he
Y'all
keeps
can- wait, y'all
derailing.
can
You don't
shoot
need
each
to
other.
derailing.
Y'all
And in
can-
response,
y'all
to
can-
him
y'all
attacking
can
me
shoot-
like that?
No, that's great. Y'all can shoot each other and have this little shootout in 1 second.
You
J-Boss,
interjected into my.
J-Boss,
Yeah. I was.
the shit that you
wasn't
do,
even trying to
it's weird and racist. It's irritating, and we wish you would
What'd I
stop.
do? What did I do?
Having a shoot off sounds
What did you
racist.
do? Ah, fuck out of here, all right, bro. I be trying to be genuine and be like, hey, bro, can we just piece this shit up and dead it, and you can stop doing this weird racial shit?
Yeah, we figured this out 6 months ago until you got a chance to go on
No, we
live
didn't. No, we did
and
not.
talk
No, we
about
did
it
not.
again.
No, we did not. What happened
The
was
only thing that happened is we left.
No. The last thing that happened was I think Toy got banned, and then that was just it. It was just fuck you,
I'm
fuck
still
you. and
waiting for an
everybody. We called it
example
a
of
day.
my racism.
Bro, when you changed your name to the Racist Advisory Board and started shit stirring with us, do you remember that? You remember that?
Because you were
Back this month?
accusing me of being racist and it was funny.
Okay, all right. So, I don't. Why was I accusing you of being racist, J Boss?
I'm wondering that myself.
You don't know? You magically don't? All right,
I'm just
fine.
asking for you to recall it for the audience.
So no, it was no that shit you were saying, like the shit you said about us coming in the Million Man March when you were shit stirring with Cal. Does any of this ring a bell? Before we even try to have this dialogue, I just want to see if we being do you remember any of this?
The Million Man March joke was funny.
Okay, cool. Let's for fuck's sakes, bro. So J Boss,
It was kinda
wait.
funny.
I just want to play a game. Swear to God, real quick. Our first interaction that I can vividly remember was when I posted that meme and we got into it about that. I said something fucked up to you about your grandmother. You said something racist to me. We pieced it up and we deaded it, right?
No, we've talked before that.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that was the first time I think you said some shit that was racially out of line towards me. We pieced that up and we deaded it, right?
Yeah, that's some shit because you brought up my grandma, bro. It's not.
X, no, we said that's what I said in that moment. I was like,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
yeah,
not-
yeah, we deaded that. But then don't you think the behavior afterwards is like, what the fuck? We just deaded this racist shit. Why are you doing it again?
But in my brain, the joke was so funny, and maybe it wasn't. And I'll admit that.
I'm not your buddy,
like,
bro. We're not.
Dude,
we
it
just
wasn't
had
just-
a beef. We
I
just
didn't know
had
the
a beef
Million
about
Man
this.
March. I didn't know Million Man March translated to Soulless Power Hour, dude. Is that what that word means?
No, but I feel like you know what I'm saying. I crack jokes all the time, and if a group of Jewish people came in the room, I wouldn't be like, "What the f is this? A concentration camp or anything to that effect?" Right? I wouldn't say no shit like that, right? And wait, let me finish. Hold on, shut the f for 3 seconds. Let me cook. Shut the f for 3 seconds. I wouldn't say no shit like that. I definitely wouldn't say it to a f***ing user I just had a previous racist interaction with, right? Where I said something, and they said something up to me.
Yeah,
right?
but the Million Man March
Well, I
makes
wasn't done.
sense.
I wasn't. Especially
made
when it's
sense,
explicit.
'cause there was, like, a bunch of you guys in the
Especially when
VC
it's
channel.
explicitly clear, me and this person are not friends, and they're gonna take this as an insult, right? I would, if you'd say that to that in that situation, it doesn't really sound like you're trying to joke with me, right? That's fair to say.
Bro, I was typing in text chat. You weren't even in text chat.
Bro,
Or
you were
maybe
in the
you
same
I don't
VC as
remember.
us. Cal was
I
drunk.
didn't
I
say
remember
it.
it.
I did not say it in VC. I wrote it in
Nigga, fuck, that happens all the time. We have conversations in text chat and Gen Voice. Don't act like I don't know how DGG works. What the f is happening right now? And when you said we're gonna sow dissent in Black History Month, what was the joke there? What was the meaning behind that, bro?
I don't remember that one.
You don't
I have to
remember
look
that one.
it up.
You don't remember. I know, bro. I know, man.
I'd have to look it
Motherfuckers,
up. I don't remember
I
the
swear to-
conversation that was going on. It was a
Oh
joke.
my god! I swear to God, motherfuckers think I be like clipping shit and making videos because I just wish y'all would tell the truth. We
Do
could
I
get it.
do I appear to be
Yeah.
orchestrating a campaign of racism inside of DGG?
Bro,
am I the master
bro,
racist behind the scenes?
Bro, you know
Okay,
what, bro?
hold on. So I
Am
got
I
a
the deep
legitimate
racist?
good faith question for you. I got a good faith question for you. So like, when is it a comment like just asshole-ish, and when does it like breach the
So
threshold into being racist?
I'm so glad you said that because as I said before, I crack jokes. Hey, Hades, buddy,
Yes.
pal,
Yes.
friend of mine. If me and you get into it and I say
We're
something,
not friends,
about
but we're buddies. All right.
Yeah, cool. Let's say we're buddies, bro. We're the best of buddies, man. We're SpongeBob and Patrick, right? And me and you get into it, and I say
which one are
something
you?
f***ed up, and you say something like f***ed up to me, and I say something racist back to you, and we kind of dead that, and things. It's kind of an understanding, like let's not say racist shit to each other, and we're not friends after this, right? It's clear we don't really f- with each other and vibe. I think then to after that, for me to double back and then say some more racist shit to you with that clear understanding, them two that we're not friends and let's not do this racist shit to each other. It's not a joke. We're not cracking jokes with your friends. You're saying somebody with an established understanding that if you say this towards them, they're going to take it as racist, and you're doing it on purpose, and you're doing it twice. Like, what
But
the
I'm
fuck
saying
are we...
all dynamics of this friendship being equal, right? Let's say we're just like
Uh-huh.
you know, but they're perfect strangers, right? I'm
Yeah,
saying
we're strangers,
at what
really.
point are you saying, hey, this joke that this person made about me was just him being an asshole, versus well, it's not just him being an asshole anymore.
Well,
now
to the
it's
point
become
where
racist.
I...
What's the secret
well, no,
sauce?
to,
What's
to
the
the
secret
point where I
ingredient
say...
here?
No, I'm saying to the point if I say, hey, bro, hey, this shit just happened before. We're not even friends. That shit's not cool. Don't do that again. And then you follow it up with another one. Like, if I let you know that what you're doing, we not cool enough for you to even do some shit like that. you're just a dickhead on the internet that's saying racist shit to me, and then you double, triple down on it, I would say that that's racist, right? Now, if we're talking Hades, right, and you make a black joke that's funny, and we're friends, I'm not telling people how to conduct themselves amongst their private friend groups. Do whatever the fuck y'all want. Call each other the N-word if that's how y'all get down. I know Steven gets into that shit. That's your business. But what I'm saying is, if an Asian person looks you in the eyes and says, hey, bro, stop saying racist Asian shit to me, and you double and triple down, flip it to you. At what point is it racist? Never? I can crack 1,000 of them motherfuckers. It's just never.
Hold on. Because now you're saying it's like, hey, racial comments, like this is when they're racist, or this is where they're not. I'm saying, at what point can they even be within the same zip code?
Okay.
Because if I say something,
wait, can I? Okay.
Sorry.
I think I'm understanding the situation better. Okay, so I don't think it actually has anything to do with the comments that are made. I think it has to do with the relationships between the individuals, which I think makes a little bit more sense, but also probably makes it a little bit harder to regulate. I think that it sounds like if Solus had like a friend in here and they were riffing back and forth a little bit, and somebody made a comment about how like I'm gonna be on the racist advisory board, it would be like a funny whatever comment. Maybe they'd even joke about it. But if there's somebody that you previously had like a fight with or a ton of beef with, and then this person on top of that starts making kind of like weird jokes that are a little bit racist, I think that the way that it's taken, it changes significantly, and then it starts to feel like it's got a bit more of a darker bend to it than just like people kind of like joking with each other in a server. I think that's kind of one of the issues at play here.
The overall
point
issue
I'm trying to make is a little bit beyond
wait,
that, though.
Wait. The overall issue I think
I didn't get my point.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
Yeah, because that is a point, but it's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that, let's say, for example, let's say it's in text VC, just because it's easier to visualize, right? Let's say, like, Solus posts, like, a picture of him, like, him in his room or whatever, or, like, he shows up on cam, and I make a comment something along the lines of, like, dude, like, can't you afford, like, better shelves in the background? Like, organize that shit. Like, I would comment that shit on Crime because his room was messy as fuck, right? And then, eventually, people would say, why? Because you think like he can't afford it because he's black, and suddenly, oh fuck, I can't no longer make any like snide comment.
Hold on, Solus, let me get in here because this is actually
let him
something
finish.
that
Let him
people
finish,
use.
though.
No,
Let him finish.
Let him
finish.
Because regardless of what whether you think I'm good faith or bad faith, at least we can have this shit out in the open and know what the rules are, right? Because now it's not about hey, just don't make racist comments. Now you have to make sure that you can't make any comment that can even be interpreted as racist, because
no
there's plenty
one
of people
said
ready
that,
to
bro. I said, well, hold on, let me respond to him.
I'm
I
not saying
said
that.
this. I'm literally. So let me just ask you in this particular situation, since you want to fucking dance when there's no music playing. Hey, bro, if you was J Boss, dance when there's no fucking music playing, you're dancing. You're tiptoeing around it. You're tiptoeing around it, right? Hades, if you was J Boss and you were him, would you say that shit? I just want to know. Just ask a question to gauge for you. What you
I don't interact with them enough. Also, like,
no, I'm just asking. No, I'm saying though. So if I'm saying though,
little jobs you're getting at me.
No,
like,
I'm not. I'm not
around?
making snide jabs. No, because you're dancing to another point that I'm not. You're going on a tangent. If you want to put it in the most polite way humanly possible. What I'm saying to you is, in this particular situation, what do you think of it? Let's not talk about it. Well, if you were on cam and you had a show in this particular situation, what do you make of that?
If I was in that situation, I would say like, hey, they're just commenting on his room, and he's not like.
No,
hint,
not
hint,
that.
making
I'm
it
talking.
because-
No, not the other
Which
shit
part?
that you brought up. I'm talking about the one we're talking about right now with J Boss. That one, the one where I said like
With
he had
him
this
just
back and
changing
forth.
his name to racist advisory board.
No, is that all you took away? Did you just take away that part, or did you take away the other things with it? Did you hear
Explain it
the?
again,
What did he
Solus.
actually?
No,
what did
they're
he
not
actually
Okay,
do?
fuck it. I just said it. Listen, follow me, please. I'm trying my best here, bro. Me and J Boss had a back and forth. I said something very fucked up to him about his grandmother. He said something very racist to me, right? And we pieced that up and had an understanding. Like, you know what, bro? What I said was fucked up. What you said was fucked up. Let's not do that, right? And after that, that's when the racist advisory board shit comes up. That's when the I want to sow dissent towards Black History Month comes up. That's when the what the fuck is this, the Million Man March comes up. That's when the cow was drunk and he was shit stirring with them. After I'm saying with all of this in conjunction.
No,
together,
that shit was
what-
directed at you, bro. It was just
No, it wasn't.
offhanded jokes.
Bro, when we
It had
came into the
nothing to do
room,
with you.
when we came into the room, you said it.
I literally looked at the context of the so dissent, and it was a reply to somebody else. Like it
Okay,
wasn't
bro.
even directed to
Was
you.
it
at
your
all.
message
I wasn't
Solus, that he was
talking to
responding
you.
to, or-
No,
But
it was
it's
responding to
racist.
something else.
So when you see when other members, new members, black members come in and they see this shit and this happens on mass, little jokes and this and that, and they think it's funny. Of course, most people ain't gonna. I don't know you, cuz you're not my friend or anything like that. I just know that I don't want to come around that shit, so I leave. I bounce. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro,
Okay,
like I
that
said,
sounds cool. What's wrong
like I
with
said,
that?
bro, like I said,
You don't like what's being talked in the Discord.
Then the
You leave.
statement that DGG racist stays true. Then
It's not racist. It's absolutely. Have you been to a racist Discord, bro? Do you know what those are like?
Wait.
This
Can
is
I
not a
wait? We can
racist
talk about that in 1 second.
It's not a racist community.
Wait,
Hold on.
wait. So I,
If we-
for
if
clarity,
you-
Hey, one at a time. Guys,
for
knock it
clarity,
out, one at a time.
Solus, let me finish. It's the difference then between conservative racism and liberal leftism. Then those other racist Discord servers are conservative racism, and DGG is that liberal racism that you treat black people like animals. You don't think
I
we're
don't
capable of
think-
doing that? You can't have it both ways, dog.
That's
I'm
absolutely
saying, so like,
just
hold on. I just
untrue.
want to get my
You
point
can't
out. I
constantly
would say
point.
So
Solus,
you're
I'm
pointing
almost
to
done.
you're pointing
You
to
can't
jokes.
constantly- No, shut up.
You're
You can't
pointing to
constantly
you're pointing to
fucking- No,
jokes.
Let Mod finish.
up.
Let Mod finish. I cut him
You
off. Let him
can't
finish.
constantly, and you're not the only one. You can't constantly keep posting. There is a girl in DGG right now that constantly gets harassed because of the color of her skin and jokes me, and she goes along with it. She plays along with it. But if she wanted to, she could make a big fucking stick at it. She doesn't because she doesn't want the problems or conflicts that comes with that shit. Same thing when a new black member comes in here and they see the fucking mountains of fucking just disparaging
God.
light fucking liberal fucking racism in the fucking text chat or even hear it fucking dog whistle. Hold on, dog whistle through the fucking VC. Then they just fucking leave. We've been black our whole life. We're not gonna sit here and we've already dealt with copium or the way to cope with that. We'll just fucking leave, dog.
Can we say?
Well,
wait,
and
can I
that's
make a
what we
point
did.
that-
But that doesn't. Hold on. If that doesn't change, that the racist acts in DGG happen, and that's why we left. So you
And then
can't have it
motherfuckers
both
say,
ways.
and then motherfuckers say we had a black Discord. And
What
it
do you
said
mean
that's not
both
racist.
ways?
And then followed it
Then why
afterwards.
didn't?
And I
Then why
think
are
we
you
have
back?
recording.
If it was so terrible and upsetting, then why did you come back?
That's what
Because we had a
J-Boss, I'm so glad
conversation,
you
big
asked
dog.
that
Hold on,
question.
no.
Go ahead.
I'll let you have it, Solus.
No,
I was about to say
I'm
we
so-
had a conversation where it got brought up about fucking racist content creators, and there was another individual that called the Destiny and Vosh out, and I said on top of that yes, DGG is racist.
So
The
like, I'm so
Discord.
glad. I'm so glad J-Boss
But
asked
you've
that
been
question.
back to the server way before that happened.
I was about to say no. Majin definitely hasn't. I'm so glad you said
I'll
that.
be
J-Boss.
honest, I didn't even notice either of you guys have left.
Fact, I'm
Because,
sure
like,
that's
you're
what's
always
up.
here.
That's what's no. That's great. But no, so I literally remember that Majin dipped out. All of us really left. I remember the last time I was like, you know what, bro? I'm not coming into GG, and I was gone for a good minute. Was that shit that everyone keeps giving me memes about? Well, it was a Juneteenth. I saw my friend in there. We popped in. I saw him, and I know he's a fucking railroad synth. We were talking about Fallout 4, and I got on his ass, and we started talking about synths, and I started standing Brotherhood of Steel. We were just having a nerd conversation, and somebody I never talked to interrupted us to ask me, "Hey, Solus, why do all black people play 2K?" And I'm not saying that. Actually, what I'm saying is all people that play 2K is black. And I was like, you know what, bro? This just seems to be this server. I don't want to deal with this shit, and I left. And due to what Steven just said, I'm with that. Again, if it's just that, if shit
Who's
like that
Steven?
should just be.
Shut the up.
Jesus Christ. If that's the way shit is supposed to be, then I have no beef. I have no quarrel. That is your server. That's how it's ran. I just appreciate to hear it from the horse's mouth. And again, I think the overall issue.
By the way, he said
I know.
that's how it is. He
I
doesn't
know.
care about
Word.
edgy shit.
Facts, word. That's what's up. But what Hades said was really important. I think the issue what really became an issue was the thing you said about disparity and regging. That became the issue because when the Black Discord shit happened.
Inconsistency, more like, but yeah.
And disparity, inconsistency, whatever synonym. But that became the issue because when that Black Discord shit happened, we peeked our head back into DGG, and that's when Andrea was like going crazy on banning transphobia. That was, I guess, if you want to boil this down to one thing to particularly look at, because it seems like y'all can't agree on racism, we can agree that there tends to be a bit of a disparity in how things are regged. Is that fair? Because can we agree on that before we even get into? Can we agree on that one?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree, and that's why I brought receipts of like people getting wrecked for like bullshit reasons, people being able to be wrecked on behalf of other users to the point where they might as well be wrecked. And the thing I was trying to bring up, Majin, Solus, everybody in the community, even like in the YouTube comments where I've seen like some bad shit being told about you, I do want those people to lay off of you a little bit. They would have your back if you said like the rules are being unenforced, but then it becomes an unsatisfying narrative because it's like, what's the solution here? Well, we just need to hire more X. What does Destiny have to do? Well, he has to pay them. Sorry, buddy.
No, the answer I clearly got, right, in talking to a reg directly. They said that, yeah, I do think that there's a culture issue. This shit that happened was fucked up and we just need more black users. And to which I was like, bro, the last time there was a group of black users here, we couldn't even be nerds in this motherfucker. We got labeled the black group. They kept bothering us. We went to another Discord. They called us the black Discord. Like, it was a looping thing of like, yo,
does more,
well, when
not to be an asshole, like, does more black users solve the issue? Because the largest black communities that I've been in online seem to be the ones that hate black people the most. Like the red pill communities are all like new blacks that like are probably more racist than like some of the actual racist communities. But that's
Wait,
just
real
like
question. I'm not trying to make a joke here. I'm not trying
to
to make a joke here. But can you say, could you say the N-word in those discords, Destiny? Because majority of the new users that I've seen over the 80 years of being
because
here,
those,
yes,
those
I've
like
lost
those
my life that
discords
much.
and those subreddits literally get like banned and shit all the time because of it. Yeah.
I was about, but
That's
no,
why
Destiny,
like
I didn't.
because this is what happens.
That's why
This
the
is what
length.
happens.
That's
New
why the
users come
length
in.
or GERF subreddit like says they're not an official Fresh Fit subreddit and shit. It's
Hey,
because
yo.
they literally got banned from Reddit and shit for it.
But Destiny, that's not my solution, bro. That's what a reg told
Wait,
me
so
when I
quick
brought
comment,
these
can I?
concerns up. That's
Sure.
what I
Okay,
don't. My solution was what you said. Like you said, bro. If edgy jokes and racist, like I consider this to be, and if this was the fucking Kinsey scale of racism, it's this like you said, liberal weirdo racist shit. It's just like, why the fuck would you say some shit like that? We're not cool enough to. Go ahead. What's up, man?
Can I ask Steven, are you interested in growing like the black users in DGG? Is that something that matters to you?
Not much, no. These types of servers are
that's
literally
fair.
like impossible to fucking monitor. It is the hard because actually when I had a serious conversation with Polecat and my regulators a little bit ago, they said that like slur stuff and stuff related to racial issues, these are like some of the hardest issues to regulate, and I truly have no fucking idea.
Why?
Like,
Wait, what? I'm interested. Why do you say that?
Why
because they're just it's really hard to know like what's okay and what's not okay. It's so fucking difficult to know, and it's hard to figure out like what is the right answer for a lot of this shit. I don't even know how you'd begin to do it.
So just to like put a cap on that, like going back to like just interpersonal like issues, again, if you know somebody and like you vibe with them, you can engage in edgy humor and that person's going to find it to be okay. And then if like an external observer sees that, they just see them being a little edgy, then you might ban them for that, or you might not ban them for that. That's like just a judgment call. But if you just like categorically say no edgy humor, well, then we can ban literally anybody at any point in time if they're getting a little edgy, but we allow for that nuance.
And I feel like we've also gone back and
interpersonal
forth
issues.
on thing like the N-word, because I think at one point wasn't the N-word completely banned from the server, and then it felt kind of weird to tell like black people that they're not allowed to say the N-word, and now I think anybody can say it with the soft day. I don't even know where we're at on that. Is it?
Nobody can say it. Nobody can say it even with the soft day.
Oh, so no, but not even black people allowed to say the N-word on that.
Yes.
Okay.
As a black person, I am oppressed.
Yo, Jesus. No, Auntie, I'm glad you said that, and I'm with that. But that's the thing I said is like, where do we draw the line with even edgy humor then? Because again, if somebody's making edgy ass racist jokes to me, and I come to you and like, hey, bro, I'm not cool with this motherfucker. This shit is not okay. I told them to stop. They're continuing to do it. Is that reggable? Do you not give a fuck if you just got to chalk it up to edgy humor and call it a day, or?
The best to there's just steps. I mean, I don't know what to say other than if you just don't vibe with somebody and they aren't stopping, you block them or like you avoid them. They
What if you
continuously harass you, then it's reggable. Yeah. 100%.
What if you leave the server and then they label your Discord the Black Discord, and then they have motherfuckers asking you for an invite like you got the Underground Railroad going?
Well, you keep saying you complaining a lot of things there. So somebody calling it the Black Discord, I don't know if that sounds like good or bad. When you say having people ask you, are they like directing people, like saying like, hey, message this guy to get into the Black Discord server?
I don't even.
I mean, I get DMs like, "Hey, I heard about this."
Sure, I understand, but I'm saying there's a big because if somebody's directing people to DM somebody for harassment, that should be in my server. I imagine that's bannable.
I feel like what exactly happened here.
Or some shit, then it's bannable.
My thing is that like what I think what exactly happened here is that they felt like, hey, we made them run to the Black Discord. Mind you, it's not. I cannot express this enough. We're not a fucking. This group we're talking about was not even a black group. We're a group of
World
nerds.
of
If
Warcraft
anything,
Blizzard Discord that
you feel
started
me?
back
It's
in
not a Black
2016.
Discord. It's a WoW Discord from 2016. They labeled it the Black. They made that. That's not. We didn't do that, right? What I'm saying that's what happened, and then them saying that repeatedly, joking on it, riffing on it, whatever caught it in these racist, edgy, weirdy jokes. That made motherfuckers come to us. Now, if they direct, they could have not. I left. Remind you, like you said, Auntie, when something becomes too much, block them, delete them, get away from. That was it. We just left. Motherfuckers was coming to me like, hey man, they said y'all had a Black Discord. They said they made y'all run to the Black Discord. Can I get an invite? I don't fuck with DDG neither. Like that's what was happening. Now, was I there? I wasn't. I don't know if they were actually directing them to do it. I wasn't there. Again, I left. But this is just the receiving shit I got when I did what you just said, which is if somebody's being a dick, edgy, racist bullshit, just leave. I left, and that's what happened.
Can I ask the question real quick?
What's good, gang?
What's good? They're passing around this screenshot of you calling somebody a sassy white bitch. Besides that, no. That's not. Besides that, have you ever said anything that could be construed as racist in the server?
I tend to not, and I know that exact example you're talking about. That's actually one of the people in this group. That's one of the people in the group of people I was talking about. We were having this heated back and forth. I think we were like, no, it was after the Wix panel. We were having a heated back and forth about this shit, and we were talking about it. And them and another user started to come at me sideways about this very subject. I usually call them a sassy. The person you talk about, I say that they're the sassiest bitch in DGG because they're very gossipy. They hop in people's DMs and shit. They're part of this group of people with the Black Discord shit. And I call them a sassy white bitch. I didn't even mean to. It wasn't even a
Are you
thought.
racist?
I mean, if you want to say that was wrong, and
I'm asking you honestly.
Am I? No. I don't think I'm racist.
Well, he doesn't think that because you can't be racist towards white people, which is why Majin keeps calling you fucking
that's
Romanian
not-
and
that's
all
not-
those
Whoever
fucking
said,
fucking
hold on,
Romanian.
whoever said that, and I never been caught live saying.
No, let's hold it
Hold on, I'm about to
Why are
say-
you here?
The particular person you're talking about, they're a Taylor Swift stan. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. You think about talking about Live Free, yeah. They're a Taylor Swift fan. I usually call them a sassy bitch. I call them a sassy white bitch that one time. You can probably find other times where I call them a sassy bitch. I didn't mean any like that. If you want to say like that's fucked up, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have called them a sassy
Okay,
white bitch.
I just want to ask a
fucking-
clarifying question real quick.
I didn't fucking. Like, it wasn't like I didn't wake up one day and be like, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them. Like I usually call them a sassy bitch.
Is this just people are saying weird jokes? This isn't like, oh hey, people are posting like figures about black crime trying to dog whistle racism. Is that happening?
That happens. When you saw like 1350 debates and shit and edgy race, like that type of shit.
No, not debates. People saying they think black people are subhuman in some sort of way.
I think the last time that happened, I think Auntie was there and Auntie hopped on it. That was like the last time I saw Auntie reg something, if I'm not mistaken. This is more so the particular situation we're talking about right now was you could, again, if you want to put it in this Kinsey scale shit, edgy, weirdo, racist shit that was not liked by the black people on the receiving end of it. When those black people chose to leave the server and say, okay, we're not going to deal with this. This is just a culture of the server. We can't change it. We got that motherfuckers coming at us asking us about a black Discord. That's the particular situation we're talking about right now. What you're talking about, it does happen, but I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it get regged. I've seen it not get regged. Like, it does happen if that's the ultimate question you're asking.
Okay, so what do you want the regs? What do you want the Discord to do from here? I'm curious.
No, bro. When I asked Steven, and again, Steven, when I was saying you answered this already, I said, hey, bro, if I'm just the weirdo here and like
No. I'm not asking you to repeat that. I'm asking, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to change?
What do I want regs to do?
Like if you could do the moderation on your own. You're like, I want to do the moderation this way. What would you change?
Oh yeah, if I would say that if you see some shit that you can look at and say this is race drama, I think you shouldn't just look at it and say what the this is race drama. I'm not gonna get my hands involved. I think you should if something like that passes by you and you're gonna comment on it, I think you should look into it. I also feel like if you're a reg and you say some shit like I don't think I can like reg racism, not to be a dick to Andrea.
Do you think regs aren't regging? You think
No.
racism is
Andrea
just not
told
being
me.
regged?
Andrea told me that she does not she does not know how to handle American racism. That was the words that came out of her mouth.
Hold up. But to be fair to her, and I will speak for her, okay? I guarantee you that if she saw somebody say some shit like, "Oh, black people are apes," or "Oh, you're an N-word," she would probably ban it. So when she says she doesn't know how to reg racism, she doesn't mean she's not going to reg any racism. She probably means she's not going to do like the weird like, is it okay if this guy makes a joke about like this guy's like absent father? That's probably what she means. That'd be my guess.
Wait.
That's
Also, just to add a caveat there, like, did she say I'm not equipped to like reg racism? Or
She said she doesn't understand American racism. I think that's
okay. So
I gotta go back into tech check see exactly.
Yeah. So
what she said.
if she said American racism, the reason why she said American racism is because there's nuances associated with some shit that happens in America that she's just not as familiar with because she's Finnish. But if she like saw like explicit shit or shit that she could readily identify, yeah, she would reg it.
Okay, so this is all just
I would say
interpersonal
that I would
weird
ask.
drama.
No, I would
Is that
ask
what
it.
this is all is?
No, I was about to say that.
This is essentially just interpersonal weird
observation.
drama.
Yeah, that's what this is.
They've been debating. They've been debating this shit.
I was about to say something.
It's just really no. Shut the fuck
you,
up for a minute. It's just fucking annoying.
I was about to say something.
Nolan was talking this whole
fucking. You can talk right after me, but I was about to say.
Come on, guys. Come on. Let's knock it off.
Mod.
Hey, Jay Boss, all you're doing here is like you want to deflect.
Yeah, he's not talking anymore. Everyone,
let's ignore him.
Solus, say your piece.
I was just about to say though, like I would just again, that's why I came up here to even ask Steven directly. Like I would hope that mods would tell motherfuckers to knock shit like that off. But again, if that's just the server, if you feel like that's just what it is what it is, comes with the territory, then I don't even have the question's been answered. That's okay. Shit like this is acceptable. It is what it is. Deal with it, and I'll deal with it. I just won't be around like that. I'll move accordingly. I'll pop in and out when I see my friends, and I won't stick around for bullshit like this, like we did before. Hopefully this time though, if anybody starts talking about a Black Discord, y'all will do something about it and don't have users doing shit like that going to bother people who have left the server. I would hope that regs would get on shit like
I don't know what you just said. I don't know what that means. If somebody in my Discord server is like saying, go DM this guy, everybody go DM this guy, my understanding is that should be bannable because it's literally directed harassment. But if somebody's just saying, like, oh, this guy went to a different Discord server, and you're like, oh my god, ban this guy because he's like directing people to go to like, no, that would be, that's just, I don't even know how you can begin to like moderate that.
No, several times I said like, hey guys, we don't have a Black Discord, right? That doesn't exist. Don't nobody send an invite. If y'all see anybody like talking about this, dead it. Don't. This is not real. This is weird. We left the server. Please don't let this shit continue. But again, it just kind of no one did shit about it.
Okay, when you said we left the server, who is we?
Fuck, I got these.
No. Like, what kind of people are we?
Nerds.
Okay, it wasn't just like black people that were upset with the racism on the.
Oh, you know, that's another thing about this. This group was, I said that we're nerds, if anything. It wasn't an entirely black group. It was white people, gay people, Puerto Ricans. I'm black and Dominican. Like, it was mad different groups of people from different backgrounds. We just got the label black group because I don't know why. Like, I didn't
it sounds
do
like
that.
it's because it specifically had to do with black issues on the server. That's what it sounds like.
It doesn't. I don't even think it's that.
What,
I think it's weird
the
interpersonal
server?
shit. Okay,
It's not
so
weird interpersonal shit. Like,
this sounds like weird interpersonal shit. So this isn't like actually just racism. This is just someone makes a weird comment or makes a weird joke, and you don't like that. Okay. This server doesn't seem like it's meant for you. Good luck.
Jesus.
See you around.
Oh, okay. Good point, big dog.
Anyone else?
Wait, did
Are
you
we
just
done?
ban that guy?
Yep. This isn't.
Wait, he's banned? Okay.
This is just some fucking.
Oh
this
god.
is the dumbest shit I've
Bro,
ever heard.
I'm not gonna beat the
Maybe
racism allegations.
able to get that.
Yeah,
no,
like, hold
no,
on,
that's,
like,
that's why you need me here. I'm black. I can do
It
it.
doesn't matter, bro.
But this is not even
It
weird
shouldn't matter,
interpersonal. There's tons of like even on top of that, tons of different. I'll stand on that too.
Hold on, you
There's
banned
tons.
Solus?
Oh no.
Like Solus is one of the biggest members of the like everybody loves Solus.
That was
That's
unnecessary.
crazy.
Like, why would you do that?
Okay. Who are the other micro celebrities that have to go?
I guess you could ban me too.
Later.
Dangerous.
Can I? Okay, so I'm gonna guess be sneaky, and just take a mic for a moment. There is a bit of a problem with like the disparity of how the rules are enforced because there's a little game I like to play where whenever the comment is made, and I've heard this from female users as well, like when it's flipping between genders, but also between race. The amount of fucking comments I've seen about like white cocks, white Europeans, Euro cocks, all this fucking shit, Eastern Slavs, fucking Holocaust chaff,
Hold on,
ashtray fillers.
Hades. Before
Yes?
you move it on to other things, and I'm sure that's very important. I'm not trying to
Sure.
belittle that. But Destiny, like, is this how things should be handled? That these guys, they had the problem, they came to you, like
No,
asked you
that's
about this, you
not
said, come on.
that's not
And
how it
then- hold on,
happened.
Jay, I'm not
Listen,
talking-
as a white progressive, it's not my place to have a position on black crime. So if Forethought wants to start banning,
But, like,
Well, it was Forethought
hold on,
banning them, so.
Hold on. Let's talk about that. Look, these two, they came, right? Now, you could say that maybe their issues weren't valid or something, right? But now, the people who, like, brought this before you are banned because they talked to you about it. Is that okay?
I'm gonna put a pin in this, and I'm gonna revisit this. Link me this clip in 1 or 2 years because I fully admit that I might not have the necessary perspective. Shit might change. Maybe I'll grow or change my opinion or whatever. But just for the way that I feel about all of this right now, these particular racial issues with like black American men on my Discord server feel like fucking cancer AIDS to moderate, like literally impossible dog shit to sort through. And I feel like I have to tiptoe around this group of people in every single sense of internet moderation and their sensibilities more than any other group of people. And it's really, really, I don't mean that as an insult or anything. I love black people. I've got like 2 black friends, okay? They're my favorite people in the world. I listen to Kanye West all the time. But it is so fucking hard to figure out how to ever sort through these types of issues. I truly don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I've even talked to my regulars before about this. Like, I don't know how to like draw hard rules on any of this. Especially now, the one exception I could say is if I ran a Discord where this was like a gaming Discord and we just like talked about games and shit, and some weird fucking cringe white dudes came in and they just sort of like bringing up like shit around like racial issues, like bro, just ban that shit easy. But in a Discord server where people are talking about politics, talking about racism, being fucking edgy, fucking shitting on each other, and where every other ethnic group, like I said, and this is just what I hear because I don't spend as much time, but this is what I hear. If you ever come into any of my servers with a fucking European accent, you sound French, you're fucking Eastern European, you're any other race, people give you all sorts of shit over it. But for black people, they don't stand for any of it. And it's like the biggest issue. And I don't know how to, I just don't know how to sort through that shit. So for forethought is basically saying like, if these are the types of like micro interpersonal, like micro aggressive, like racist issues that bother you, to just leave because they probably won't get any better. And from my personal opinion, that's probably true. They probably won't get better because I don't even know how we begin to moderate shit like this. That's
okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Great. But like, and it was told to these people that maybe this isn't the place for them, which is also a fair response. But to ban them, right? Well, if that's the case, then why don't you just purge black people from the server? If it's that big of a headache.
The problem isn't black people. So the reason
it's
why
it's not about purging black people.
I don't know why.
Well, hold on, no.
Wait. So I don't know why. I don't know why Forethought did it. And maybe I could talk to him later for his motivations. If it was to be done, and if I was to do it, my rationale would be. These guys sound like nice people, so I'm not trying to like shit on them or anything. I don't have any personal problems with them. But when these types of people stay around, typically what they do is they foment like extreme aggression towards the moderation and extreme disdain for the server, and it ends up growing into like a massive fucking like, this place is fucking racist, this is horrible, we're gonna take a big group of people, we're gonna bother the regs, we're gonna fucking exodus from the server, blah blah blah. That type of situation blows up a lot. It's one of the reasons why I aggressively moderate like my subreddits, because I don't want to foster that like community of people. I don't know why Forethought did it, if he just thinks it wouldn't like work here or whatever, but like, so I mean, I'm sympathetic towards that style of moderation, because if those people stay around, it's just going to be to foment like that sort of like aggression of the server, and it just like everybody basically gets fucked for it.
So could you describe what type of people are these people? Like I don't
if you're the type of
that.
person, and this is based on also like, and I feel stronger about this now after being confronted with everything, it feels like my servers are very much not that racist. If after 6 months I'm being confronted with like 3 like questionable jokes, I actually feel like my server's in a really good spot as far as racism is concerned, especially based on what I see, not to throw any other servers under the bus, but what I see come out of like the politics Discord. I feel like my Discord is in a really, really, really good spot if these people are the ones bringing these types of issues to me. Now, if there was a whole bunch of like hard R's or like what's up Abe, like crazy shit like that, I'd be like, okay, something has to change. But these don't seem to be that big of an issue. And if you got this big of a problem that you're willing to leave the server over these issues, then it's probably not going to get any better, and it's probably just going to foment like a whole bunch of like undesirable behavior in the server. That's my guess. Yeah.
And if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be banned for the racer not
Right.
joke. I mean,
the
thing is that
well, then I'll leave it at that.
I wanted to, because like Prime.
Okay, so I'm done. So I'll just leave it at that. Like, that's the way you want to run it. That's fair.
Listen. There's.
Dude, what do you mean way about
again,
to run it? These guys.
Jay, chill. Okay, so
I'm
here's the
chill.
deal.
Do I get a chance to like
Solis.
actually?
I don't dislike you. You will. But there's.
What do you mean? You think I'm a racist?
Fucking chill. Okay. So, and you can speak. Okay. So, I don't dislike Solus. I don't dislike Majin. I think they're good people, as Destiny said. Like, it is the case that like Forethought's a black reg, Free's a black reg. I was a former head reg. I'm black. Austin was a former head reg. He was black. The idea that like the server generally is anti-black and then we're just purging people who are black isn't true. Like, it could be the case that like for this situation, there are some things that slip through the cracks and they should have been handled more effectively. But this is not indicative of like a systemic thing. And it is pretty fucking frustrating generally when you're like being a mod on a Discord server, which is already like, you're not fucking getting paid for it. You're volunteering your time. You're just here to have fun. You're here to vibe. And you're just fucking like being there for the community. And there's like a general sentiment that is being expressed towards like even the black moderators in the server, that they're fucking like anti-black or something. Like that's frustrating. And I would totally understand. No, I'm not saying you. Right? I'm not saying you're doing this. But like I understand like when you have that sentiment expressed to you enough, you just say fuck it. You're gone. It's not worth your time. Why would you waste your time?
And to be very clear, I didn't want to say that like you are purging the server of black people now. Before that was a hypothetical. Then why don't you just do it in the future? To be very clear on that.
Well, wait, why the fuck would I purge all black? I don't think every
Well,
black.
no. With like because that's you just said to me that black people, they're just so much they're the biggest problem you have in your hands when it comes to moderation, that you barely know what to do here. And then
Hold up. That was the worst reframing of what I just said. What I said was I didn't say black people are unmanageable, uncivilized gorillas that can't be moderate. I didn't say that.
But you thought it didn't.
Stop. What I said was these particular racial issues around black people are impossible to moderate. This has nothing to do with black people. There are plenty of black people on my server. Well, there's ostensibly there are a few that do their thing, and I have no problem. Blah blah blah. I don't have issues moderating black people. That's these particular black issues are really fucking difficult. And just look at the whole how many fucking panels on Twitch do we have of like, is it okay for white people to rap the N-word? Obviously, these issues are really fucking contentious. Are really fucking difficult to moderate, especially on a politically oriented Discord server. I don't know what the right answers are.
Steven, these issues only come up because black people are on the server. Black men are on the server. So obviously, I don't think it's unreasonable to link those two things. But
I agree. I think black people are the issue.
Hold on.
All right, but not all black people on the server are having this issue. There's people like I'm gonna name names because I've always been asked. There's people like Casper. There's people like Demonic that wanted to step up and call it out. It's like, hey, that's not my experience at all. You got I'm quoting them as they said to me that these guys are being hysterical. These guys are like usually drawing, making every conversation beginning of the race all the fucking time. This is not a case of every single black user that like ever came here had this fucking problem and had to have a reg action. There is severely not the case and hasn't been the case.
And that doesn't need to be the standard, of course, right? That every single black person has that problem, right? That doesn't.
Yeah, if you ban the issue, if you go differently about the moderation prime, you're not gonna have like 99 whatever, like some super high percentage of black people getting banned from the server, because this is not the rule in general. Now, some people do point at the fact that, and this is like what Destiny is slightly, are the conservative black discords that he's talking about allowing the N-word, because unironically, what happens in the server, and I've seen this time and time again, but the mods that I hang out with see in this time and time again, where a black user would come in here and they would say, like, we would just have a casual conversation, and he would say the N-word, and we would say, whoa, don't let the reg catch you say that, because like this word is banned here, right? Not to say like we're trying to skirt, like, oh, it's okay as long as the reg is not here, right?
Yeah,
but just, hey, it's banned here, right? So then he would say, and again, this is not always the case, but like 75% of the time, I don't have like the data points to plot it out, but most of the time it'll be, wait, why not? I'm black. And like, I can turn on the cam. It's like, no, we can't do that. This is not, we're not gonna go about like, where you have to show your fucking driver's license, yada yada. I try to explain to them that logistically, this is not gonna work. We're not gonna have the fucking authoritarian verification where you have the actual black rolls. By the way, Destiny, holy shit, please don't have like an actual black roll, because people are gonna meme about it. There's a lot of biracial people here that have an issue with it, including some of the X mods. So, and they'll people point at that and say like, yo, I had like 4 of my friends, join the server and all got fucking banned. It's like, well, yeah, because they said the N-word. They didn't get banned for the first offense. We told them, hey, you can't say it here. You can say the N-word, as in like literally the N-word. Just don't say it and you'll be fine, right? But they say, no, this bullshit, and they decided to take some defiant stance. Then they get banned and then they claim the server's racist. That's majority of the time what happens. But people don't see that because those users, as you would expect, last maybe 1 or 2 days before they finally go, no, fuck this, I'm taking a stance, boom, and they get banned, perma IP banned, or 7 days, and they just don't come back.
Great rule breakers. Like you just like took all that time to like describe a rule breaker, and they broke the rules and whatever, right? Like, but that's not what we're discussing here. We're talking about 2 individuals who had this problem that came in here respectfully. At least I thought. It's that issue, and then for their troubles, they got banned for it. Now,
well,
again,
I mean, it sounds like the issue is one they've already. It's fine. It sounds like the issue is they've already left the server once, and then they came back, and it sounds like these issues are never going to change. So
they never left the server. They've been here the entire time. They're full of shit.
Yeah, they never.
This whole thing. Hold on a second. Okay, before you interrupt me.
Okay, and also just real quick, because Jay, and you will get to talk, okay, but you do sound a little bit racist to me.
Yes,
I'm not. The thing about this is like the initial like issue that me and Solus had was like resolved, and I got regged, and that was fine. Me and Solus squashed the beef. But then I wake up to like DMs from regs telling me that people are like going through my messages and like accusing me of being racist and all this stuff. So the outrage came after, like after I had been banned, after all that stuff had been worked out. And that's when I made like the Million Man March joke. I'm not actually a racist. I leaned into it because the whole situation was so comedic and goofy because of like what extreme these guys are going to like start like a consistent discourse in the server about racism. And it's like they would dominate VCs with this debate and discussion. It would go on for hours. And it's been months, dude. Like this happened 6 months ago. When I got DMs again that this was starting up because they went on Wick's show, I was like, are you serious? Why the fuck are they like? There's no point to be going into this again. It was resolved, but they don't want a resolution. They don't want anything constructive. They've been enjoying this platform and this opportunity to try and color the server and other people, however, as a racist or whatever. It's just not true. Like I'm not a racist person.
Okay,
I'm not.
We get it. You're not racist.
Can I ask for something?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you check the DMs? One is the message of Majin like advertising Ronan in the server because he did it mostly through voice. And second, I do actually have like messages and a person who was banned allegedly for sexually harassing Solus wants to come in. So the question is, can we bring that person into?
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. First, we brought in free. We brought in free. What do they want to say?
Holy shit.
Okay, so
go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's like the future. That alternative future where they don't get banned is they just keep getting madder and madder and hyping themselves up on how this is a racist Discord server, and it's just going to come back to the same like 3 maybe weird jokes. It's not going to be like actual racism, and I mean that, not like actual racism. It's going to be at best slightly tangential, slightly uncomfortable, maybe kind of weird, awkward, nerdy white guys saying stuff they probably shouldn't. I don't give a shit about the people that want to complain about that. This Discord isn't for you. Probably the internet isn't for you. Don't come to this fucking Discord and fucking whine about that shit. No one cares. Anything else? Anything else, Destiny?
Well,
Anyone else?
I don't have anything right now for you.
All right, peace out.
I mean, like, I just think what you did is bullshit.
Stayed quiet while he was
No,
around.
like,
Holy shit. Yeah, that nigga's a
whatever.
shooter. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad, Prime. Go ahead. Yeah, that nigga.
No,
was
no.
bad.
Wait. What did Free want to say? Free joined this as one of my regs. What?
Okay.
Yeah. So we can start at the top. First off, Hades has nothing to do with this. I don't know why he's here. Hey, Auntie. To be fair to my boy, that's my boy. But he wasn't here, right? And he was trying to like do that, and a lot of things got misconstrued. Hey, the Mika circumstance. I was in the chat when it was listening to it, and I kicked him. I didn't ban him. I kicked him because it was his first offense. All right. They can cry about it, but that's what we normally do with people who their first offense. Now he had been there were reports of him saying things that I get from people, but I don't take reports at face value because again, if I'm not there, it's really hard to corroborate a lot of things. So if they're complaining about things that happen after that, it's outside of my control. Right. The other issues with J Boss, I thought were squashed, but it was some racist shit. Again, I'm not there to be able to deal with it. Right. But again, I thought that was squashed. I mean, yeah, some comments passed between them. They've talked about them on stream. We don't have to go through the rest of them.
I respect it.
Right. Right. Thirdly, the other user there, Toyolo, I don't know if people brought him. He got banned. I banned him as well. I didn't ban him for racism since I was involved with it, and that's kind of where they were going with him in that. And he was the guy who was trumping up the Black Discord things. So I don't know if they mentioned the cornball jokes and how it got turned into a racist thing. How they were. The group of black people were seen as like banding together to cause like trouble or some shit like this. All right, so I mean, those are the kind of comments that they're like referring to, and those comments were made. But that person did get banned. It came back, but it got banned again. So, and they're already out of the server. Okay, a lot of this shit should have been squashed. Right, it's been dead for like months, and it's kind of a lot of drama farming, right? A lot of people just kind of wanting to get in, right?
Well,
people like Hades
for a second.
No, how are you gonna say that this doesn't involve me when it's literally they are calling out my friends? The person that they're calling sassy bitch.
Oh, dude, Hades, stop. Hades, stop. Please, bro. Please.
Your
Honestly,
friends,
dude.
not you.
This is just a response to what Free was saying. Majin and Solus, I don't think this is just like on a whim. This happened this has been happening over the last, from my understanding, over the last year or two, right?
No, the events happened 6 months ago, within like a week.
Well, and then also
okay.
I want to say
No.
when we say real quick, when we say this has been going on for a year, that phraseology implies
What I
there's like
meant
a
was-
lot of racist stuff happening over the course of the year, but it doesn't. It seems like
No,
the
no, no,
same
no, no,
like
no.
3 or 4 things are brought up every single time.
Yes. What I meant was like these events date back to as far as, would you say, 6 months ago?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it
so
happened
all right,
6
so
months.
yeah, I'll be real quick because I really don't have anything to do with this. But so, you seem so no. The problem with the Discord is what is racist, right? It's different to different people. It's so ambiguous that without concrete rules, this will always happen when you have mixed audiences, right? Until you decide just to say what's allowed and what's not, people will always have these arguments. But back, just real quick, back to my point about Solus and Majin. I think they're very reasonable. This wasn't just on a whim. They even like they put a Google document together to show Destiny before they came on to like, whatever they can scram together, whatever evidence they could. And he said, you Destiny, I don't know what was said behind closed doors, but I'm assuming you said you'd listen to their problems, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And when they came on here, I don't think they said anything egregious. It was just their experience. They weren't being rude or anything like that.
Okay.
Them niggas shouldn't have been banned, okay? They shouldn't have been banned. Guys, I don't know why you tiptoeing get on. That ban was
I'm
fucking
not.
retarded.
I'm just. No, I'm trying to ask. Okay. All right. Listen, I don't have much else to say, but I'm about out because I want to talk to Destiny in a second. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah. So number one, that's our number one problem. People involving themselves and shit they ain't got nothing to do with. How you defending people you ain't met? How you weren't even here? So it ain't got nothing to do with y'all. We got to.
I was here for the whole conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm the only person. I'm the only person in this VC who was involved in this shit at all. I'm the only person in this call right now.
That's actual.
Who's actually in the middle of this stuff.
Because the other people were banned. The people
I didn't ask for them to get banned, Prime. Stop having a fucking meltdown.
Hey, boss, it's not all about fucking you. I wasn't talking to you. Shut the hell up.
We jumping for pump fakes and we ain't got to do that. We ain't got to do that. Calm down. Focus.
So the other two were banned. The ban was bullshit. Like that's how I feel about it. But again, if Steven's okay with it, then I'll have to leave it there.
Bro, that's secondary.
How is it secondary?
Yeah, cause we got to deal with one thing at a time. I get they were banned. We can deal with that at a second. Like I'm trying to deal with their accusations first, and then you can deal with their ban.
Didn't we deal with that shit for like the past hour? You're gonna rehash that shit again?
I ain't really. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna let you finish.
I just like the problem is the ban. Like the problem right this second is that ban, and that just is allowed to stand.
But Prime, Steven said Destiny said he agrees with it, or he doesn't mind.
No, he doesn't. He's trying to do it because he doesn't want it. Like his general did it, and he's not gonna fucking show that the house is divided. He literally said,
He just gave his whole. He just gave his whole reasoning
If
why.
you say anything like that, you've got a 1 week probation. If you say anything like that, you're banned from my Discord for a fucking week. I don't know why the you accuse me of being bad faith. I don't give a about undoing or going over any of my mods. If I think there's a bad ban, dude, talk to RTBA. I unban half the people that this guy bans all the time. I don't know why the say retarded shit like that. I already explained why
Wait, who are you
Fortnite
talking
probably
to,
banned.
me?
I'm talking to you, you retarded Somalian fucking pig.
relax,
Okay?
you bitch.
Yes,
You're
all right.
so sensitive
I'm not
these days,
sensitive,
right?
but you
So
keep
relax.
accusing me of like lying and being bad faith. That might be all of your
What did I do?
motherfuckers because in the
Hold
Quran
on,
you're
what
allowed
did
to
I
do
do
that
right
shit,
now?
and Allah
Hold on.
fucking
Did
worships
you
you
do
for
that?
it.
Just do that,
Okay,
you
but
bitch.
I do not
Just
fucking
do that,
lie.
you
I don't.
bitch.
I've been on the internet for 13
Did I
fucking
accuse
years.
you of
Okay.
lying?
Yes, you
Fucking
did.
idiot.
You just said that
I didn't.
You
Stop.
did.
No, stop.
You said that I
did.
don't support the ban. After I said I do support the ban, then the only way for me to do that is to be a fucking liar. I'm not gonna fucking lie about it, motherfucker.
So hold on, let me ask you this much, you fucking asshole, you fucking retard. Why the f you say, yo, dude, you're not helping me out here by making me look bad, banning these fucking people who did nothing?
Because he
You
banned
literally
two
said
black
that shit.
people complaining about racism allegations. This is a fucking joke. I
So
also
which
said,
one is it?
I
I said joke.
no, that's a joke. I literally also said earlier, oh no, we're gonna lose all my black members out of my Discord server having this conversation. That was a joke too. Yes.
Let me just say this much. If these two people hit you up, you're unbanning them. Which shows, are you not? Yes or no? Yes or no? If they hit you up or if they hit RTBA up, you're not gonna be like, no, these guys, we're sticking with what Forethought said. No, you're gonna unban them.
I'll probably.
Which shows what I'm saying
I'll
is
probably. you're getting like mad at a future that doesn't even exist yet by definition because it's a future.
No, hold on. Did he not get mad at the future that didn't exist? Because he said, listen, the reason why these people should have been banned anyways because you keep these type of people around, which you agreed with, by the way. You said you keep these people around, they're not gonna fucking change. They're not gonna love the Discord, and eventually what they're gonna do is gather a whole bunch of people and try to get these people to another server. That future didn't exist either, but you used it to justify the ban.
First of all, that is a pattern of behavior that's very common. Secondly, yes, that feature already did happen. It's called the past, and they already mentioned that they brought a bunch of people and taken them and gone to like a WoW server because people were unhappy with things. So that's literally already happened. Yes.
That wasn't your justification, though.
No, I didn't. No, hold on. My justification was that people that tend to anti-fan about like moderation server issues cause a lot of problems, and that's something that almost ubiquitously happens. It's just like that's a really common thing about online communities.
Okay,
and now
okay,
in this
let me ask
particular
you-
case, it's already happened once before by their own admission.
Alright. Okay, now hold on. Let me ask you this then. If a fan or if one of your Discord rats wants to come to you and complain about moderation, are you basically pretty much telling them not to do that, or else it's like a automatic ban? Because people that do that shit equals fucking anti-fan equals fucking I don't want you
Jesus
around because you
fucking
bitch about
Christ.
the fucking small
No,
stuff.
there's plenty of
no, it
issues
isn't.
that are legitimate to complain about when it comes to moderation. But there's also going to be stuff that it won't matter if you complain about it. Like if somebody's like, listen, I really, really, really like to talk about if traps are gay, and it's bullshit that you've banned this topic, then fuck it, I'll say no, leave. Like you're not gonna.
Okay, so hold on.
I
That's
missed
number one.
that
Up to
part.
opinion. No, hold on. Mr. Black Advisory Board Member 3. Hold on 1 second. With them, their issues were based on the way that they seen certain comments in your fucking community. If you don't see it as racist, you're pretty much saying, listen, I don't give a fuck if you see some shit as racist. If I don't see it as racist, then your fucking concerns, your fucking problems are retarded, and get the fuck out of my face. But you just said like racism is super hard to fucking mod. So which one is it? Are you gonna listen to the people affected, or are you just gonna go with what
No,
you
both
think
of
is right
those
or wrong?
statements are true. It is very difficult to mod. I make my judgment call. If you don't agree, then leave. That's fine though. The other guy sounded like he understood. He's like, okay, fine. If this is how you want to run your shit, then I don't want to be here. Which is totally fine. Both people can be okay on that.
Yeah, so I don't know if
I
they,
think
I
they
don't, yeah, like second, the ban's probably unjustified. Some of their complaints are true. The Alva situation, he wasn't doing the R Traps gay thing. He was talking about whether he'd date a trans person. He
Which is
wasn't asking.
fair, but it sounds like he didn't actually get rigged. Somebody just told him, yo, this conversation is getting close, so like stop.
That's not it. Yeah, it wasn't even close to that. It had nothing to do with that. That's what I'm saying. Hades ain't got nothing to do with this shit. It was never that. Right? It was only Alva like chasing the man, like showing him dick pics.
Wait. When
Right? It
you
was
said the
crazy shit
conversation
happened.
has nothing to do with it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong because I wasn't there for any of this. What was
Yeah, I
told
know.
to me was it sounds like the conversation was revolving around if an ex became trans and had bottom surgery, would you date them? And then when he said yes, the trans lady, I don't know what her name was like, oh well, now you're gay or whatever. And that does sound like a combo that's bordering on the R Traps gay thing.
Yeah. This is the thing where what will happen is people will ask questions like that, debate people into saying shit like this, right? Because that's transphobic, and now we can wee woo and call regs, right? I'm getting the conversation. I was never trying to suss out or get for him to focus on R Traps gay. Never the conversation.
No,
and what ensued.
It's okay. I understand that nobody was trying to bait it out, but I'm saying like even legitimate conversations.
No. People were trying to bait it out of him.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's right. That's the problem, right? We start with the baiting out, and since we can't bait him out, they harassed him.
Well, but it sounds like the regs didn't do anything wrong. The regs just said like, hey guys, don't do this conversation. It sounds like that's all that happened.
Right, from that, but his complaint and his complaint there was again for which again I didn't see because I didn't see any other DMs. We didn't deal with that until I got the messages from him
Mhm.
about Alva and her DMs to him, which we talked to her. She admitted, and then we banned her. Right again, but like so again, a lot of the things did get corrected. So if anything, like the point DGG is racist, it's a little overblown, right? But again, like the point that he did have was about like irregular moderation. Right?
It sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm right, I just don't understand. It sounds like the moderators did everything correct here. It sounds like he never got banned. It sounds like she did get banned. What are the mistakes from the mods here?
Not in that circumstance. He brought up like three or four things that happened. It was
Sure,
the
but
Alva
like
thing
if
that
you've
was
got like
taken care
3 or 4 instances of racism over 1 year, and one of them is like the mods don't even do anything bad, it just seems like.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I mentioned that these things are a little bit overwhelming because we did deal with them, right? And with the things that we do have complaints about, right? About just irregularity and moderation. It's hard to. It's the part where I agree with you. It's hard to moderate in that particular way. It's hard to judge. A lot of them are judgment calls, right? So I mean, so we can make complaints in that space, but it's really hard to draw a line and make it perfect for everyone.
Listen, if you're black and you're in an edgy fucking Discord, don't be fucking retarded, okay? Have these niggas say some shit that could easily be seen as racist. You just gotta realize the fucking environment you're in and just fucking read it within context. That's all I'm gonna say.
Sure, but
I'm
then
not
I
gonna
mean,
say,
I do want to say, I don't know why you're giving guidelines on my Discord, but like, I do also want to say, like, I don't want people in the server that are literally being just like blatantly racist. Like, if there is some like white dude or even a fucking black dude that's in the server, and every time a black person makes a joke, he's like, oh yeah, did your dad teach you that one? Oh, you don't have one. Like some shit like that over and over and over again. I don't want those types of people in my server. Like, I think that's just gross and stupid. But like, if we're talking like a lot of people doing like a lot of edgy jokes with each other and a lot of dumb shit, and then somebody's like on the racism advisory board, like I don't know if I care as much about like trying to figure out these issues of like, is this like evidence that the moderation team is racist, or that there's like rampant racism in the server, or
Yeah, everything else we should be good. It should die at this point. There's nothing else left.
I'm gonna leave.
I guess
this
the
in.
message is doubly racism, honestly. That's what I got from
Also,
this.
yeah, I don't know where Forethought is. It's mean like that shit's petty as fuck. You can unban them. They not them type of cats, right? And again, I don't know why it got blown out, but I don't think this is like hopefully it's not a campaign. But I mean, if you want to keep them unbanned, that's fine. It don't really matter.
Well, that's what I said. You got mad at me. You're like, you don't know.
You ain't even involved, my guy. What we got to do?
Bitch.
That is
A
true.
grown
That is
man.
true.
What the
But
fuck? Don't take
he
it
does
from
not.
this nigga.
Shut up. Shut up.
Okay, guys. You know, listen. Don't go against the master. You know what I mean? I know you know what? I was gonna say a joke, but Steve's gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna fucking say it.
True.
Be like, oh my god, I don't know why you insinuate these things. You fucking sensitive
True.
bitch. You fucking rat. But
All right,
yeah,
well-
most definitely.
Say
shit,
Quarantos. Say it.
No, I'm not gonna say. I think you're.
No,
amazing.
say it.
You're
I'm
really
here.
good.
Say it.
up now.
Yeah, say it now. Come on.
No,
You got all
you're
that
great.
shit to say.
Philly,
He's
what
here.
the? Don't side with him just because he's African American and I'm just African.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have to.
Forethought.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Forethought. Yeah, so saying, yeah, go unban them guys, man.
It's like
They not
basically law.
they're not them type of cats. Like I think there were a few of valid claims, and we can deal with all of that.
The
I
kind
don't
of
think it's
person
like a-
to sit in their like spare time and draft a Google Doc of racism and DGG to compile a list of evidence that is like in totality some edgy jokes at best is the exact kind of terminally online person that should be permabanned from the internet forever. They are unhinged. They are mentally
You're
unwell.
attacking
They
half
need
of
a
the
job.
state.
Forethought, when
my bad.
Destiny told him he didn't
You
care,
guys.
didn't they accept that? Didn't they say, okay, that's
I-
cool? Like
I don't know who you're talking to. I'm not Steve. I'm not Steve. I'm not
You're the one who
Steve.
banned them, nigga. The fuck? He's talking to you, the one who banned them.
Yes. And I gave my reason, and he's talking about what Steve said. I'm not Steve.
Yeah. Okay. So for that, I don't know why you felt the need to ban these individuals. Like the type of people to organize their thoughts in a Google Doc, and this is the thing that happens all the time in this space. People put things in Google Docs. I know this personally, right? They compile evidence and they present this evidence. That's the thing that they did, right? And
Is
it
that
wasn't.
what you got from that? That was the Google Docs?
Yeah,
thing? That's what you
real
got from
quick,
that?
Prime. Real
Yeah,
quick.
I-
No, yes, this is a response from what happened from Wix panel. I don't know. They were called out, and if y'all remember, like if you look at the comments and all this shit, they were called out for not having that evidence, not documenting. Where's your evidence? Destiny shows up, they don't respond, and Destiny dips, and so they compile the shit. These ain't the terminally online cats you're talking about. That's a misread.
Don't your fucking boss do Google Docs and shit? They learned from him probably. Wait, why the
Yeah.
fuck are you shitting on them for making a Google Doc? That doesn't make any sense.
If you're doing like a rape accusation Google Doc, it's one thing, but there's kind of a trend of like people doing like huge exposés on like dumb shit. I think is what he's pointing out. But
Yeah, and
But on the
like,
other hand, if they
the
came here with
comments
nothing,
that
you
they
would've
used
shit
to
on them for that,
mine
too.
were like way out
Yeah.
of context.
Yeah, no
and,
one
like,
cares.
weren't-
But Steven, like they just presented the evidence, right? Like, as far as I know, they didn't like mass email this to everyone to try to blow this up. They just presented evidence to you, like to say, hey, we have our thoughts organized. Now you can say those thoughts were not valid, and that's absolutely fair. But like they just presented it to you. That's it.
listen, if one guy is it
Solas?
Freak?
Oh, sorry.
Free? Me?
Oh, it's free. Sorry, I see an PHRE. Listen, if Free says that they don't move that way and they're not those types of people, then fuck it. If you want to ban them, unban them. That's okay.
That easy? Okay. You stick
Free.
by your decisions, Lil Steve. I'm impressed.
Yeah. I stick by my guys. And again, a part of me is why I can't be like I was biased. These are my guys. I don't want to show up and be like holding a flag for them and be like, yeah, Free, you don't reg properly, right? So a lot of this shit I can't even get directly involved with, but they are my guys. I know them cats. They're not terminally online guys. You even heard Solus say it. Most of the time he's not in the server. When they did dip, it wasn't like they got banned or nothing. They just left and went to a different server and chilled. Right? It's not that kind of mission.
Like, my part in this is done. I'm gonna go play AC6 because I've been loving that game. Tatu, Kessler, thanks for talking to me, Steve.
Love you, buddy.
Bye.
Take care, Prime.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna bounce out too. It's been lovely. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Y'all have a good one.
Be careful.
Did we fix the racism?
No.
I guess so. Speaking of that, I have I want to talk to Destiny for like 10 minutes.
Dude, I like how throughout this
real quick.
entire thing, like the one person actually involved in this, like was just interrupted and shut down the entire time. I think that's crazy.
You're a white man. Your opinion does not matter when it comes to racism. Walk.
Oh,
okay. Wow. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not white. I'm Italian.
This is it.
Okay.
This is exactly what I'm talking
Look
about.
at you. I said boy, and all you niggas went crazy. Holy shit. Relax. Also, can I say niggas in
it's
this
fine,
situation?
dude.
Or does
It's
it
fine, dude. You know, like, as a Somali, not all Somalis are created equal. Use a
Wait,
piece
Somali?
of shit.
You're not Somali. There's no
I'm
way.
Darod, you scum fuck.
You're
Eat
Darod.
shit and die.
I was about to say makes sense, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't deal in tribalism.
See you later,
but it kinda
homie.
makes sense.
Loser.
Guys, all the Darod in my chat. This is your
Go
people
fucking
right
hop
here.
in a
This is
different
your
VC and
cousin.
suck another
This
fucking
is your
streamer's cock.
cousin.
Loser.
You are literally. This nigga is 100% the definition of Darod. He started some shit and he
shit.
dipped before he could end it.
Bro, that guy just out Somali'd you. Are you okay?
I couldn't out Somali'd me, my f***ing
Out
ass.
Somali'd you.
He is the captain now, Karan.
Bro,
just say
after
this
that
real
thing,
quick.
that dude is Somali. You're
dropped his
salami, man.
pride.
Holy fuck.
I'm not going to let white, overprivileged men who've never had a hard day of work in their life profit
Never
off
had
of
a
me.
hard day of work in your life.
I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
You
Did
feel
I
that
was?
way because he's saying he's not saying
I'm
you
not
are.
upset for Destiny that he has a micro because he likes to be pegged by his wife. And with that, I bid you farewell because my phone is dying.
But now you're
Thank you very
said
much.
something about
Are you gonna?
Hold on.
I'm standing against three white men. Or you're not white, Tony.
I'm not
Two white
arguing
men.
against you. I'm moderating
Why
the
am I
debate.
against you?
Okay, I want to say something. Janelle,
Wait,
you
listen,
got, hang on. Everyone listen to the mod. Everyone listen to for this debate. Are you familiar with this dude?
No. Wait, what's going on here? What are we doing again? Remind the audience. My audience doesn't know. They want to know.
Yeah, so this dude is like Dan Bilzerian on steroids. He's super big on Instagram. He's known for doing like Dan Bilzerian type of shit.
Wait,
And
for my audience that doesn't know who Dan Bilzerian is, what is that?
Party guy, millionaire, who does crazy shit, guns, girls, a lot of chicks, exotic animals, various shenanigans like that. Yeah. But yeah, so he's like kind of a Dan Bilzerian type of character, and he wanted to debate you with Janelle, apparently because he watched the last debate. So that's kind of the premise. But this dude is like fucking huge on Instagram.
What are we debating about?
He said he had some disagreements with, based on your last debate with Janelle. That's all I know. Let me text them and see where they are.
All right.
Okay, she says they're a few minutes behind. but
Oh, they're
good.
both coming? Is this like a 2v1?
Sorta, I think. I kind of initially was like, okay, cool, like, yeah, so let's just introduce me to Tony and I'll set it up. But she was like, oh, well, you know, I'd like to be there too, so.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's do it. I'm hyped.
Yeah, man. I hear you're retiring from the Red Pill.
Well, I figure I'm kind of done. A lot of it's kind of fallen in on itself, and like the political season is picking up for me, so I'm kind of angling back there.
Did you watch the Republican primary debates?
Yeah.
Who do you think had the best performance?
The best, I think, coming from where they were and then where they wound up, probably, is it Vivek or whatever?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, because he made a name for himself with everybody. I think Haley did really good. Nikki Haley did good. I think Pence had a decent performance. I think those three are probably your big winners, or if there were any winners, your winners. Yeah.
Yeah, Pence had one good moment where he kind of spanked, I believe, Vivek.
Yeah, in the last half,
and then
everybody kind of took turns spanking. He got really f***ed in the last part, yeah.
Yeah, everyone was kind of going in on him, which is interesting because he's only like 3rd or 4th place. But no one actually went after Trump, with a small exception of Chris Christie, who kind of did the weird
Nikki
half-
Haley kind of did too, I think. They
all said that they would still support him even if he gets convicted.
Yeah, they'd still support him, but
He's a Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you? I like the Weasley shit that Ron DeSantis did when they asked him about climate change. They're like, climate change is one of the most important issues of our generation. So how do you view this? And he's like, yeah, the problem is the corporate media because they're just completely changes the topic, like not addresses climate change at all.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes since they just want their talking points, yeah.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you, Tony.
Nice to meet you guys too.
Hey, how's it going?
For sure. This is Destiny. This is Tony. Okay, is Janelle gonna be joining or she's just chilling backstage?
So she's supposed to be coming to her office. I'm at our office here, and she's supposed to be coming here. So, but the question is, do you want her sitting next to me? I would prefer to be alone, and then she could just be on her own side.
Yeah, I think that would be better too. Do you think she would be upset if we start now and then she just joins when she gets here?
I'm looking right at her.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right, so never
She's
mind.
walking in. I just see her right now. I just saw her walk in from the street.
Tony, is this like your first YouTube debate type of interaction?
Yeah, never had one before.
Yeah, that's
She
interesting.
convinced me. She's like really pushing for this.
Mhm.
So can you guys tell me about you guys just before we start? Like, I know who you guys are, because I honestly don't even know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do like online politics, debate stuff, social stuff, basically. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
My name is Alex. I like long walks on the beach, sunsets. No, I mean, I have a channel that's dedicated to giving sex, dating, and relationships advice. We do self-improvement, and we do debates. I like to host debates and participate in debates myself. This one I will not be participating. I'll just be moderating. But yeah, I don't know. I do all kinds of things on my channel, but it's primarily centered around dating, sex, and self-improvement. All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you catch any of that?
I'm gonna go get her. She's outside. Hold on.
All right.
You've really never heard of Tony before?
No, but that doesn't mean anything. I keep to my corner of the internet. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like that's the case. Did you ever hear of me before we did our first debate?
Nope.
Okay.
But like, I don't know who like Cardi B is. I hear people talk about that a lot. I'm pretty sure she's a rapper, twerker girl, right? I just.
I don't know much about her. I don't really follow like rap or hip hop or anything like that. No Jumper World. I don't really follow any of that. I don't care. I don't care about rappers. I don't care about like any of that unless it's music.
Yeah, we have like the whole room.
Okay, perfect. This is all set up?
Yeah, I set it all up.
You set up.
Yeah.
How are you? I didn't even
Good.
know.
Hey,
I'm so
how you
sorry.
doing? It's okay.
It's been a busy
So,
day.
how do you guys want to do it?
I think probably the easiest would be if Janelle opens it up on a different browser, and I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want to sit together, that's fine. But I think if she just,
I think it's better if she does a browser because that way you have your face on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's gonna go on her browser right now. So go on there and join us.
okay. Listen, how's Tony's
They were
audio?
just telling me
Damn
about
Bilzerian on
themselves,
steroids,
I
Lola.
really don't know.
You have no idea.
No, I have
Where
no
should
idea
sit?
who's
Should I sit
who.
here or over there?
I think over there.
Over there. Okay.
Like,
Like right here?
yeah, right here is good.
All right. Yes. Got the link. I'm gonna need these to prop me up.
Yeah, go for it.
It's fine.
Tony, you have quite a few fans in my audience. When I scheduled this debate, I had several people hit me up on WhatsApp. Oh my God, you got Tony on?
Well, yeah, I know a lot of people. Yeah.
So many chills.
Yeah, they're gonna have fun.
Okay, I got it.
So before we start, just so I know who's who, I don't want to say who are you or anything like that. I kind of like want to know who's who. So do you want to give me a little background about both?
We actually did when your audio cut out, but we'll just do it again. So I'm the moderator, so I'm not going to be involved in debate. I'm just going to be moderating and hosting. I run a channel about dating, self-improvement, sexual scenarios and whatnot. I give advice. I host debates. I participate in debates, stuff like that. Destiny is a very popular streamer, probably one of the most popular ones. He talks mainly about politics, but he also talks about red pill type of stuff and dating and relationships as well.
Okay.
Wi-Fi should log
That's
on
fine.
too. Are you on
I'm not
Wi-Fi?
on Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Your phone should be good. Now, I get a lot of phone calls on my phone, man. What do I do about that? No.
Oh, you're doing this on your phone?
Not disturb. I could go.
I would turn on do not disturb.
Okay, let me figure out how do you do that? I've never done.
I'll show you. I'm just trying my internet.
Tony, you don't have like a computer or laptop you could use?
I just don't have one here. No, I have
no,
one.
It's fine. It's fine.
I actually do have a laptop. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
There.
I just
Do not disturb is on, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Let me use the other phone because sometimes the Wi-Fi is not working on this one. I'm Verizon. I don't know what's going on. What are you?
I'm on Verizon.
You are?
Yeah, and it's fine.
Let me try again.
Is my picture good?
You look fine. I mean, it's kind of tilted up, but you got your slogan in the background, so it makes sense.
I don't want the slogan. Really don't want it. But
Okay, so then you want to tilt the phone down then?
Oh wait, Alex, you know I'm live streaming, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
know.
All right, just making sure. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I was just about to drop the N-bomb, but...
No, shut up. All right. We only do that off stream anyway.
Okay, so you want it down more? Is that better?
Yeah, we have some feedback. Hang on. Okay, I think it's from Janelle's end. Yeah, that's a lot better.
She's got her here. Hold on.
Okay. If you guys are sitting close to each other, that'll be an issue because the audio will bounce back and forth if you guys are physically close to each other.
Is it better? You can go to the next office. Yeah, that's even better.
You'll have to go to the next office, yeah, because otherwise it'll just mess up.
Okay, I'm going. Can I take one of these?
Yeah, take whatever you want. You want to take
yours,
water?
Tony. Yeah, I want to take.
So this is like your studio, Tony, or what? Where you at?
This is our headquarter office.
Cool. One thing I don't know is what exactly do you for work? I know you have a lot of money. I know you party a lot, but what's your business?
Yeah. So I do all kinds of different things. I owned probably about 19 different nightclubs, restaurants. I owned nutritional products, hair products, different types of products. Currently invested in a company that sells STD testings and testosterone testings. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So we have a 25,000 square foot office here in Newport Beach.
Cool. Awesome. What's up, guys? We are live. So we got debate of the century for you here today. Graciously put on by PWF. We got Tony. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Tutuluni or?
No, it's Tutuni. So
Tutuni. Businessman. Super big on Instagram. Bangs a lot of girls. Drives a lot of cars. Has a bunch of exotic animals. Most of you guys have probably heard of him. You know Destiny. He's been on his channel a million times. One of the most popular Twitch streamers and, well, actually now YouTube streamers. And Janelle, she's also been on here quite a few times. So anyway, so I think since Tony and Janelle, since you guys initiated this round of the debate, I believe, Janelle, you said that Tony had some disagreements with Destiny. I think it would make the most sense for Tony to kick it off and kind of give his, I guess, disagreements, and then we can go into a free-form format from there.
Hold on. I'm not really quite sure on the disagreements here. So I don't really listen to Destiny or know much, only very short clips that I've seen from Janelle. I'm here. You guys want to debate something? I'm more than happy to be involved in answering or giving you my viewpoint. So if I believe
I'll start it off
Really
just,
between
just a little bit.
Janelle and
Yeah.
Janelle.
Yeah, so I'll start it off because Tony is a very busy man. Obviously, like he's only seen a few things that I had kind of showed him or things that I said. I think some of the things that I brought up to Tony, and I was like, man, I needed you here for this one. And I think one of the main things I said was, this is just the first one that came off the top of my head. I said something about you guys trying to discredit me because I had implants or something like that, or I had, or something like that, that most of the conversations was more like, oh, saying my business is a scam or I have implants, or that's just, most of it wasn't like any sound arguments. It was just like rolling and kind of like putting me down, which is like something my eight-year-old would do. So I think I mentioned that to him, and then that's what Tony and I started talking. He said, oh, well, you should have said A, B, and C or something along. And then I was saying some of the viewpoints that you had in regards to men and women's and gender roles and things like that. And that's kind of how we started
what
talking.
does your boobs have to do with what you do for a living?
Let me kind of clarify that. So
Wait, no, hold on. Let me clarify that. So to be clear, I put forth a sound argument against everything that was brought up. The only time I brought up anything related to your job or career, I don't think I ever brought up your boobs or implants, or if I did, I don't remember that. But it was towards the very end, I think, where either Alex or you asked me for final closing thoughts on
yeah,
like
you
or your
said
business
that
or what you
you're
did.
60% sure she's a scam or something like that.
Yeah, pretty sure. And then I've
Yes.
gotten even more emails that have like claimed more or less the same. But I'm not like that interested in doing that research. So yeah, I don't know. But.
I just find that so funny that was like your closing arguments that my business is a scam. But yeah, I run
Well, because of
luxury.
but it had to do with because of. Oh, sorry, I just cut you off. So keep going.
Yeah, it had to, I mean, it's just like a real man would never like put down a woman who's minority, first of all, who's a single mother who raises her son in the 7th most affluent area on the planet and does it without being a prostitute. And
I don't know why you think I would care
just
about
one
any
second.
of
Can
those
I just
things.
I just gotta say something on this one.
go ahead.
I don't think all the things that you said has anything to do with what he believes that your business is. I believe that's his belief. I mean, everybody has an opinion. It's like an asshole. Everyone has one. So if that's his belief, I don't think you should be upset at him for giving you his belief. That's just his belief.
It just seemed like it was like the only thing that he could really come up with, like in a closing argument without any like, I don't know. It's fine to say that someone has a belief, but I don't know any alpha men that would point a finger at a woman who's actually, and I love that he laughs about that.
I'm
who,
laughing
like,
because I treat you as a human being. I don't care that you're a woman. That makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. You see
just-
something dumb,
I
I'm gonna
would
say
never-
it's dumb. I don't.
I
Just
would
because you're a
never
woman has
hear-
nothing to do with that. What you're talking about
I-
are simps. You're looking for a simp to agree with you just because you're a woman. Being
No,
an
I'm
alpha
not.
male has nothing to do
Tony's
with
not
just
a s-
agreeing to a woman. What do you mean?
Tony is not a simp, and
Well,
he
he's
knows
not.
I
I
work
don't
with
think he's calling me that, Janelle. You're putting
no,
words
I
in
know,
his
but
mouth.
I'm not saying that, love. I'm saying I work with Dr. Barr. You know Dr. Barr personally, and you've worked with her. You even made a video. So Tony would never look at me and say like, "Oh, your business is a scam," when he knows that I work with one of the best doctors in Newport Beach. So like Tony would never accuse me of something like that, which I think is just so kind of childish.
Tony might
I
have
think that
way
was-
more information about you than I do. I don't know. Maybe
He
Tony knows
doesn't.
it's not
He
about
probably
you.
no. He just knows less. But I'm just saying, it's a very simpish thing to do, to be like, oh, I think your business is a scam, and
Wait,
for
did
your,
you just
you
copy
bring,
my word and use it in a way that doesn't make sense? How
and
does
to
me
bring
accusing
your girl on to battle me, since you were too afraid to battle me in the first place solo.
I literally had a solo conversation with you. Secondly, thirdly, I've talked to so many people in my life. I don't know why you think you would be the one that I'm afraid
I
of
don't
talking
think
to.
battles are. I think a debate is not a battle. It's. I think we're not in a war here. It's a debate. Two different people, two different opinions. Janelle, I think. I mean, you know, you're my friend. I want to side with you on some things, but you know, first of all, we have to figure out what the problem is here. What is the problem between you two? Why you guys are what are you guys even debating about that is two different opinions on?
I think that Destiny thinks that the more approach to relationships that requires there being a separate masculine and feminine polarity and balance. He doesn't agree with that. He thinks that, you know, women should and men should just be interchangeable, which I do agree that there's a team, but there's always like a hierarchy in everything in life. And I don't think a relationship is any different. And so he's kind of come down fairly hard. He's definitely more leftist, more liberal. I'm obviously more conservative, more right. So I think that's kind of been the basis of all of our debates. And
All right. Well, let me just tell
yeah.
you, I'm not left or right. I'm right in the center. So I'm like I mean, I could try to help both of you guys figure this out, but I'm not a lefty or a righty. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I
you
mean,
guys
that
sure
makes,
you
that
want me
makes
on
sense.
here because I'm right in the middle here with everything.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's one of the main premises. Destiny, maybe you could expand on why you thought that Janelle why you said that she's 60% chance that she's a scammer.
I've just gotten a
think
lot of
that-
emails that the way that she
I
talks
think
about her
that's a-
military history is super sus. The way that she describes her early life is like super sus. That like that just I've
Wow.
just got so, but I haven't like invest. Maybe you could argue it's not fair for me to bring up those accusations. I'm not willing to like dig into them. But based on the things that she said here, based on all the emails and the separate reports I saw, it seems like there's a lot of like super sus stuff about her.
What are some of
background.
the things that she said here that you found sus?
That I
one-
was in the military.
Fuck. Yeah, one person emailed me, and I don't know because I don't know a lot of military slang. I know like some like MOS. I know they use a lot of abbreviations for shit or whatever. But some guy emailed me and said that the way that you referenced your military time sounded 100% like a civilian person. That like a military-esque person would have never said some of the things you said. But I have no idea. I'd have to go and check.
Yeah. Well, I was in 95 Bravo. I served in the United States Army. I actually got accepted into the Air Force. And because it takes a lot more intellect to get into the Air Force, at that time in my life, I needed somewhere to go. I needed somewhere to go quick. And so I was talked into the Army by my brother-in-law. So anyways, next, this is like
But
hilarious to
regardless,
me.
Janelle, here the main point is, Destiny's a man, and
Yeah.
I know me as a man, I don't listen to what other people say, especially internet trolls. That's the one thing I don't listen to. So whether if you heard Destiny that she's this or this and that by a bunch of internet guys, I don't think it's fair for you to go and attack her business, not knowing whether or not it's a scam or not. And listen, I'm not saying that she is a scam artist or she's not a scam artist. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, you know, but regardless, I wouldn't ever know. I wouldn't ever attack someone and say things based on what other people are telling me. You know, these days, everyone talks and everyone just wants to break someone down. And I focus personally on positive things in life. And I don't think as a man, you should be attacking someone in a negative way when you don't know the facts. I think that's just a fair statement on my end. I don't
Sure.
know
I mean,
how you feel.
we had like a whole normal conversation, argument, debate, or whatever of things, and then at the very end, I think it was asked like what my overall impression of her was, and that's.
And you're entitled, and you are 100% entitled to that opinion.
Yeah,
And
but
the
I
same
think
way she's entitled to voice her opinion about you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
It's very.
And I
it's
don't
very,
think, Janelle, you should be upset if a man, and you know, I've heard you say a few times alpha. A man's, whether an alpha or not, you know, he's a man, and you know, you're a woman, and you guys are both entitled to your opinions.
Well, yeah, and everyone's entitled.
And if
to
you
their opinion,
want to address your opinion about him, you should.
Well, the thing is, my whole point
And I don't think
was,
I don't think he's going to get mad at you.
I really don't care if he does, but I wouldn't never get mad at someone that said in a perfect world that their life might have been better without their son being in it. So that's something else from the first interview. But but going off of what Tony just said,
Well,
my
he's
whole
laughing.
point was,
Let's hear. He obviously.
what is this
but let
referring
me finish my the point of view,
Okay.
or my thought. What I was simply saying, Tony, is what you said. I don't think any man who really gives a crap about, like, why would a man, alpha or not, bring up some bullshit emails, fan mails from trolls who want to F me but could never have the chance. So like that, what your point? That was my
I
point.
mean, you
like
could just
a real
ask me.
man.
You could say like, "Why would you?" I don't know why you keep doing this real man shit. Like, I'm looking for like masculine validation from you.
I just
I
think
have no idea who you are. Why do you think I would care about this? But you could just ask me, Destiny, why would you bring this up? And my answer is
I
going to
think-
be because in the course of our conversation, I feel like you say things that are not only untrue but are incredibly harmful. And I'm worried that somebody might take some of the crazy things you've said about sex or some of the crazy things you've said about women's bodies or whatever to
Well,
heart.
let's
So
hear
I
what
have to
those
provide,
are. I like
yeah.
to know.
Let-
Can
well,
I
let
know
me-
what those are?
Yeah, well,
What are
let
those
me just
crazy
start.
things he
Let's
said?
let Janelle
me-
respond.
let me-
Let's let
let him
Janelle.
finish,
Hey guys,
Janelle.
let's let
Okay.
Janelle respond, and
Okay.
then we'll move it towards.
Yeah,
Okay.
let him answer. Let him talk.
Well, yeah,
What-
let
what,
me respond to
Destiny. What
well,
are the? Hold on, Janelle.
Tony, wait, we'll get there. I promise. That's gonna be next thing.
Janelle, what
But
are the crazy things that she said?
We'll have him answer that right after that. But he did talk about Janelle. She's entitled to respond. Right after that, he will outline those things. Go ahead, Janelle.
Yeah, I just think that, it's very cute for you to say all the things you said about me and without even knowing the facts. If you had the opportunity to read a bunch of emails from trolls who want to sleep with me but would never have the chance, you could have at least done some research on my business and what I do and how many hundreds of thousands of couples and marriages I've saved who were on the brink of divorce. And the fact that you're not properly educated on sex and the body because you're a gamer.
Hundreds
What
of
are-
thousands of
Yeah,
marriages.
hold on.
You could at least
hold
pick
on.
a realistic number, but go ahead.
Hold on. Let me keep going.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
just because that your reach is that you teach a bunch of nerds in their basements how to be better at gaming, and that's what you do,
Mhm.
doesn't mean that what I do, where I actually help people heal from sexual trauma, get over issues like PED, inorgasmic women. People come to my marriage or my retreats on the verge of divorce, and I save their marriage. Like, these are the real facts. And if you actually did your homework, you would learn that. But instead, you sit in your basement and teach a bunch of nerds who can't get laid how to be better at gaming, and you think you're so cool. Like, this is just like
I am pretty cool.
silliness to
Thank
me.
you. I agree.
I
am
mean,
cool.
what are you really doing to offer the world? You're just making more simps in the world.
Making more
Okay.
simps.
We-
You're just
we gotta let
picking a
Destiny
random
respond to
word.
all that.
Well, I think Tony's question was, what were some of the things that she was saying that I thought were like, really
Hi,
helpful
he
and
didn't want to
crazy?
answer that one. That's funny.
Wait, you didn't
I
ask me
think
a
that's-
question. Wait, what is the
I
question?
said,
am
what
I
are you
for the
doing?
world?
What are you doing for the world other than creating more simps and more people who live in their
what I
basements?
do,
and plan
my
their
goal on the internet is I feel like my process of arriving at political truths or political knowledge is grounded in a very healthy philosophical epistemic view of the world. And I want to share that thought process with other people. So when people engage
Okay.
with media or when people engage with politics, they do it with a more critical lens. Because I feel like right now, those types of voices are really absent from political landscapes. That's what I do in the world.
Okay.
So that might
Okay.
as well invest
And put down single mothers.
Wait, hang on.
I don't care if you're black, trans, a single mom, a double mom. None of that matters. to me.
BS.
If you say
BS.
something,
BS. You
Okay.
don't even tag me on our videos that I come on, being the woman, being the underdog, having the least amount of
don't-
followers.
you're looking-
You don't even tag me, yet you tag a white male.
honey, I
right
don't know
in
why
front of
you
you.
keep asking about you being a woman or single mom. None of that has anything to
Because
do with
you
anything
you
I
tagged
do.
Alex. I come on your platforms for free. You guys get to make money and cash and all the stuff you do. You're getting
To
paid
charge
on
an
it too.
appearance fee. I don't do my
No,
titles. That's
I'm
what
just
my
saying, like,
YouTube guy
you
does.
tagged Alex. Why was it not important to tag me?
If he didn't
I'm
tag
not
you, it's
as-
probably because he felt like you don't have
No,
enough presence in YouTube algorithm. I don't run my YouTube channel, dear.
Well,
Just like
I
you probably
asked-
haven't typed every single word on your website. Other people work for us.
I asked Alex to have you tag it. Did
Oh,
you
wait,
ask him?
that's my bad. I forgot to communicate. that to
Exactly. All right, Tony. With
So
this,
Alex is the
I'm going
misogynist
to leave
again.
you guys.
Janelle,
I'm
let
going
me
to
ask
leave
you,
you.
why are you
No.
related?
You guys enjoy. I don't need to be here. I don't need to be here.
She has
Tony. You
hundreds
can
of
finish-
thousands of marriages to save.
No,
Okay.
I see you don't value me as a woman. I can't even get.
No,
a
I don't
tag,
value
yet
you as a
I'm making-
person. It has something to
I'm
do
not
with you
gonna
being a
let-
woman.
I'm not
I
going
don't
to
know why
let
you think you
white
being a
men
woman has anything to do
profit
with it.
over me. I'm not going to let white, overprivileged men who've never had a hard day of work in their life profit.
Never
off
had a
of me.
Janelle,
hard
what
day
is
at
white
work at
and
your
white,
life.
black, or yellow, or green?
You said you went to work in Thailand at 18. What are
I
you
asked
talking
him.
about?
I
What does
asked
Destiny's Color have to
Alex.
do with this, though?
I
What does-
asked him. I
Yeah,
asked him.
I forgot. I meant to do it. I have like a million things on my plate.
I forgot exactly. You have a million things on your plate, but you sure as hell had enough opportunity to set out this because you know Tony's famous and you wanted your channel to be boosted because Tony has way more following than both of y'all put together.
Well, what does that have to do with anything? Can we talk about the debate here?
Yeah, I assume we get back to the actual
This is the problem.
I'm just a normal guy. I just want to.
Let's get back to the
This
initial
is the
debate
problem.
proposition.
They're using me, and I don't want to be used. So have your team tag me, please. Thank you. That's all
Janelle,
I'm
you were the
saying.
one that messaged
I'll
me
just do
saying,
not tag her.
"Can you
I'll
set up
just
this
do not
debate?"
tag her in this
You
video.
reached out to me
Okay.
about this
All
debate.
right. Bye, Alex. I heard what Destiny
You only get
said.
tagged if you're in
Bye.
at least 45% of the video.
Whatever.
Janelle,
I
you
did.
I don't know how
did
you're
two
supposed to
other
do this.
videos with
You
you.
messaged me saying, "Hey, can you set up this debate?" How the fuck why did you set up this debate? It's like, dude.
And
Janelle,
I asked you. Yes.
Hold on. Can everybody just stop for 1 minute? One minute, please.
Go ahead.
I'll listen to the only man here, Tony. I got
Okay,
you.
no, I'm not an only man. I think let's. Okay, hold on. I'm going to speak very logically, and Janelle, I don't want you to get upset at me because I'm being very honest, and my honesty can upset a lot of people, and because I'm honest, and I disagree with my mother, and I don't talk to my sister because I'm an honest person. Okay, so I'm going to be very honest. Okay, so you guys got to listen to me. Okay, for 1 second. First of all, I'm coming on here as a regular person, and I'm trying to be helpful to everyone. That's number one. Number two, I think you're a great person. You have a good heart, Janelle. You say a lot of things. You know, I as a person, I think you're a good person. Now, with that said, I think a lot of the things that you brought up today are really irrelevant for the whole debate and the conversations that you guys are having. I think a lot of things are irrelevant. I think there are some things that, you know, I don't even like hearing. Like you guys are white people, whether they're white, black, yellow, or green. Those are all irrelevant. I think as a mature people, those things should not be talked about. I don't think it's right to talk like this. You guys are having a debate. You guys are disagreeing on things. You guys are both entitled to your opinions. I think you are very hurt because Destiny has said some things about your career. However, you can defend yourself here now, and you can sit there and talk to him in a mature way without using anything, all these different words, and explain to him some of your ways of helping people. And maybe you can make him understand better so that instead of him having an opinion about you that is negative, that could be more positive. I think in general, humans should always focus on the positive things rather than attacking one another. Okay. Now, after doing that, if you guys still disagree, then you just part ways and go on. There's no reason for you guys to sit there and attack one another. But then in the same way, I believe you both are entitled to your opinions.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
I agree with you. But the whole
So
point that
instead
I
of
brought
getting
up
upset, I'm going to leave, I'm done. No, sit there as a mature person and tell him why you believe, because this is all stemming from what he calling you a scam artist.
It's
Why
less
do
than
you
that. I
believe?
don't.
Why do you?
let me just say something. So there's two directions this can go in. Number one is to keep going this direction where it's like personal type of thing, or number two, it can go in the direction what Tony said earlier, where Destiny talks about the harmful things that he thinks that Janelle said. So I'm open to you.
Let me just pause right here because this is very important. I don't want to continue because I don't want my time to be wasted anymore if he's not even willing to tag me. I have a trip to the Maldives. Hold on. Let me finish. I have a trip to the Maldives with attendees that are paying a lot of money to come and me help them figure out their sexual challenges in their marriage. I leave in 3 days. So I need to be home packing and do other things. If you won't even grab me the courtesy of tagging me in videos when my son's with a nanny, I need to be packing and preparing for my retreat, then why would I want to stay and talk about anything? That's my whole point. You say, Tony, be human. Be human. Treat me, if it's not about race, it's not about being a woman.
Janelle, just stop for 1 second. I don't want to be tagged. I don't care about tagging. This is not about a tagging issue. This is about you guys having a debate. And
you don't because you have a platform, darling.
I don't think you should worry about tagging. Who cares?
I don't care about
tagging? I don't.
I care.
That's
I'm trying to
irrelevant.
grow my
All
platform.
right, okay, hang on. I'm going to jump in once again. Okay, so first of all, Destiny does not manage his own YouTube shit. I know that for a fact. So I'm sure he'd be more than happy to tag you. He just didn't know. I personally always tag you, right? Because I.
So that was a misunderstanding, Janelle. He will tag you. Just can we go on with the next thing?
Yeah, he's not trying to exploit you.
Let's go on with the next thing. Okay, he will tag you.
I don't want to talk about my business. I don't really care. If I really cared about that, I would want to debate it. But I know.
But you are debating. You're debating
just-
why he's calling you a scammer. He's giving you a chance.
It's just that it seemed
to
childish.
explain
It
yourself.
seemed childish. I don't. My
So
whole
you're
point
upset
is,
that he attacked you in a childish manner. That is what you're saying.
My point is, I don't think he does. Even I've heard from multiple people in the red pill community that he doesn't have sound arguments.
What's
He
a
just
red
goes
pill
in
community?
circles.
I keep hearing this. I don't even know what a red pill community is. Can someone explain that to me?
Tony, I love you. Okay.
It's a bunch of weird. Look, I think Tony asked a good question earlier, which is what are some of the harmful things that Destiny thinks that Janelle says? I think that's going to make the conversation a little bit less personal and a little bit more interesting. So why don't we?
Yeah,
move on?
exactly. I don't
What
really
is the
care
red
what
pill
a
community? Someone please help. I'm fucking stupid.
Have you, Tony? Have you ever seen The Matrix?
Don't even remember it.
Sure. There's a scene where Morpheus offers the red pill, which is to wake you up to reality. There's an online community called the Red Pill, and they're waking you up to the reality that society is lying to you about like gender norms related to dating and stuff like that. That's like the Red Pill community.
That's a very charitable way of explaining it, but
That's
yeah.
Okay, I'm not interested in the crazy community. Who is these crazy communities?
That is the Red Pill community. I was
That is
explaining
like,
what that is.
So who's red here? Who's
Andrew
red?
Andrew Tate is like ultimate red pill. He's
Well,
Andrew
he's
Tate is
denounced the
red
red pill. Andrew
Now
Tate
he's
says
denounced
he-
the red pill, but
Yeah.
Well,
But
now
anyway,
he is. Now he
But
does.
let's let Destiny answer the initial question, which again by Tony was a good question. What are some of the things that Janelle says that you think are harmful?
So initially, now I don't know, she's even done this in this conversation where she'll say something kind of like walk it back. So I think she changed her opinion on this in the debate, but initially in the debate, she was making it sound like women's vaginas permanently change shape if they've had a lot of sexual partners.
A woman who's been ran through, guys can tell it, and they'll tell you, hey, it was not worth it. It was not worth hitting it. Not at all, because there was no elasticity.
Okay, hold on. You're trolling. Wait, stop. You're trolling me. Do you think there's a
It's
difference?
not
Wait. Do you think there's a difference? What?
Are you guys are literally not even going here. You actually think that that's a myth?
Yeah. Okay, first of all, hold on. You've had a wait. You've had a child.
Correct. And let me tell you, if I told you the things that I've done to work that area of my body and the things I do on a daily basis, you would be shocked.
Okay, you don't have to do those things for your vagina to go back to normal.
I'm not saying it doesn't go back to normal, but normal is not quote good enough, because we know the stats on women's O's. Women are not orgasming.
Wait. Women's
Most
orgasms have nothing to do with atrophying vaginas or being ran through.
Muscles, yes, they do. They actually do. If your muscles aren't tight, I'm not talking about a clit. Oh, by the way, that's the most common O and the least satisfactory for women. I'm talking about internal wall, real O, real orgasm.
Okay.
So you can't get those if you have loose walls. This is actually science. This is facts.
Yes,
And so if you have been run through,
Wait. What is the difference? Do you think there's a difference in the vagina power between being ran through by 50 different dicks or having one guy fuck you 50 times?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
because if a woman is in a relationship with a guy for 1 year, has she been ran through?
Okay. First of all, no, because she's with one person. So no, she's not.
Wait, how does
But
the
if-
vagina detect whether it's a different dick each time or the same dick every time?
The amount of sex that women are having, when they're promiscuous or 304s, as y'all call them,
I
it's
don't
a
call
lot.
them that.
No, it's not. It's
Okay.
way less than a woman in a relationship.
Yeah, women in
guarantee
relationships
it.
have
I
way more sex than
guarantee
single
it.
women.
I actually never said that.
You absolutely said that. And then when I challenged you on what if you the same guy 200 times, then it seems like you changed to like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, I
No,
guess.
you said were they a whore or not, and then and that's what we were talking about.
No,
Your
we were
vagina.
very,
You don't.
very-
No. You don't have a vagina, darling. So you don't know how it works.
I don't know why you would imagine having a vagina means you know how it works. I'm sure if you do women's education, there's
Correct.
plenty
Most
of women that don't know how
they don't. Correct.
Thank you. You, just,
You
can
are.
already say you just pivoted on that point again, right? So that's what
No,
I'm kind
I'm
of
saying I know. This woman knows. I'm not talking about other
Yeah,
women.
but it has
I'm saying
nothing.
this
Whether
one
you
does.
know about your vagina has to do with whether
It
you've
does.
researched it, not whether you have.
I
one.
have. I have.
That's good. You having the vagina has nothing
Great.
to do with that.
Awesome. So
Thank you.
your
It is
vagina
awesome.
does
I agree.
change. It changed every single day in the month. Your uterus is in a different position from one day in the month to the end of the month. So your vagina does change. Your cervix drops. And so that's
Thank
why
you
sometimes
for walking us through the cycle. I don't know what that has to do with number of
Okay.
sexual partners.
You're
changing the
you're
topic.
fixating on.
I'm
No,
actually
no, no.
interested in this. I like these kind of
Can
conversations.
I
Hold on.
actually kind
Your
of talk?
pussy changes?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. This is why some guys can't find a certain spot 1 month, and then halfway through into the next month, they can't find that same spot because it changes. It's called hormones, and it's just preparing for
Your
your cycle.
hormone change or your pussy shape changes?
Both. The hormones are the one that changes, that facilitates the change
So
of
does
your
it change for the better or worse?
It can be going either way. It is a muscle and it's elastic, just like your muscles. If you don't work
So
it
the one
out,
that looks like a roast beef can turn out to be like a perfect little pussy if like I don't understand. How does
not
that work?
unless I'm talking about internally versus externally.
Oh,
External
internally.
stuff,
Okay.
that stuff is a lot more complicated, and there's really not a lot of things you can do to change the external. You can steam and things like
So
that,
when
which
you're
does
saying
kind of
you're,
tighten
you're,
it.
you're not really meaning a vagina changes. You're talking about a female's hormone within their body changes. Is that every day?
Which it does affect the actual womb inside of it. The walls, you have the walls, you have the G spot, you have the cervix, you have the O spot,
So your
you have the
G
T
spot
spot.
moves around?
Correct. In conjunction.
Well,
with
guys, I
where-
didn't know that. Did you guys know that?
In conjunction with how your cervix sits, because remember, everything is getting ready for what the
So the
time when your
vagina,
eggs drop.
usually the clitoris is like, let's say on the top. You're saying it'll move down?
I'm talking more about internally, less to do
Internal?
externally. Internal. I'm talking about the walls and
The
the
wall?
cervix and the uterus and how it's shaped, and every month your body gets prepared to drop eggs, right? So the uterine wall sheds. Now in the course of that time, you have the FH phase, the luteal phase. You have all these different phases that your body goes through to prepare to
When is the
drop.
tight phase? I want to know.
Well-
So when I'm sleeping with girls.
Well, this is what I was referring to. I was saying, there's a lot of things you can do
To be
keep
clear,
that
this
elastic.
is I don't. You're just lying now. This is not what we were referring
This is
to.
yes,
If
we
you
were.
would've-
You
if
let
you
me
would've-
finish my thought.
Okay.
I said how you can tighten it and how you can make that area more real. Most women aren't experiencing orgasm inside of the vagina. They're only experiencing clitoral. This is modern sexology. So how we get women to start experience orgasms internally is we work with the vaginal walls, toning and tightening that area. Your vagina, your yoni is a muscle. It atrophies just like if you don't work out, that muscle atrophies. And that's what I was referring to, that women do have to do work to keep those muscles strong, ultimately to save and protect your uterus, more importantly, because that is the
so
number
Destiny,
one.
how do you
Yeah.
disagree with that?
In terms of the lengthening and the contracting of the internal vagina in response to hormone cycles during periods or your entire ovulation cycle, I wouldn't disagree with that because that's true. I know that's true. But that wasn't what the conversation was before. I don't have the clips, but the conversation before had to do to the fact that, or had to do with her claiming that if you have more sexual partners, it influences like the tightness of the vagina or something. That's what we initially had a big disagreement over.
No, I mean, that wasn't the whole argument. We were referring to if
I understand what you're saying, but if you were to tell me that your hormone cycle changes the inside of your vagina, I wouldn't argue. There would be no argument. That's true. Some
So
people that do
basically
natural
saying you
family planning
it
will
was a
check the viscosity of the fluids from their vagina to
A
try
lot
to
of-
also
a lot of
estimate
the-
like where they're at on their cycle. Like, yeah, of course, there's a lot of changes inside of a woman's vagina and in other places in her body. The size and shape of her boobs changes in response to hormone cycles as well.
obviously,
Like,
obviously, I think there's a lot of miscommunication, and then a lot of times he'll just keep going on a tangent, and then
excuse me, dear. Hold on. I don't. Well,
like, you
I'm sorry.
talk in
No.
circles.
I'm not talking in circles. I just said what you said in 2 minutes in 15 seconds. Okay. You were the
Okay.
one talking in circles. I don't know why you just went on a whole diatribe
I
about the
wasn't.
differences about the
wasn't.
inside of the vagina and response to hormone cycle. I would never
Because
disagree
Tony
with that.
asked me. Tony asked me.
Tony
that's
asked
why.
you what our disagreements are, but we never disagreed on that.
No, when we were talking about, he said, explain it. And then I went on to say what happens. And you said, oh, does it really change in size and shape? I said, absolutely. So a lot of this is just like, a waste of energy.
I love you
and
guys
time.
both, but can you guys just answer my most important question? What day do I fuck this girl with the tight pussy? That's what I want to know. I mean, that's what I'm more interested in.
Assuming
Like,
you know,
you
assuming
guys
you
are
are
telling me
sexually
there's like
experienced.
days and cycles. Okay, so what day's best to have sex?
The day that she's the most turned on, assuming that you're sexually experienced with your partner, you know what they enjoy. I don't think that the cycle that they're on is going to make a significant difference in their period and their ability to reach orgasm.
Well, It does, because there's so
Okay.
many things that are. There's just so
Well, what
many
are
things
those
that are
things?
affecting
Janelle?
women.
Explain it to us so we learn.
Well, first of all, the number one thing is trauma. Women have 1 out of every 3 or 4 women has experienced some kind of physical or sexual trauma, and the womb
I
holds
don't want to
that.
hear about that. I mean,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so
but
that's
I think all.
well, that
you know, that's the part. That's the part where I come in because I think that's just an issue that it's like a Me Too thing. You're like I
yeah,
can't agree with that. So
fair enough, but that's the
let's
first
move
thing.
on to the
And
next one.
Well, wait.
another thing is,
That's not fair enough. If a woman is carrying a lot of trauma with her, of course, that's going to influence her ability to be. I think probably the most important part of a woman's sexual experience is how comfortable she's feeling at that particular point in time. And things like trauma can severely reduce a person's like comfort. So that is probably a really important thing to keep in mind. I don't think you can just blow past that.
I agree with you on that 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
well, okay, so that was my first point. That's the number one thing. You have to just see what's going on, and a lot of women, they won't share that stuff right away. And then the second thing is, you have to understand that most women are prematurely penetrated. They're not actually ready for penetration. And just because she's wet doesn't mean she's ready. That's a whole nother topic. Another thing, and I actually agree with you on this, Destiny, is how comfortable she is with you. Like, does she feel safe with you? Does she feel like you're being present? All these things negate that. But a lot of the times, guys, it has nothing to do with you. It's her. It's her in her own head. And this is a thing that we disagreed with, which is modern sexology. I can pull up the studies right now that
Sorry,
women and
one
men.
second, Janelle. Just want you keep saying modern. I'm just trying to educate myself. I always consider myself someone that's not.
Mhm.
I always try to learn. When you say modern all the time, is there like an ancient sex thing? Like,
I'm just saying not
what's
tantra,
modern?
because most
When you say
people,
modern,
okay, I'm explaining. This is from, like, if you were to, I went to school and I studied ancient tantric sexuality, which is more of a spiritual path. So people don't like that, especially people like Destiny, because they think it's mumbo jumbo. So I say modern sexology, meaning, like, if you were to take research from sexologists, from doctors, from psychologists, this is the research that they have come up with, and it's called the different phases of orgasm, or not phases of orgasm, rather. It's called oh man, it's slipping me right now, but it's basically, there's 4 steps in sex. So it's the excitation, the charging, the orgasm, and then the resolution. And this is all, like, from psychology, not from tantra. So that's what I mean when I say that. I'm saying, like, you can look these things up and find it, versus this is some esoteric stuff that doesn't apply to me, which is fair enough. I understand that, Destiny. So modern sexology says that there's, women and men are orgasming and getting excited in different parts of the brain. So we have the sympathetic and parasympathetic central nervous system that affects arousal and climax for men and women differently. This was another thing that we had a disagreement on.
All right, let's let Destiny respond to that.
Well, she was just explaining stuff to him. I don't know what our.
Well, do you have any disagreements with what she just said?
I think our summary of what, like, things were makes sense. Yeah, modern sexology is like research based, probably like surveys, studies, stuff like that, as opposed to tantric or other older, more spiritual approaches to understanding sexuality. I don't think I disagree with that.
Okay, so then let's move on to the next thing that you think was harmful that she said. Tony, we can't hear you.
Oh yeah, Tony, I can't hear you.
We can't hear you, buddy. I don't know if something changed on your phone or.
Let me just text him and see.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we lost
I'm
you.
saying that it seems like you guys are now agreeing more on things, and there was a lot of misunderstanding, and I'm very happy to see both of you acting finally like adults and working things out. So, like, why don't we continue this pattern, and you guys ask each other some questions, and maybe that by the end of this, he'll have either a different opinion or maybe even a stronger opinion about you.
We're gonna change Tony's name to Peacemaker Tony.
Well,
man.
look, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I get my experience from experienced people. Okay, that's where, and I listen to more experienced people. I know Dr. Ruth and all these sexual experts, and I don't know who fucks that fucking old lady for her to be an expert into sex. Like, I don't get it. So for me, I'm not going to listen to Dr. Ruth. I'm going to listen to a fucking major slut whore that's fucked 3,000 guys and get my experience and advice from them. So that's just me, but that's me. Okay, don't get me. That's how I
I
work.
feel you.
know?
I feel you. All right, let's move on to the next thing that you think is harmful that Janelle said, Destiny.
I think that the center point of all of our okay. I think that the center point disagreement that we have on most things is probably the big disagreement I have with most red pillars is that when people talk about like what do men need to do, what do women need to do, rather than this viewing of like men as being super masculine and women as being super feminine, I think everybody has a lot of femininity and masculinity, and everybody needs to strike a healthy balance of both. And I think that an issue with a lot of men today has to do with like very low emotional intelligence, like stuff related to becoming more in like touch with their feminine side, and that the messaging of just telling like a normal man today that you just need to be hyper masculine to get more women, I think it's bad advice. I don't think that if you were trying to fuck a lot of women, I don't think that would be the way to do it, and I don't think it's a realistic path forward for most guys. And then same thing on the woman's side, the idea that you need to be hyper feminine and like any like red pillar people will say like don't go to school, don't be in your masculine, don't be argumentative, like let men lead all the time. Like I think relationships work best when they're a partnership and not a partnership with a hierarchy, or however Janelle is going to reframe that. They go, oh, I think they should be partnerships. I mean an actual partnership where both partners are making decisions together and both of you are like having an even say over like what's going on. Like that's the best path forward for most people.
But why? Okay, I fuck a lot of girls. I think everybody knows. You might be sick, you might call me different names. You might not agree with the way I live my life, but that's my life. I don't think anyone should tell me what to do, and neither do I tell other people who are married how to live their life. I think that's just a matter of choice. And as humans, we were brought in this earth, whether you're religious or not, but even by religion, it says you came here by choice. God gave you the choice, the free choice to do what you want. And God even in Bible says he's not judging you based on your choice. Why should you? Why should Destiny sit there and judge someone who fucks a lot? Or why should I, Tony, sit there and judge Destiny for wanting to be married and have an equal half feminine, half masculine side? By all means, if it works for you, good for you.
I understand what you're saying.
It's good for me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The contention is that in these spaces are like dedicated to giving advice to young men. That's what the red pill space is. It's dedicated
I don't think giving advice to a young man. I was given advice as all the way through as childhood, that being married and settling down with a woman and this, they're all great. And I know a lot of people who did listen, with me in that circle, and they're miserable. And, I'm very, very happy not being married. I'm very, very happy doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think, Tony, I don't think we're going to disagree at all. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. But then I think the issue is that from people, and Janelle can speak for herself, I might be summarizing it unfairly. I admit that, okay? But it feels like people like Janelle are very, very, very judgmental of what feminism has done and the sexual revolution has done for young women. And she would be heavily judgmental of a woman that engages in a lot of casual premarital sex and says that people should only be having sex with one partner and that the sexual promiscuity is like destroying society.
Well, I actually agree with a lot of the things that you did say, Destiny. I only have a grievance with a few. I do believe that, and I think the main thing, but I think we'll save this for the last because it's not as prevalent, is I do believe that a relationship, a successful one, where there's sexual polarity that's really strong, there should be a team partnership. But I do believe that ultimately, and you're making decisions together, absolutely. But I do still feel like there's one more dominant role in that relationship. But that's a B-side. I really want to talk more about the sexual promiscuity. So maybe Alex, you can write that down. I don't judge any woman for anything that they've done, because the Bible says, judge not lest you be judged, and let he who has not sinned cast a first stone. And if you looked me up, which I know you didn't, but I'll just tell you,
I read the article you did for the Daily Mail and everything. I did.
Yeah, I certainly have. And I think that's why I get so upset, because people can judge me, but they don't really know my story. And that's okay. I put myself out there so they can. And that's why I get very protective of my son, because like he's obviously like innocent in this. And so
I don't think I've attacked your son while you have attacked me in mine, but go ahead.
No, not at all. I'm just saying
you absolutely did in the beginning of this conversation, but go ahead.
That was from a comment that you made, and we can come back to that. Absolutely. But my whole point is that I don't judge anyone because there's no place for judgment. I have a past, but I actually did something with it. You know, I have a nonprofit. I work with women who've been victims of human trafficking. I have an interview coming up with Tony Robbins. I have a TED Talk coming out. I have 2 books that I both wrote in one day. So I'm not an idiot, right? I did something with my life, okay? So that's funny. I'll send you a copy of both of them when they come out, darling.
Yeah, books.
But that's
You should introduce me to the author sometime.
I actually am the author. I wrote the book myself, darling. And I had it edited. Did I have a team of editors? Absolutely. Because I'm not a writer, I'm a speaker. Anyways, so I don't pass judgment on anyone. However, do I agree with the notion that it's probably not the best idea for women to be just passing out their yoni like they're passing out their community service hours? Absolutely.
Like what you just said right there is judgment. Like the fact that you can't even say that sentence neutrally, passing out their yoni like they passed out their community service hour. Like that, you understand that that's dripping with condescension and vitriol.
It was an analogy.
It's not an analogy. No. It's not an analogy.
Am I not allowed to use it versus saying?
I think it's wrong for you to do that, Janelle. I think it's wrong for you to you were making a great point. But then you screwed up your point by making that analogy. I think he's right on that.
Okay, well, I'll stand by what I say. I do think that that's a great way of using it. You're giving away community service hours. You're giving away your yoni. To me, it's very much so. I don't see how that doesn't go hand in hand. It's something that I don't.
May not be your yummy. I mean, it's like you can't say it like. Okay.
Why can I not say that with that?
Because
think it's still
you could say you don't believe that a woman should do something like that and give away her pureness, her purity, because women were, I grew up learning that, women have to be pure and this and that. And purity obviously is something a lot of men look for in a woman when they decide they want to settle down and marry them. And of course, when you give that purity away, you're giving a lot of your value away. You could say it like that, but giving those sort of analogies isn't really needed in a debatable.
Well, okay. Well, for me, sometimes I like to use a little bit of satire and a little bit of like humor with how I'm speaking. So I'm still going to stand beside that because I'm.
No, I get it, but if you're talking professionally, what he's saying, it's not.
Or even I don't mind the analogy's fine, but just don't like proceed that with like, oh, I'm so non-judgmental. Like I use a lot of I'm super judgmental. I make a living judging people.
Then,
They're like, oh yeah, like I judge women that are sluts. Like that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's talk about that. But don't be like, I'm so non-judgmental. I wish women would stop handing it their pussy like their service hours. Like just do that. That's fine.
I didn't say it like that, but maybe there is some subconscious judgment. Okay, fair
that's
enough.
Fine. Okay, cool. Based. Okay, I'm cool with that. That's
cool.
fine.
I'll say that. My whole point is I'm not going to come down on someone. Just like I'm sure Tony, he has an ex-wife and he has a daughter. I'm sure he's not going to encourage his daughter to be promiscuous. Why? Because it's probably not going to serve her long-term when she wants to get married and have a partner. And I'm sure you wouldn't have wanted your wife to be promiscuous either. And I'm sure she wasn't, or you
we don't know that. We don't know that. You have to ask him. Why don't you?
I said my wife is promiscuous. What do you mean, of course?
I said you. I said you, Tony.
Oh, me,
I said
me,
you.
Me, I look. Everybody has a different opinion, way of living life. What makes you happy is what makes you happy. So I think what you're saying is just regular common sense that everyone knows. Of course, nobody wants to marry or be with a whore.
I do.
Well, yeah, and
we get it.
And Destiny doesn't agree with that.
I don't think that's not true because he just agreed with you.
Oh,
no,
I
love. I'm in an open relationship. We fuck like crazy. Okay, that's literally like it's a big part of my life. Yeah, but if I'm gonna fuck around, I want my wife.
Hold on. Now we're getting into interesting conversations that I like to be involved in. So now Destiny is in an open relationship, and I understand what open relationship means. That means other men come in, fuck your wife, and you fuck other people's girlfriends, and you guys fuck whoever, and it's an open relationship, correct?
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's other people's like girlfriends.
And that makes you happy. That makes you happy, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so now my question is, well, I have a lot of questions, but do you enjoy watching someone else fuck your wife?
If we were having like a threesome or doing like a swinger thing, maybe, but like just watching and not participating, probably not. No, but we've never done that before. But sometimes we have like threesomes and stuff. But yeah.
So if you're fucking someone else's wife while he's fucking your wife, that's enjoyable to you. But if someone else is fucking your wife, that's not enjoyable to you.
I mean, out of like, are you like assuming I'm just like watching and doing nothing, or do you just mean like in general, or?
Oh, maybe you and him are fucking her together.
Oh, like if I was having like a male female threesome, I haven't tried it yet, but I mean, I'd be down for that. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Hey, by all means, that's your choice. I think it's awesome. I think you will have a long-term relationship with your wife that way. A lot of guys who do that, I think, have long-term relationships because that really works for a lot of people. And I don't think me or you, Janelle, should be judging him.
I know. I'm not. I'm not. He's
what
cool
I
to do
as a
whatever he
male,
wants.
what I as a male, as an alpha male, be secure enough in my mind to allow my wife, or to fuck another man in front of me. No, I would fucking freak out. But that's me. But
which I think is super normal. I think that's probably most people. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think it's a fear that a lot of I mean, you would have a million questions in your head when that comes to. But look, that works for Destiny, and hey, man, I'm all for it for you. Great.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's his thing, but that was my whole point, that he doesn't agree with that, because like he said,
Wait,
he doesn't agree with.
Is she good looking?
With
I haven't seen his wife. I want to know. Is she good looking?
She's
a
good
crack.
looking. Oh yeah.
Invite me
what I-
over, Destiny.
If you're ever in Miami Beach, maybe we'll hang out. All right.
Well, okay, so look, you guys are back
you're
to
funny.
friendship. I'm happy. You guys are friends now again, okay? So Janelle, now Destiny, I'm going to ask you one question that I'm very curious to know the answer to. Do you still believe that her business is a scam, and if so, why?
The it's just like it's got all the red flags of like scammy behavior, like Southern California, like sex education. Her backstory is just like almost bordering unbelievable, of like sex trafficked woman who fakes her own death and then joins the military and breastfeeds her kid until he's 7 and does a yoni tantric sex thing and Newport Beach. Like all of it is just like, it just feels like the most like Southern California scammy business ever. But to be fair, I could be wrong. Maybe it's all 100% legit and everything, but. And then the way that she conducts herself too, like just all kind of feels very scammy to me.
Okay, and Janelle, you cannot be upset for this.
I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
Because he's not saying
I'm
you
not
are.
upset.
He's saying
I'm
he's
not upset.
50-50 about it based on his opinion. And I believe
totally
he totally
fair.
has that right.
It's totally fair. Listen, my story is unbelievable, and that's why I do unbelievable shit, because I went through a lot, but I actually took my story and I did something with it, and I helped humanity. That's why I've attracted the attention of people like Tony Robbins, who personally invested in my life, in my nonprofit. We launched my nonprofit at his Business Mastery in 2018. We raised about $50,000 for Beyond Freedom. So
how much money did he invest?
He didn't invest it. It's you have to attend his seminars to understand.
I thought I just heard you say he invested in it, but it sounds like
he invested in me and the women attending his seminars.
So these types of things, she said, this is why I think she's a scammer. Yeah.
What do you mean? You can,
because you just tried to write on Tony Robbins' credit by saying he invested in something. When it sounds like he said good job, good luck, and you can do it.
No, he didn't.
Hold on. Janelle, hold on 1 second. He did not invest in you. He invested in his time.
No.
Because you're not saying what you want to say in a correct way, and people are assuming you're a scam artist because you're not expressing yourself correctly, and that's what he
invest.
But
let me
no,
tell
he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
$10,000 and $20,000 events that he sent me to for free, and he sent me to events for 3 years, including my survivors and my nonprofit. Thousands upon thousands.
That's not okay.
That is an investment. It is an investment. If I send someone to my retreat for free, that costs me $10,000, and that's what you would pay.
How many people went to that?
So just as I got to do a heads up because I got wait.
Just 1
Oh
second.
shit. Okay. Yeah.
How many people went to this retreat? How many thousand people went to this retreat?
There's 3 of them, or there's 3 years of me attending hundreds of thousands.
That's not
of people.
answering my question. How many
Which
people
one?
went?
Which one?
The
I
one
went
that
to
you
multiple.
went to, the one he invested in. How many people?
I went to 8. I went to 8 of them. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying
8
to
of
tell
them.
you.
How many people were in these 8? Was it an exclusive one-on-one, or was it 1,000 people?
There
Because
were
if
different
Drake
sizes.
gives me a ticket to go to his concert, is he investing in me?
These are his events that he charges for. I did not
Yeah,
charge.
Drake charges for his events too. Drake.
I don't know.
Drake.
Drake.
He invests in it. So, but if he gives me a ticket, does that mean he invested in me? I'm asking you. Am I wrong or am I fucking crazy?
No, it's an investment because you're not paying for that. I'm talking about $10,000, $20,000 events that he sent me to for free because he believed in me and my work. He doesn't do that for everyone. Everyone else paid 10, 15. Business Mastery.
Every single person there paid 10,000. Nobody else got a free ticket. You're
no.
the only one.
There was other survivors at certain events, but not those large ticket ones. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you can ask any person in the Tony Robbins world; they will vouch for that. So I can show you emails from him personally, from his assistant, from his PA. So you can say whatever you guys want about me, but I'm very offended by that. And with that note, I will leave you. I'm very offended because no.
Wait, don't just quit. Wait, hang on. This is important point. I think. Wait, hang on.
He didn't offend you in any way, just so you know.
The confusion here is this. The confusion here is this. Destiny's not saying that, oh, you've never been to his event or he's never given you free tickets. But typically when people say invested, they mean like they take their money from their bank account and put it in your business, right? So
to me, this is an investment. This is
it would be like me saying Bill Gates invested in my stream, and it's like Bill Gates gave me a free copy of Windows 11.
But
well, no, Lexi, to be fair, it's
but
not
wait a
exactly
minute.
like that. But the point
That's
is
not
that
exactly.
we're using the word investment very differently than how most people view it. That's the confusion.
Well, for instance, another thing, he sent his media team to San Diego to train me for an entire day. That is, again, an investment. He doesn't just pick anyone. So I was trained in media by Tony Robbins' PR team and media team. He doesn't do that. Yes, one-on-one.
Okay,
I
what
can
did
show
they
you the
train
videos.
you? Okay, so explain this. What did they train you with?
Like this bullshit, answering stupid questions from people.
Well, it seems
who
like
want
that
to try
training
to-
wasn't too good.
No, the training is good because I'm standing against 3 white men. Or you're not white, Tony.
I'm not
2 white
arguing
men.
against you. I'm moderating
Why
the
am I
debate.
against you? See, you just attacked
I'm the
me.
moderator. I'm not
How
taking
am
anyone's
I
side.
against?
Because
I'm
I
your
take
friend.
I
I'm
know,
your
but
friend.
this is-
I'm
but
here.
this is- okay,
Listen, hold on, Janelle. Just because somebody doesn't agree with what you say does not make that person someone who's attacking you, and that's the problem that all fucking women have in
Women
their
have.
fucking head that I don't
But
like.
this is
That's
is not
the biggest
about an
problem women
opinion.
have. That the minute you don't agree with them, you're fucking their enemy, and that's not true.
And you're
Just because
sexist.
you don't agree, we're not. Nobody here is your enemy here.
It's not an
Well, I
opinion.
am.
You're laughing and making a mockery of someone.
I'm not
and a very,
laughing.
I am.
A very
I'm laughing.
important part. Yeah, Destiny is, Tony. And he did say he is my enemy. Of a very important part, a person who wouldn't even talk to you, Destiny, and who took time and energy out of his work, a very famous individual, to invest in me. And you're making light of that. And and that's not cool at all. Especially for the women in the nonprofit
I don't
that I
think,
serve.
Janelle, you're missing the point. He's just trying to figure out how did he, listen, you said he invested in your organization. Not in you,
Yes.
but your organization.
And me, both
when
of
I
us.
say something, I always make sure I say something you could back up a tape and go, okay, yeah, that's what she said. But you
Correct.
said he invested in my organization. He's not disagreeing with you and saying to you that, oh, well, you know, not whatever you're saying is different. He's saying to you is what the way you're saying it is not an actual factual thing that
Well, it's how
or
I
the
took
right
it.
way to
It's
say
how
it.
I
All
see
he's
it.
saying to you is he
It's
didn't
how I
invest
see it.
in you. He didn't invest in your organization. He could have invested his time or whatever else in possibly, you know, helping
It's
you.
money.
but-
There's money.
but it's
There's
not-
time and money involved. And we raised 50,000 at his event. So that is money too from an event that he hosted where his people gave my organization $50,000.
Does
like
it?
I
Am I
said,
investing in you right now by having you on
you
my stream?
are, and you are, and that's why I wanted to leave, because this is my energy and my time invested in someone who is just very much so very childlike behavior and very derogatory towards women, especially a woman
I haven't heard anything derogatory from him.
Yeah, Janelle, to be fair, you're the one that
Well,
wanted
I
this
think
debate.
that. What do you mean? He just said a minute ago he thinks I'm a scam. He thinks that I'm a fraud.
He
I'm
didn't
just
say
my
that.
enemy.
Wait. He did not say
You
you're
said
a
I'm
scam.
not.
He said listen, Janelle. I'm gonna side with the truth. You know, like, look, he did not say that. You're putting words. You're making words. I have to be honest about this. He said to you, okay, he believes, based on what you have said, based on what you're saying, based on the things that he's hearing, he believes it could be a scam. However, he's not sure, but it's going, in his belief, it's looking that way to him.
And that's great for him. And in my
But that
belief,
doesn't mean he's
things
agreeing
look
with
like he has a
saying that.
micro penis.
Am I
because he
right
likes
or
to
wrong?
Be pegged. So that's what I deduced for Destiny, that he has a micro penis because he likes to be pegged by his wife. And with that, I bid you farewell because my phone is dying.
But now
Thank you very much.
something.
Are you gonna
Hold on. Do you have a micro penis?
My dick has been leaked on the internet. I do not have a micro penis. If I did, everybody would be talking about it. Okay.
Dude, the funniest thing is that she was the one that wanted this debate. She reached out to me and said, "Hey, my buddy Tony wants to debate Destiny. Can you set it up?" And she's acting like she was like forcing this debate.
So she's here. She didn't. Her phone died. She didn't.
It was literally
She's
like
here.
that.
She's here. Okay, so sit down and talk. Like
Okay.
let's figure this out because
I mean,
I'm
Tony,
your
it's-
friend and
I know.
I'm not disagreeing with. I'm just saying, look, I side with the truth. The reason I fight with my own mother, I fight with my own sister because I believe my sister says some dumb shit and I sometimes disagree with her. And you know, my whole family's upset at me because I side with I'm dating currently a girl. You know, I see a girl and she sides with her sister no matter what. I mean, her sister could say and she says family's thicker than da. I don't believe that. I believe the truth is the truth, and
I
you
agree with you.
talk the truth. You know,
I think a real friend tells their friend the truth.
I believe that some of the things that you're saying to him, and you guys are going over the top with certain things, but I think you guys are both agreeing on certain things.
We are.
I think
He
you
just
guys
doesn't
are
like
both.
the language that I'm using at times. But to me,
No, but that's because you are expressing yourself incorrectly.
I don't believe it. It is an investment. Just like me sitting here is an investment in my time and energy. Just like when I went on Bravo.
But you shouldn't have that mind frame.
But it is. I went on Bravo yesterday. Did I get paid what I normally get paid for a session? Absolutely
But
not.
that's irrelevant.
But no, it is it is relevant, Tony. Listen, because it was an investment in my time and energy to be on a very huge reality show on Bravo where my work is going to be displayed for millions of people that watch Bravo. In my mind, that's a good investment, even though I didn't get paid what I normally would.
Okay, but look, I make a lot of money, and my time is very, very valuable.
I know it is.
But I'm not going to get on a show and talk about that sort of things because those are really irrelevant. I'm
Because
going to
you've made
focus
to where-
on the actual show and talk about the actual show, and my personal life and my personal whatever,
But
it
you're
should
not
be
being
irrelevant
attacked.
because I'm a very
He
humble.
attacked my business.
If
Darby.
he attacks me, if someone attacks me, forget him. If someone attacks me, okay? If someone attacks me, and I get attacked every day, I'm not saying I don't, but I'm very calm about it. I sit there and try to make common sense and defend myself using common sense very maturely, and I argue with them. And I don't argue with them, but I will go in debates with anyone and tell them my part or how I feel in a very mature way. The throwing rocks at each other, calling each other kids things, that's irrelevant. I think it's childish
But
from
that's
both
just 'cause,
ends.
Tony,
I
that's
think-
just because he likes this is what his platform is. I never.
But
had
if
this
that is how
dialogue with other
he
people.
acts, you should be as a therapist, you should be more mature to not stoop in that level.
And I've tried very
Let
hard.
me redirect for a second. I'm sorry, but I think this is important because it's getting personal again. So one of the things, Janelle, that you said is that Destiny likes to get pegged. Now my question is, were you being hyperbolic and making a joke, or is that
They
like?
said that. They literally said
Who's
that.
hold on.
I'm going to tell you.
No,
Let me
okay,
finish
tell me.
talking,
Okay,
darling.
go ahead.
They said that in the 4-hour interview with Fresh and Fit and Adam on Sauce that I was on that panel.
Who's they?
Melina said that she concurred. But
Who's
it was,
Melina?
He doesn't know who Melina is. My wife.
Your wife
Yes,
said
his
that
wife.
you have a
And
small
one
dick.
of the girls, no, pegging, the pegging.
What's pegging?
Pegging
Okay,
is when you
listen,
fuck a guy in the ass with a
Oh,
strap
that's right.
on.
The pegging go is some girl fuck you from behind, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's. Did this ever
Yeah,
happen?
these are
I
terms.
don't
I'm
think
sorry,
so.
I don't know these terms because I
Yeah,
never
you're
been
good.
fucked in the
I'm
ass
pretty
like
sure
a
this has
girl.
never happened because Melina has never pegged me.
It
But
said
that
it
I'm
on-
not even. But I'm
admitted
also.
it on camera. I don't know
Okay,
why.
so do you guys hold on?
Mhm.
Do you guys can you guys go back to footages from that show
4
and
hours.
show well it doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
4 hours, 2 hours, or 100 hours.
Yeah.
They can go back on that show and find that. And then if that was said, you have the right to ask him about those kind. But if that was not said, that is an attack to him from your side.
Wore heels?
Sure, why not?
That's because she pegged her husband.
That answers
But
itself.
okay, women, so that's a
Okay,
different
we have
thing. But
one
here's the
girl.
thing.
Which
Well, and then
is-
also to be clear, also I don't even have anything against it. Like if Melina super wanted to try it, and it was like her birthday or something, I'd probably let her do it. I don't care. Like it's not even like I care about it. I just don't like the fact that she lies about it. It's just weird.
Don't lie. Like,
He's f***ing on national TV saying I'm willing to get f***ing the ass by my wife. I mean, like he's not saying he's being super honest. I
never
love
said
honest
anything
people
about
like that. I
never
love
said
honesty.
anything about it. I just brought it up because when we were in the debate last time.
Listen,
I
you just
said
lost
that
50% of my
I-
audience.
Okay, I suck dick. I'm bisexual. I don't think your audience likes me, bro.
No, a lot of them do. A lot of them do.
Wait. You suck too?
Yeah, I'm bisexual. Yeah, I'm a
There you
degenerate,
go,
dude.
right
There's
there.
no such thing as bisexual, but I
What-
really.
why isn't there bisexual?
He
He
thinks
fucks the
I'm-
girl.
he thinks I'm
He fucks
closeted
the
gay.
guy. That's bisexual.
Let me just say something to you, Tony.
But
As
hold
a
on,
friend,
explain to me. I want to know as
I
a
will.
therapist.
Yeah, that's-
explain to
I'm
me.
curious
I'm
about it,
stupid.
too. Why
I'm
is there no
dumb.
such thing as
I'm not
bisexual?
smart, by the way, guys. I'm actually pretty dumb. Well, no, because I always consider myself not smart because I always want to learn. It's always want to learn. I want to learn why someone who fucks a guy and fucks a girl is not called bisexual.
I do. Okay, first of all,
Okay.
before I answer that question, I wanted to say something in all due respect.
While you guys do that, can you answer that? And I'm gonna go get a charger because my battery's dying. Go ahead.
Okay.
I need to fucking drink.
You need a drink? Okay. Well, what I wanted to say was to him, so yeah, but I really do have to go anyway, because I really do need to pack. Unlike what you
You
think.
have 3 days. How does it take you 3 days?
I have. Come on. This is my point. You guys are being very insensitive because it's not fair for you to. I don't think it's fair, and it's fair. You can do whatever you want. You're being insensitive. I don't know what your relationship is with your child's mom, but I have an 8-year-old. It's his first week in school. I have the child 24/7. The father lives in Europe, and I'm not going to discuss that. And I run an international business, even though you don't believe I
You
do.
just said you have a nanny. What are you talking
I
about?
don't have a full-time nanny. I have a nanny who's
Full-time
watching
nanny,
it right
bro.
now.
Come on, you're an insult
nanny-
to
hold
actual
on.
single moms that can't afford nannies. Don't sit here trying to lie and virtue signal with this bullshit. I'm with the
I'm
child
not
24/7.
virtue
You
signaling.
literally
I'm not-
have a nanny. You have a nanny. It's fine.
I
There's
have a
nothing wrong
nanny
with
who's
that. But
watching him right now, not 24/7 bro. No.
how? What does she work? 7 days a week at 6 hours a day, or 5
No,
days a week, 8 hours a
doesn't.
day?
She works when I have stuff like this. No,
Okay.
she's not. She has a day job and she works for me when I need her sporadically. I take my son with me most places because I don't want him being cared for by randos.
So you think it's worse for your son to have an attendant babysitter than it is for you to tell him to shut the fuck up and go into the corner of a room while you're working on business stuff?
I don't tell him to shut the fuck up. My son's been to 14 countries. He's actually very well adjusted. I would say his emotional IQ is higher than yours, if I'm being honest.
That's another attack.
Yeah, because he's attacking me.
He did, but
Wait, okay, wait. I want to.
Wait, no, I want to know, what is your son doing in all these international business meetings?
It's not international business meetings. His father's from Europe, bruh. And so we go to Europe every year so he gets cultured in Europe and we visit a few countries. I do not appreciate this.
How old is your cultured high EQ son again?
I told you he's 8. You should know you're the same age emotionally.
Okay, I want to say something. Janelle,
when
you
you-
got.
listen,
Hang on.
you're not
Everyone listen to the mod. Everyone listen
I
to the
think
mod.
we shouldn't
Everyone,
attack
hang on.
you. We shouldn't attack. Have a good debate.
He has been.
Just-
It's not fair for
okay,
y'all
stop for a
to
second.
sit
Stop
in
for
your
1
glass
second.
houses.
Just stop for 1 second. Okay, I need to bring this up because it keeps happening over and over again. You gotta stop saying you guys. I'm the moderator. I'm not
Okay,
involved in
so
the
Alex,
debate.
You're a white male. It is. You're part of the problem.
I'm trying to make sure that this conversation keeps going. I'm not taking any sides, right?
I
You
don't
wanted
want
this
it to
debate.
because
I helped set it up. So I would appreciate if you don't put me in this you guys category.
Okay, fine, Alex. Fine, whatever. I'm being irrational because I'm a woman. There you go. You guys happy? Awesome.
You
So
keep saying you guys.
okay, is everyone happy? Is the person happy that I'm speaking with? So, like, unlike you, I don't just sit around and I don't have hundreds of thousands of followers and I just sit around and teach people how to play. No, I actually work. I see clients. I take care of my son who started his first week of school. Blada, blada, blada. I have
How
the
are you
passport
seeing
retreat.
clients while taking care of your son?
He's in school from 8 to almost 3 o'clock. What are you talking about? I line up my clients when he's in school.
Okay,
Is
so
this-
you
this is
have
like-
so wait, that's true. So your son is going to school and you still have a part-time nanny. It was weird that you're like, I'm with him
have a part-time
24/7.
nanny. She comes when I need her to. She hasn't worked with me for
we
2
move
months.
To a different conference
I
room?
know,
Hold on one second.
it's just stupid.
Can
He
we
wants
move to a
make-
different conference room so I could plug in my phone? My battery's about to die.
Yeah, sure. Be careful, our kid's not in there in the corner just hanging out.
He's just. It's
No,
just
okay,
like,
so
this is
the,
just-
what can we call you back or do you want
Yeah,
to?
you can. Yeah, you.
I just stay on the phone. Hold on. No,
okay.
here. I'm just gonna go to a different office.
I told you it was going to be a fun debate, Destiny. I told you. What were exact words? This is going to be an epic debate.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So ignorant, so self-centered, and all they care
I don't know
about-
why I'm being clumped in with you guys. I'm just literally moderating debate here. I'm not taking any
White,
sides.
literal white male.
We're talking about Destiny. I don't have any issues with you, Alex.
I know,
Yeah.
but you just keep saying you guys.
For me to be in a room with 3 men who are, you're not white, Tony, but you have blonde hair, so you keep throwing me off. And you're kind of like for a Persian, let's just be honest.
I'm like,
So when you say you guys, you just mean Destiny, but you keep saying
mean
you
Destiny.
guys.
And
Okay.
it's just,
Okay.
first of all, and I want to say this to you because I do love you and I do care about you.
I
And you're
care
a good
for you as a
friend.
friend too.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
shit.
not sexually if the girlfriend's watching because I know she's a little psycho, but
I have girlfriends. Don't worry, I'm
girlfriends,
not
whatever.
worried
The
about
one that you mentioned though. But the thing is, and Dr. Barr's our mutual friend who
Right.
I work with in my fake business, by the way, Destiny.
It
I
sounds
just
more fake every time you talk about it, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I just don't think that it's fair that you to say I don't want to be tagged in this when you have, like you said, you've been very public. I don't know what your net worth is. I don't care to know that you make a lot of money and that
Okay.
you have a huge platform and that you're like, I don't care if I'm tagged. Of course you don't care if you're tagged.
Whoa, Tony said that, not
hold
me.
on, no.
Damn, Tony said that.
Let-
Don't put that ill will on me, okay? That came from him.
Okay. So you do very well and you worked very hard and you're very smart because you wouldn't have gotten there if you weren't.
Oh,
So
thank
first
you.
of all, I'm talking about him, not you, Destiny. So I'm saying that this is something, but I think that you guys, this is the problem. One of the problems with men, I feel like you get desensitized because you deal with women who are assholes. And when a woman like myself, who's very nurturing, who's very feminine, who works really hard, who does the right thing, who encourages her son's father, who is mentally not fully there, to be in her son's life, which is something most women don't do today, right? They don't do that. And then for you to be so insensitive that you're like so far removed from reality because of your net worth and because of your status that you're like, I don't care to be tagged. Why are you tripping about a tag? I'm running a business and you met my son,
Right.
who you keep insulting, which I do take that to heart.
Wait, me or Tony? Tony's not insulting your son, is he?
No,
you have been. And
I
making
haven't met your son, have I?
Yes, you have. You insulted him a few times. Where's
No,
this?
have I met
don't
your son
insult
before?
anyone. I don't insult anyone. I defend myself, but I will not insult anyone.
And that's my point.
That's just me. It's just me. I mean, look, I could think very negative things about someone sucking someone's dick as a man, but I won't insult you.
Oh, well,
I will
thanks.
never insult you. I would never ever insult you. That's, and nor would I make a negative opinion of you. That's just me as a person. I have a cousin that's gay. I know a lot of people who are bisexual and gay, and everyone has the right to live the way they live. And that's one of the things I always argue about is, look, I don't judge other people, and I see a lot of people judging me. I just don't think, I think if all people in general stop judging and live their life for who they are and become a better person for and do better things in society, that just makes it better for everyone.
Well said, Tony. I do want to redirect to this. So, and I agree with everything you said, by the way. Janelle said earlier that you can't be bi. What could she expand on that?
Hold on one second. This is my nanny / PA who works for me occasionally when I need help because she has a full-time job. Tiani,
You have a PA who has another full-time
describe
job.
your role to me. Exactly, because he was making fun of me because I said I need to go home and get ready for my trip. Do you work with me? Are you employed full-time or even part-time with me?
Occasionally,
You
whenever our schedules align.
Correct.
Because you're traveling a lot.
Right. And how often do you watch my son?
Your son, maybe it's very rare because you're always with him.
Thank you. Everything I just said, and I did
Wait,
not.
what
prompt
did you
her
mean by your son? Wait, how many fake sons do you have?
See, he's gonna make. He's just. This is how he is.
I'm sorry, that was just such a weird phrase. I'm so sorry.
What is this?
Well, it's because some people use their son as an excuse to get out of things, but she actually does have to come be with her son.
Well, of course, every mother should.
Yeah.
So,
not all of them.
Not all of them.
I think we should get off the topic.
We're not debating a good mom or bad mom.
Yeah, I think we should get off the topic of Janelle's son. I feel like
Yeah,
that's
can we just get off of that? It's very sensitive.
I think to sit here and judge her with her son is wrong to begin with. I think we're on the wrong
Come on,
subject.
You're like picking. It's so beneath you to talk this way to a single mom. Like it's just.
Well, okay,
annoying.
wait, Janelle, to be fair, I did try to redirect and you brought it back.
And also, we're only talking about this because you opened this whole convo shitting on my relationship with my son, just to be clear. But
Off of something that you said that we can very clearly go back and get the clip. But
that's fine. And you said you breastfed your son until he was 7 years
I
old.
did.
Who cares?
I did say that, and I'll say that I
Wait,
did.
you breastfed your son
Yes.
at 6 years old?
And in most countries, and most indigenous countries, I don't care what you guys think of me. That's why my son has the emotional intelligence that he had. Most of the geniuses.
Because he was breastfed?
Yes, it's
Until he was 7.
absolutely. I don't. It doesn't matter, and you guys wouldn't understand because you're not in a conscious community. You're not from Africa or some indigenous cultures that they breastfeed till they're 10, actually, because you can't recreate the formula.
10 years old?
Yes, it's normal. I wouldn't do that.
That's like molestation.
Well, it is what it is, but in many cultures that is normal, and that's what it is.
Okay. Anyway, let's
Health,
redirect.
health. He even knows.
No, he's saying it causes health issues.
No. It has good
Oh,
health
good health,
benefits.
good health.
And for exactly for their emotional and their brain.
Well, that could be. So listen. Instead of sitting there getting upset, explain like Paul just explained. Explain that it does have good benefit.
I
Good
said the
benefits.
emotional. And
By the way, we have someone who's in the medical world here.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I think we should get off Janelle's son. I think we should redirect to this.
Please, thank you, Alex.
So you, Janelle, earlier said that you don't think a man can be bi. So could you expand on that and explain why you think that?
I just think that it's different when, for one main reason, our sexual organs, our yoni, it's YONI for your followers, are different. They're on the inside of our body. Again, having to do with sexual polarity, we are the receivers. We take in the lingam, which
Who's
is
we? Explain.
women.
That.
Women
okay.
take in, we receive the lingam, which is Sanskrit word for penis, into our bodies. We're receiving that. So when women decide, oh, they want to explore and they want to go both ways, it's like, okay, it's their anatomy is internal, right? And then they might decide, oh, I like a man or I like both or whatever the case may be. And that's kind of how men are very attracted to that. It's what they like and whatever. But when it comes to a man, it's different. His sexual anatomy, his lingam is external. It's external. It's on the outside of his body. He's the emission. That's the masculine energy. They take their lingam and they emit their seed into a woman or another man in this case. So to me, just from that perspective, when you look at it, it's like, that's a whole different dynamic of if a woman is into a woman, it's like it's a different energy as far as she doesn't have an external genital that's like going inside of her, right? Or going inside it for a man, his booty, whatnot. But with a man, that's like you're now taking your emission, that masculine energy, and you're like putting it into another aspect of a man who has that same emissive energy. So I look at it more of a sexual polarity. You need that yin and that yang.
How
And
is there
so-
sexual polarity with lesbians?
Well, one of them
We're
is
talking about bi men though.
Yeah, bi- bi-
the
Yeah,
whole
but she's saying
argument-
that she's saying women can be bisexual because of, and then she said men can't
but
because of
men
sexual
can't
polarity.
be. I don't
I-
understand that.
I-
I want to know why.
I
can't a
mean,
man
this
be
is just
bisexual?
my personal preference or my personal beliefs. Back to
You have a
base.
personal beliefs on male sexuality.
It's what we're allowed to have our own
That's
beliefs,
my-
like Tony said.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
but
But that's your opinion. Though.
That's my
That's not a. That's you cannot base that.
You
on
asked me
a-
what
no,
I believe,
right.
so
That
that's
is
what
your
I'm
opinion.
telling you. It's my opinion.
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying.
so we're back at an opinion. An opinion doesn't mean anything.
I'm not
So-
saying scientifically you could say. I'm just saying.
Scientifically, we're talking. I was talking scientifically. Scientifically talking.
I don't think
Why
you can-
can't you be bisexual?
You can if you want. I'm just saying, if a man, it's different if a man sucks eggplant and
But
if
that's
a
your
man
opinion.
takes. Yeah, I was never coming from a standpoint of science.
Literally just gave a whole like tantric explanation though. That's not just
On
your
sexual
opinion.
po-
Yeah,
on
you think it's
sexual
backed up
polarity,
by
on
your.
the polarity. I'm not saying. I was talking about sexual polarity and the reason and the anatomy differences and why my opinion is formed.
But as a sexual therapist, I believe that your opinions aren't really relevant in
Because
this therapy, but rather backed with science.
There's
and
nothing to
also
back if someone can be
either
bisexual
ancient
or
or
not.
modern science. That
Wait, there
more
is
of
something that can back up whether people can be bisexual. It's that they fuck men and women. That makes them
Well, that's
bisexual.
what I'm saying. An argument for that. I'm saying there's no. I don't think you can say, oh, science says.
I mean, the man is bisexual. The man's bisexual.
If he wants to be that, great. I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying
You
personally.
did. You said it's not
possible.
Oh,
no.
What happened?
Bro, I can't get an S rank on this fucking mission. That's what happened.
You
What are
can't
the-
get a what?
Hold on.
What did you say? S strike? What is an S strike?
Oh.
Here we go. Tony, we need you, brother.
I'm good.
Dude, Tony seems like the chillest fucking guy ever.
Yeah, her big issue is I think she brought him on expecting him to simp hard for her, and now that he's not, she's like losing her fucking mind. That's why she wanted to leave earlier because.
They're back.
No.
They're back.
Whoops.
Okay, you're good now. We can hear you. Okay, so
First of all, I never expected Tony to simp at all, but I will say, Tony, that some of your
simp.
They just said that. They said that. They
Side,
thought, no,
I'm
they
not
said-
involved in this. Destiny said it. I didn't say it.
Destiny said.
There's no
I
they.
think
It's
that
just
you thought
Destiny.
that you were gonna come on and simp with me.
No, I
never
said
thought
you
that.
thought that. Yeah, that's why you
I
get so
never-
upset
I
when he
never thought
disagreed
that.
with you. And you wait, so you wanted to set up a debate with all three of us, and then your plan was to leave after 15 minutes? That was your
First of
initial
all,
plan?
First of all, the reason why I got irate and wanted to leave is because I asked Alex to do something very simple that was important to me to spend. Maybe your time isn't worth it to you, or you don't care about your
But
time,
you're
but I
attacking
do.
him. Okay, can you
No.
talk without attacking? You guys, both.
He just
Both.
said why
For
you were
5 minutes, I
offline.
want to hear both of you guys speak
And I will
without
say that
attacking.
honestly,
Please,
I
please.
will
for the
tell
This
love
is
of
like
God.
absurd. I've tagged you in every single video. I just
Not
forgot
you,
to message
Alex.
Destiny.
Not you. I'm not talking about you.
You
You're
said
irrelevant in this person, in this day.
But you just
But-
said the name Alex.
I
Is
was
there a
saying
deep-
what you guys were saying about him and I when we were off the thing. I thought it was both of you, but I heard Destiny what he said. So I'm sorry. I thought you were in on that too. I never said he was going to come on and simp with me. Those were his words, not mine. I did bring him on because, in all fairness, you
Well,
said
first of all, what does simp meet with you mean? What does that mean?
simp.
What
Like,
I was saying was that I think that she initially thought that you were just going to blindly agree with everything she's saying because she's a woman.
No,
or you're a friend.
I agree with common sense.
I
And-
never
and
thought that. Tony is a very. You can look at his Instagram.
I'm
You think he
super
agrees
honest.
with
I'm
any
super
woman?
honest.
No, he does whatever the fuck he wants to do. So
I
wrong
do
again.
agree with a lot of women.
I know, but you do what you want to do. You're not going to just agree with
First
me.
of all, I
because we're
love
friends.
women, and I agree. There's a lot of misconception about me. I love a lot of women, and I do.
I
look-
think people know you
I
love a
fucking
lot of
love
women.
a lot of women. I love women. I like women. I a lot of women doesn't mean I hate a lot of women or anything like that.
Tony, I think we all know that you a lot of women. I think that's not what
I
that's
disagree with a lot of things women say.
Including your
because
mom and
I
your
think-
sister. You
including
just said
my
that.
mom and my sister. I disagree because I feel women tend to use emotions
We do.
so fast to become judgmental towards people or say
We do,
things that
absolutely.
are wrong.
We absolutely
okay?
do.
And you do. And that doesn't mean I hate any woman. I love all women. I actually can't live without a
But
fucking
in
woman.
all fairness,
I
I
need to
felt like
fuck all the
hang on.
time, so I love women.
Tony, when
But
we
I just
spoke-
can't agree with a lot of the shit that a lot of
Perfect.
women say. And I'm not saying
Tony,
you or
Jace,
anybody else.
Jace,
I'm just
hang on.
saying-
Let's let Destiny answer the initial question, which is he was about to say.
Well, hold on.
that
No, I
it-
think she was going to say something important that she felt.
I-
Yeah.
when you spoke, yes.
When we spoke,
He said he
you
attacked
said,
you.
No. When you and I spoke, and I told
Yes.
some of the points, you said, "Well, I would say this, this."
And
I
and
can't
that's
wait.
true.
And I just feel
So
like
let's go
haven't-
over those, and I
you
will
haven't
say it.
been
I will
as
say it.
Yeah, let's get into those.
Because I haven't heard him say anything to you that was either attacking you. I have not heard
Well,
him say anything.
He did a few times, mostly when
I
you were
wasn't
out
in-
of the room.
Okay,
probably
well, I
on
wasn't in the
purpose.
room. So since I've been on this so far,
And it's
I
not
have not
attacking.
heard him say anything where it was attacking. I heard him make a valid opinion of you that he has the right to believe.
Correct.
I believe you have the right to respond to that in a mature way.
But
okay?
that's not what we're talking
And
about.
I think you are using a lot of emotions right now instead
I
of
am.
sitting there. Well, that's wrong.
I am because I don't.
Well, that's
want-
wrong.
Because these topics are, to me, when you talk about my
Bring
son,
a lot of emotion out of you,
and it's just-
and what all you have to do,
and
as
I'm
a
on my
woman,
cycle
and listen,
right now,
can you
which
just,
can
that's
you can make fun
irrelevant.
of me too. No, I want to tell this because they like making fun of
Oh my God,
women,
I hear that
especially
from
Dustin.
women all the time, and I hate
No,
it.
make
To be
fun of
clear,
me. I
nothing
started
I've
my
made fun of
cycle
you about has
today.
nothing
Please
has
make
anything to
fun
do
of
with you
that
being a
too.
woman.
That's why we're crazy and emotional. Keep going.
I don't like you as a person. I don't care that you're a woman. That makes no difference to me. You could be a man saying all the same things, and I would have the exact same opinion.
Okay, guys can't suck eggplant and take an eggplant and be bisexual. They're just gay at that point. It's not science. It's my opinion. Thank you. Now you may proceed with whatever
Okay,
you'd like.
so I, as I was saying to you, I so far have not seen him attack you in any way. I think he made an opinion, and if he has attacked you in the past, you have mentioned some things that were attacked that seemed to be that he was attacking you. And I said to you, if someone attacks you in that way, you need to defend yourself as a woman.
Oh,
as
I
a
just
strong
remembered
woman.
one. I just remembered
Yes,
one.
so let's
What is-
talk about
Let's
those.
talk about the stuff that you were saying
Yes.
about guys like him who don't have real careers, who sit and they just are online, and a bunch of men want to be them, and so they simp and blah blah blah, and like this is like their claim to
I
fame.
said to you, if someone sits there and attacks you based on things that you are knowledgeable on, if you said something knowledgeable, and if he attacked your knowledge, and you're speaking facts, and if I hear these facts and I agree with you, then you could sit there and attack that person for the type of person that he is, sitting there not being knowledgeable in your field and attacking you.
Yes.
But so far, I have not heard him say those things yet, where he's attacking you based on him being unknowledgeable of anything. He's so far, and I'm not siding with you or him. I'm siding with just common sense facts. Okay? I think there was some misunderstanding between you two.
There was, absolutely.
I think once you guys clear that up, you guys were pretty much on the same page. I think you're attacking him far more than he's attacking you, from my understanding. I'm not siding with him. I'm not saying I like him as a person. I'm not saying I don't like him as a person. I'm not saying being gay is good or being bisexual is good or bad. I'm not saying any of that.
Well,
He
you'd
has
be
every
crazy.
right
Yeah, you
to
wouldn't do that.
fuck a guy, a girl, whoever the fuck he wants. I might personally think being gay is not right, but that's my opinion, and
your
this
opinion.
is, I'm not here to voice my opinions. My opinions are relevant because we are having a discussion to the masses with a lot of people listening. So our opinions
It is what it is.
it is what it is. So let's talk maturely
I just think that-
between you and him.
Yeah,
And
but-
let's you guys had a debate. You said he was attacking you on these debates.
I feel like
If
you're
he's
placating
attacking
him,
you,
so-
I will defend you.
You're
Right
placating-
now, I'm
Okay.
not hearing him attack you. So
You're-
let's continue your debate with
You're
him.
placating him. If this was your mom or your sister,
I would
and-
do the same.
No. And they were saying that your business is a fraud, or this was.
He said he did not
Okay.
say your business
He
is a
thought
fraud.
it was. It seemed that way.
He didn't
and
say I thought. He said
said-
based on what he is hearing.
Again,
and
same
we
thing,
agreed.
same thing.
Hold on, one second. Destiny, you did agree with me that it's not correct to listen to somebody making an internet comment about someone that should be a viable right thing to do. You do agree with me on that, or do you not do?
Yeah,
agree
you should
on
be allowed to. Like, if she's making fun of me for being like a fucking YouTuber, that's fair. I think YouTube shit is pretty funny
And
too.
then he
And a
did
lot
the
of people that are
same thing-
YouTubers are fucking losers. I'm okay with it. I make fun of them too. Yeah, that's fine.
And he did the same thing about my Daily Mail article, which I found that very condescending. You guys want to point out and say, and again, there's three
Okay,
males
you guys,
here.
no,
there's
hold
three
on.
males in
There's
one
not
room.
3 males
There are.
because two of us have not said anything negative towards you. The only person that's even remotely made any negative comments was Destiny, and Destiny is also sitting there talking to you correctly, and now you're attacking everyone and anyone that comes in your way, and
attacking
it's
anyone.
wrong.
Attacking would be.
When you say you guys,
I don't feel
that's
that's an
you're
attack.
attacking 3
That's
people.
a statement. I'm saying one,
That's
two,
not a
three
statement.
men. There's 3 men. If they're not 3 men, someone in
No,
the
we're
audience-
3 people.
No,
people.
you guys have-
Person. Man and woman doesn't it's irrelevant.
It does.
Tony, what about the yoni, dude?
This is no, but this is relevant.
It's 3 people.
It is relevant though, darling.
Okay, so if it's a black guy and a yellow guy and a yellow bird, like we're gonna talk like that? No, we're not. If a black guy's there, I'm not gonna be racist towards him.
But we have to. You're talking
But
about.
we don't because we're having a debate.
I don't think that that's how it is. Because when I look at you, I see 3. I don't see yonis and boobs. I see. Well, I don't see your lingams either.
Just because he doesn't have tits doesn't mean he's a person. He's
I'm
a
not saying
person.
He is a human, but he's also a man, and so are you, and so are him.
So?
So?
That one right there sucks dick. So what?
Just to be clear, Tony was pointing at Destiny, not me.
Yes. So does that make him like? Come on, you're not. He's a person. He's a person. At the end of the day, he's a person. He has.
You've never been a woman.
I don't care to be a woman.
Okay, let's pose the
I'm not
question
gonna
like this.
side with
Janelle.
That is
Why
such
the fact that
I think that is
Destiny,
that
me,
is such a
and Tony
racist
are
way of
men?
thinking.
How's
Yes,
that
it is.
relevant?
Because it's sexist. It's a sexist. It's a very sexist way of thinking, and you shouldn't think like that.
And when you've been in my decision,
I look at people as
shoes,
people. I personally look at people as people. I don't care what people. I don't care how many he sucked last night before he came here to talk to me. I don't care. We're talking about a discussion, and I'd like to discuss that discussion. What he does, what he did last night. How many girls I fucked last night? Who I fucked last night is irrelevant.
Okay, and that might be.
And
the
I
case.
think as a therapist, especially as a therapist, and mind you, I got to tell you, I disagree with my sister, and she's a psychologist. Okay,
Well, imagine that.
Well, no, imagine what? Because she went to school, but still, as a woman, okay, as a woman, she is allowing her emotions as a woman get in her way in her business, and that's wrong. The same thing that I don't like anyone doing. As a therapist, you shouldn't allow that. You should focus on your work,
I am trying to,
but
the
no,
fact
you're
of the
using
matter-
emotions.
But the fact of the matter is, I'm actually sitting here with 4 men because
The
Paul
poor guy
also-
doesn't even say nothing.
He is a man though, and he's here though.
But so what?
He was actually
Okay, so if we have a debate in a fucking group with 7,000 guys, you're gonna sit there and cry because there's 7,000 guys in a room?
I'm simply pointing out facts that there's 3. Now there's 3 men. 3 men here.
Okay,
debating.
can I point out a fact? There's a light up there.
There is a light up
So?
there. Thankfully, it's highlighting my.
But what does that
strengths
light
versus
have to
my
do with our conversation?
Because it's been making our profiles look much better than.
All right, guys, I need a break to hit myself in the
Okay. I'm gonna ask this question. Okay, so the thing is that Janelle, you're not just stating a fact. You're using that as kind of a point, like, oh, I'm going against like 3 men, even though I'm
Okay,
the
so you know what? Let's make it
feel.
fair.
That's
Hold
how I
on.
feel.
Can we have this
wait,
discussion tomorrow? She brings 4 women.
Wait, listen. Here's the
That
thought.
way, there's no problem. Can we do that, guys?
Sure, but hang on.
And I think at that point, Destiny should bring 3 bisexuals to defend them too.
All right, wait, hang on. Let me
So
just.
we
finish
need
the-
3 bisexuals, 3
Tony!
women,
Let me
3
finish.
guys,
Let me finish.
3 gays, 3
Tony
trannies.
Stark, Tony
We
Stark.
should have like a big group thing so that everybody feels equally at equal level, so that we can have a discussion. Is that what's happening tomorrow?
All right, Tony, just let me finish real quick, and then I promise all you. All right, so listen, what I'm saying is that you're using that. It's not that you're stating a fact like, oh, there's 3 men. You're using that as a point of an argument. So my question is, why do you feel the fact that Destiny's a male is relevant to your argument or his argument? That's the question.
Because he was very, like you guys said, I was condescending when I talked about community service hours and passing out yoni. I felt it was very condescending of you, which it's interesting how you guys pick your battles. You were defending hypothetical women, but when a woman who went through the things I did in the Daily Mail, he decided to be condescending about that, then he's okay to do that. And that's why I take offense to it, because that was my life, my challenges, my hardships, It sounds too good, like too fucked up to be real. But let me tell you, it was real. And that's why I get emotional, because you have no idea the things that I've had to overcome as a woman to be where I am today, to take care of my son who's biracial, and to make sure he has a better life than I had. So you don't have to read an article about him one day in Daily Mail. That's why I get offended. And that's why it feels like there's 3 men against me, because you guys don't understand what it's like as a woman to go through the things I did. And for him to be so flippant and nonchalant and make light of it is very offensive. And that is why I wanted to leave.
Do you realize?
Man,
I don't know if this
as a man, we go through things every day. I walk through coming to work with people throwing knives at me every day, try to backstab me as I walk
And I
away.
know you guys do.
We go through things every day. I don't sit here and come to this conversation and talk about all the guys that try to fuck me today, even though that I'm not gay. That has anything to do with the debates that you guys are having.
He's the one that brought up my Daily Mail article. And
Okay,
honestly,
what did he? Let's talk about that.
I want to get off of me because Alex just
The
said
debate is about you.
not about my
Well, not
personal-
necessarily.
No,
It's not necessarily
it's not
about her
my
personal.
personal history,
No, we're
my
talking about
son.
your okay. Destiny, forget her son, forget
Okay.
everything else.
come
Okay, let's
on.
talk on the focus of the thing. Okay, what is you guys' debate originally stemmed from? What was the original debate?
I think it had to do with like relationships and male and female dynamics and in
Okay,
basically
so what is
relationships.
it that you believe different than her in that regards? And let's please not insult anyone, just the difference in opinions.
Wait, are you asking me what the difference in opinions are?
Between
Yeah,
you and him or her.
What do you disagree with her on?
Basically the idea that like men and women are so insanely different and that there needs to be like hierarchies in relationships. That's like on the broadest level. And then there's going to be specific disagreements on anything in there. Basically, that's like on the broadest level. That's what we disagree on.
I think you can also, Destiny, more broadly say what you disagree with the Red Pill on, because I think Janelle's pretty close to Red Pill, so that will also be a source of disagreements.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But that's
You
also
guys-
broadly my disagreements with the Red Pill too. Yeah.
Right. So let's just I need to.
On me, I don't even know what a red pill
Yeah,
is.
you
so-
gotta explain that to him. I do have to go, unfortunately, because my nanny is tired and she wants to go home. So I gotta go. You guys have
Wait,
you guys
real
have
quick,
a
just so
great
that we can-
relationship now.
Wait,
you
so we
guys
can promote.
talk.
I want to.
How do I have a great relationship
promote-
with this guy?
Wait, let's promote. Hold on, Janelle. Wait. Let's let Janelle promote her stuff.
I don't
Janelle,
think he likes me. I
Wait,
don't
let's
suck
let-
dick or
let-
get fucked in the ass. I don't
let's
think
let wait. Let's let. I'll give Janelle a chance to promote her stuff. What was the name of your nonprofit or
I have
whatever?
2 phones for you, little everyone who
okay,
say
2
that
phones.
I lied. So, all right.
Okay.
So I
Okay,
don't
but
lie.
look what they're saying. They're trying to help you promote your stuff. Can you? Like,
Yeah. What was
let's
the name of
promote
your
it.
nonprofit? Yeah, so people can
Yeah,
find it
let's
if they want.
promote. Go for it. This is your moment
It's
here
like a
for
little
you.
too late. TheOFactors.com, that will take you to my retreat page, my Intimacy Master Retreats. If you're interested in my nonprofit, which I know none of you are, you can go to beyondfreedominternational.org. And yeah,
Who's none of you? Oh, so you're talking about us
I'm
three?
talking about their viewers. They're
But
not
if you're talking to their viewers and you're already putting in their head that they're not
it was
interested,
just so
that doesn't.
like, it's like a pity offer that he gave.
It's not a.
It's not
I'm
a
just
pity
curious.
offer. He
Well,
just
like
said-
so, like. Well, here I'll ask a genuine question. I'm just curious. So one of the things I heard, for instance, was that your nonprofit had failed to file a I think it was a 990 3 years in a row, and it doesn't even have 501c3 status anymore. Is that true?
No, that's absolutely not true. I can
Okay, because you can look that up on the IRS website, and
I
it
know
shows
you
no
can.
990
I still have the
filing.
gold- I can
So it
forward
seems
you
like
my
kind of
gold
a.
seal. I can forward you my
I don't know
gold
what a
seal.
gold seal has to do with anything, but
Well,
you give
it
off
has to do
huge
with the
scammer
fact
vibes, big scammer vibes. That's what I'm
Okay.
feeling. But
Let me finish talking. The gold seal shows that you're an actual nonprofit and that you have transparency. And I've had that for the last 4 years since my nonprofit has been running.
I think the paperwork with the date that shows that it's valid is what you need, not the gold seal.
Well, the gold seal, yes, is a part of that. That's
But
a
he could
part
have had a gold seal from 20 years ago.
No,
That's
you
what
have
I'm
to
saying.
you have to
Well, from
refile
4
for
years
every
ago.
year. You have to refile
or
for
did the
gold.
IRS come and take it from you? I'm
No,
sorry.
I have it. I have the gold. What are you talking about? You guys don't even know what you're. Unless you have nonprofits, you don't know how they run. But I can definitely. this is just a waste of my time. Like you want to throw stones into glass houses and you don't even
They're
understand.
asking you a question.
And I'm
Why are you
telling
getting
them,
upset?
Because
It does
you
feel
guys
like I'm
are
throwing a
making
stone
fun
into
of
a glass
gold
house.
seal.
That's
You
true.
don't even know what a gold seal is or how you get
But
it. You
no,
have
so
to
educate us.
I'm
Don't get
trying to do
mad.
it, and he's just sitting
Listen,
there
if
laughing.
people make fun of like some of the products that I sell or do, I
Because
explain it. Why are you getting mad?
Because this is
Exactly.
this is so much more than beyond people laughing. This is about survivors and women that I work with and help. And it's just very frustrating that he's just a white
you're
again,
emotional.
a white
I just
male
want to say, Tony,
laughing at this and at the work I do and helping.
But
these
what is the white male
Oh,
part?
wait. I just want to say what Tony is saying is I feel the same way. When people bring me on and they want to like challenge me on like my business or like charity work I've done or campaigns, I
charity
love
work
that.
you've
'cause
done,
I'll
not
sit- I'll
charity
sit
work
here-
that you come out of and that you're involved in and that you actively work
Sure.
with.
Yeah, or
survivors.
campaigns that I've worked on, or canvassing things that I've donated to. Yeah, I
Nothing's to
love to
help
talk about it.
more
I'll talk
white
about that all day because that's the shit. Because I know all my shit. I file my taxes. All that shit is a lot of that is available for
And I
public.
just told you, I said the gold steel standard is something that you have to file for every year. If I didn't have a valid number, it wouldn't work. I
Uh-huh.
wouldn't be able to have the gold seal. So that
No.
this is like
Well, Janelle, why do you say as a white male to Destiny? Like what? Like you could totally
because
disagree
he
with
has
this.
white male privilege, and I don't.
If you're calling him a man living in his basement,
what's the privilege?
Well, he does. He streams for a living and puts people down, and that's why people like him because all he does is put people down and just circular arguments.
You think that's only because he's a white man?
I see him as an individual. You might be right. I'm not disagreeing with you. I see him as an individual that is trying to voice his honest opinions, whether they're bad and against people or whether they're things, but they are his honest
And
point
that's
of view.
fine for him to do that. I'm not saying he can't voice his opinion. He is. But when I'm saying when it comes to my life, my son, and women and organizations that I, work with,
I
it's
think
just-
first of all, having an argument and involving children are wrong to begin with.
Correct.
So I think you did wrong to him and he did wrong to you.
Well,
let's talk about that.
Well, that's why I've been trying to move off the topic for a while.
Yeah, that topic should be
I do
moved
think-
on.
I'm just an
I do
easy
think-
target, and that's
I
why
do think. Wait, hang on. But this is important question that the
I
chat
think
is
you
asking.
make yourself
Why?
an easy target.
Wait, hang on.
because
Janelle, like
you
I understand
are
that
the
you're
way
not
you
happy
think.
with Destiny's criticism, but my question is, why include the part about him being a white male? Like he could be a black male and he could still give the
it's
same
relevant.
criticism.
If you read the Daily Mail article, you would understand. So it's relevant.
Wait, I read the
to
Daily Mail. What does that have to do with being a white male? What?
everything. And if you need me
Oh,
to
well, fuck
unpack
me,
this
my
for you,
bad.
then let's
Well,
not
yeah,
even-
and unpack
Well,
it
why?
before you say it.
Imagine having a job where you're a therapist and then saying, "Do I need to unpack this for you?" Isn't that what you do
Because
professionally?
because the clients
Shouldn't you
that
be
I
the
work
best
with
person
want
in this
to
room to
take-
unpack
you think
anything?
that you're the smartest and that you have everything put together and that
I
your
am
ways
the
are only
smartest.
right.
I do have it all. Thank you. I like to hear that.
But you know nothing about Destiny. He came from poverty. He had
No,
a,
I didn't. I'm in my mom's basement right now.
Okay, but no, like let's be real. Like
Mom, can I get some chicken tenders,
That
please?
inhumane.
He wasn't born into money.
It's just all very. It's just.
My name is
sad.
actually
It's-
Stephen
it's-
Rothschild.
It's
Oh, come on,
they
Destiny, be
make
real
fun
for a
of my
second.
story and the work I do and the
He
organization.
doesn't believe your story. He's not making fun of
I
it. He
don't-
just doesn't believe it.
I don't care. That the point is there's
That's
a
his
lot
opinion.
of there's a lot of women
So
out
defend
there
yourself.
that have benefited from my work. I've worked with organizations
Hundreds
like
of thousands.
Strikeout. No, I'm talking about my nonprofit, Strikeout Slavery, which is run by Albert and Deidre Poolholes.
You guys ended slavery too. Shit.
It is. Human trafficking is slavery, darling. See, this is what I'm talking about, laughing. And the fact that you're not doing anything and you have a daughter and a wife, this ex-wife, is sad to me.
I don't care about him laughing because I don't value his opinions.
Slave, like, I'm going to walk out with Paul.
Why
Why
would I value
why
others?
shame Tony for having a different
His
opinion?
opinions are relevant.
Okay. I'll text you
I mean-
later. I'm going to go.
Tell Paul I said bye.
I don't know. I don't know why she's trying to shame Tony for having.
I don't
different
understand why you guys are getting mad over opinions. I mean, hey, I'm a fucking dick. Go ahead, have an opinion about me. I don't care.
No, you actually seem like a super nice guy. Honestly, at least from this interaction. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why she's like pissed at you for like just being
I
honest
don't
and
know
having your
why
opinion.
she's mad at me because I don't know what I did. But
Nah, you're good, man. You didn't do it. You didn't do anything. I think you were fair. You were reasonable.
I have a daughter, but I don't. My daughter has nothing to do with me. Why do you even bringing up my daughter?
Ooh.
Women being enslaved sexually, and he thinks it's funny. He's making light of it.
No, he doesn't.
He's not. He's laughing. Okay, hold on. Let me answer that. He's laughing about your nonprofit organization, not the fact that people get he doesn't believe you with your stories, not other people's stories. Am I right or wrong? Can someone say yes or no?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Tony. You're 100%
Huh?
right. You're 100% right. You're right.
Okay.
That's not what I said. Strikeout Slavery isn't my organization. It's Albert and Deidre Poolhouse organization.
But you involved yourself in it.
He laughed about that. That's a legitimate. They have a huge.
But you said I'm involved in that. He was laughing about your involvement, not.
Did Tony Robbins invest in that one too?
I'm not going to continue this.
Am I right or wrong, guys? Were you?
Oh, you're 100% right. Like,
Were you? I don't think you disagree with the slavery part and trafficking part. I think you do believe that, right?
Yeah, of course, obviously.
Of course. Okay, but you just don't believe what she's saying.
I don't
About
believe
her involvement.
anything about what she's saying.
Her involvement.
I just don't want to know what her babysitter meant when she said son.
What is a son?
I don't know. When she asked the babysitter, she was like, "Do you watch my son?" And then she was like, "Your son."
Let's not get into her kid. Let's just like.
All right, guys. Listen, I need to go get some tea and a big block to hit myself in the head with. So in the meantime, you guys have fun. I mean, I think all three of you guys are great people. I love all you guys. More power to you. What you do, Destiny. By the way, just so you know, my son's a gamer. He's 5 years old. He plays Fortnite. One of the reasons that if you could maybe play with him, I would fucking appreciate that. He loves Fortnite. He thinks he's a pro. Although he's 5 years old, he kicks my ass.
Yeah.
And you know, I will never devalue what you do for a living as a gamer and where you live or anything like that. I've never done that to anyone. And, you know, I'm happy you have a successful show. I'm happy you guys all are doing good. And, you know, my hat's off to anyone that's successful in anything they do, whether it's, you know, in a business or personally in any other way. So
Yeah,
with
Tony,
that said,
I appreciate you coming on. It was good to connect. I would love to, at some point, if you're open to it, do a regular podcast and ask you about your lifestyle and business and whatnot. I'll hit
you're
you
more
up.
than welcome to call me anytime you want. You guys have my information, and we'll go.
I have your Instagram, but I'll DM you.
So which one do you have? I have two Instagrams. I have a personal one, and I have
what's the personal one?
lunatic. I have the lunatic_living.
Yeah, that's the
And
one
then
I
I
have.
have the Tony TOUTOUNI.
Okay, I'll find that one. I'll send you a message. But yeah, thanks for coming up.
And I
Appreciate
don't care to be tagged. I don't care for anything, man. By all means, you know, I'm here to help you guys. You know, you guys need any help, call me anytime you want. And
Okay.
Destiny. See you
Wait,
later.
Tony, I'm just curious. Where do you live? Do you say what city or is that private?
I'm in Beverly Hills.
Oh, sick. Okay, gotcha. All
Yeah,
right.
West Hollywood, Beverly Hills area.
Gotcha.
Where are you guys? Where are you?
We're both in Miami.
Miami. Nice. I had a condo at the Paramount for just a short time and left, but that's it.
Yeah, the Paramount is fancy as fuck. I've
Yeah,
been there.
I had the penthouse there. So, anyways, you guys have fun, and we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
All right, you too. Bye bye.
Dude.
You understand what I said happened is what happened, right?
What do you mean? In what?
She
in what
thought
sense?
Tony was gonna 100% take.
Oh
her
yeah.
side. Okay,
Dude, the funny thing is she's like acting like I like push her to this debate. She messaged me saying, "Hey, my friend Tony wants to come on debate Destiny. Can you set it up?" I'm like, "Sure, yeah, that seems like good content." So like she wanted this debate, but yeah, I think she
Yeah.
thought that he was.
What
gonna come
happened?
to-
Yeah, what
Take this-
happened was she told him, they were probably talking privately, and what she probably told him was, I was talking to this online gamer guy, and all he was doing was making personal attacks on me and making fun of me and making fun of my kid, even though he has no life experience and he just like sits and plays games all day. And when Tony heard that, Tony was probably saying like, oh, well, if I was in there, yeah, I would definitely attack this guy. I wouldn't let him say these things about you. And that was probably the extent to what he heard. And then when he came on and it wasn't exactly like that, obviously things changed pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I respect the fact that he like kept it real. He didn't just take her side like I think some men would do. They would just like, oh, okay, whatever, hot girl, take her side. But yeah, he kept it real. I think he disagreed with her way more than he disagreed with you. In fact, I don't think you guys disagreed about anything. I think you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna be totally honest. He was definitely not right when he was saying like, oh, I don't think Destiny's insulted you at all. I was definitely insulting her, but I didn't want to stop his cook. So yeah, Jesus.
There's two things she said that were kind of that I noticed. Number one is that she kept saying "you guys" as if I'm involved in the debate. I explained to her like 10 times, I'm the moderator. I'm not involved in this debate. I'm moderating. She's like, okay, God. And then like 2 minutes later, like, but you guys, 3 white men. I'm like, I'm the moderator. And number two, she kept leaning into the whole like white man thing so hard. Like that's like the crucial part of her argument. It's like, what does the fuck does that do with anything?
Everybody loves Everybody loves identity politics when they can play the cards. Everybody likes it. Everybody does it. Conservatives, progressives, everybody. Yeah.
It's ultra lame though. Like I think this is like the lamest shit you can do. It's like when you have no argument, you're just gonna say like, imagine if it was flipped. Like, oh well, you know, as a black, like it just would never work in the other direction. But yeah, dude, I thought it was good content.
She definitely talks like a scammer. Okay, I don't even notice that. That whole Tony Robbins invest shit, that was just one of like 5 different things she says when she talks about scamming. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the investment thing was really weird because she used the word investment in a way that no one else, he loses it. She's basically like, he gave me some free tickets. But most people think of investment as like, he donated money to my company, right? But just because he gave you some free tickets, like that doesn't mean he's investing in you. So yeah, there's definitely something that felt off. And I don't know also how she's a therapist, but she gets so like emotionally reactive.
Well, because she's not a real therapist. She's not like licensed. She doesn't have a degree or anything, right? She's probably just a sex therapist. She's not an actual therapist. But my guess is, if I had to guess, just based on my time in California, my time with scammers, my parents are Amway, she probably hosts quote-unquote retreats that a bunch of rich people or kind of like woo-woo women hear about to unlock their sexual energies. And then they go there, maybe people with like relationship issues, and then they attend the fucking retreat bullshit. There's like 100 of them that pay like $500 to go to eat some food and have some sex, and that's probably it. That's my guess is what she probably does, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, another thing that I noticed, I mean, I didn't want to say it because I'm the moderator, but she kind of like indirectly or even semi-directly promotes like a sugar baby lifestyle where it's like, oh, as a woman, you don't want to give away your body for free. You need to basically get resources in exchange, right? It's like this, like, I see this all the time in Miami and LA. It's like, do you pick up on that? Like the kind of like underlying sugar baby mindset?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, that's pretty, yeah, but I mean, that's pretty red pill. It's just red pill stuff, yeah.
Sugar baby, sugar baby.
Because red pillers would say that a woman's job is to secure resources and shit, right? With her pussy.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. But I've never seen it like that explicit, or at least from a female red pillar. I don't even know what the f that means.
Female red pillar. Oh, I missed. Tempo was on Tempo.
Now that I trust you, like, oh my god, we can share in these experiences.
Spike Cohen, Libby Edmonds.
The judge has set the trial date for Donald Trump in the federal. The judge has set the trial date for Donald Trump in the federal case, March 4th, the day before Super Tuesday, inhibiting Donald Trump's ability to campaign on the most important primary day of the election year. This is overt cheating in the 2024 election. This judge is anti-Trump. She'd already said that she's surprised he's even free, considering what's going on. So we know where this is going. They are pulling out all of the stops. And I think one of the most damning things to come out from this story of Trump's indictment in Georgia is that the only person to be remanded to custody is the black guy who runs Black Voices for Trump. We have a poll that came out from Fox News that says Donald Trump has 20% support among black voters. Now, if that's true, and it's a very big if, because, you know, I'd like to see this poll repeated 100 times before I believe it. But if that's true, according to the Wall Street Journal and many analysts, if the Republican Party reaches 20% support among the black vote, Democrats cannot win. So this should be pretty interesting, and perhaps that's why the one guy who gets remanded to custody, no bail, is the Black Voices for Trump director. we'll see how that plays out. We're going to talk about these stories before we do, my friends. Click the link in the description below and buy your tickets to Timcast IRL in Miami with Patrick Bet-David, Donald Trump Jr., Matt Gaetz, co-hosted by Luke Rutkowski. I, of course, am there. It's going to be awesome. Tickets are available now. 714 remain. Or just go to timcast.com. And you'll see in the menu bar, Timcast IRL in Miami. It's going to be October 6th. We hope to see you there. We got a bunch of swag bags to give out, sponsored by Public Square. We are huge fanatics for Public Square. I love what they're doing. If you're not familiar, download the app Public Square. It shows you a list of businesses and a map of businesses that share your values, so we can double down on our boycotts, supporting companies that share our values, and win this culture war and build a parallel economy. Also, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member to support our work directly, and hang out with all of us on our members only after show, which goes up just about 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday. We've got a particularly spicy one tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun, a bit silly, and a bit sad and gross, all of those things. Everybody here knows what the story is already, but it's like, well, this one's a little too, but we'll save this one for the after show. But you will enjoy it, and as a member, if you've been a member for at least 6 months, or you sign up at the $25 a month level, you can submit questions and even call into the show to talk to us, my favorite part of the night. So smash that like button, subscribe to this YouTube channel, and take the URL right now, share it wherever you can, because that's the most powerful way to help. Literally, word of mouth helps the podcast grow and helps people stay informed as to what's going on. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more, we got Spike Cohen.
Hey, how are you doing? Great to be back.
Absolutely. Who are you?
I am Spike Cohen. I'm a husband, a businessman. I was the 2020 Libertarian candidate for vice president, and I am the founder and president of You Are the Power.
Do you know who's going to be the Libertarian candidate?
We don't know yet.
No idea. All right, well, should be fun. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, man.
We got Libby Emmons.
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
You're not Ian. You're Libby.
I'm not Ian. I'm Libby. I'm over here. Yeah.
Who are you?
I'm Libby Emmons. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Post Millennial and Human Events. Glad to be on the show.
Right on. And of course, Hannah Claire's hanging out.
Hey, I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm happy to be here with both of you tonight. It's going to be a fun show. And Serge is here.
Yes, I am. Before I head to Miami to go prep for this big show. So get your tickets, y'all.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, everybody, let's jump into this first story. We got this from the Post Millennial. Breaking: Trump to appeal D.C. trial date of March 4th, calling it election interference. I have to agree. They know exactly what they're doing, setting the stage. There's no question about it. They tried to stop it. I think it was Brian Kemp tried to shut it down in Georgia. And now at the federal level, like, okay, well, we're going to interfere by any means necessary. Former President Donald Trump porched special counsel Jack Smith, as well as federal judge Tanya Chutkan, in a new post he put up on Truth Social Monday, just hours after his official trial date in Washington, D.C. was set for March 4th, 2024, the day before Super Tuesday. Trump suggested the actions of both parties amount to election interference and promised he would appeal the decision, saying, deranged Jack Smith and his team of thugs who were caught going to the White House just prior to indicting the 45th president of the United States, an absolute no-no, I like that, have been working on this witch hunt for almost 3 years, but decided to bring it smack in the middle of crooked Joe Biden's political opponent's campaign against him. Election interference. Today, a biased, Trump-hating judge gave me only a 2-month extension. Just what our corrupt government wanted. Super Tuesday. I will appeal. He made a follow-up post saying, page 2, : how do you have an indictment that is based almost entirely on the findings of the January 6th Unselect Committee of Marxists, fascists, and political hacks, when these same lowlives who have been caught lying for years about Russia, Ukraine, FISA, and the fake dossier and much more, purposely and illegally destroyed and deleted all of the evidence, findings, and proof of the January 6th Committee? When will deranged Jack Smith criminally charge the committee? Well, there's no question in my mind, and I think any reasonable human being can understand that when they set the trial date for the day before Super Tuesday, this will inhibit Donald Trump from campaigning on the single most important day of maybe even the whole election. Because whether Super Tuesday is huge, you're going to win the primary, but the votes, the turnout we see in the primary, it reflects the general election. Donald Trump won't be able to have rallies, or if he does, it's going to be at a courthouse, and it's going to give his opponents and Joe Biden a tremendous advantage. They know exactly what they're doing. Change my mind.
Well, here's the thing about it. It's not just that it's Super Tuesday, which is 14 states, including Texas and California. It's also that they're seeking to put a gag order on him to not be able to talk about a lot of what's in the case. So they already did gag him for some of the stuff. I think anything involving witnesses, information about that comes out pre-trial. But who knows if they're going to file another motion to try and stop him from having any further discussions publicly about what's going on in this case. I think that's a really big concern as well, especially when he comes out saying that it's election interference. They don't like that. And you also have a lot of people saying that his posts on Truth Social constitute a level of violence. Like when he says, if they come for me, I'm coming for you. And they think that, like NPR thinks that that's violence, when really what that is like also lawfare. It's like further legal implications.
Well, then that also implies that they see they're coming for him as violence.
Yes, of course they do, because they think words are violence. Because they think words are violence. They've already told us this.
Right.
All through 2020, words are violence. All the pronoun people, words are violence.
It's a ridiculous concept when these far leftists are like, words are violence, and then they insult you and call you a name, because by their definition, your response should be what they describe as self-defense, which is violence.
Right.
You have to go loot things. If you've been insulted, you have to go loot
it's
things.
what they do.
Yeah, that's important.
No, I tend to agree with you. I think he's certain to win the nomination at this point. I don't see a scenario in which he doesn't, pass away or something like that. That doesn't result in him getting the nomination. This is more about having the pretense or the pretext to be able to, like you said, to gag him, to make it where he can't talk about what promises to be, if not the single biggest election issue, one of the biggest ones, while he's campaigning.
Well, yeah, and they just turned over, I think 12 million pages of discovery. I think that came out today as well. 12 million pages.
It doesn't seem like
Yeah.
a real amount.
That's like when Saddam
It's
Hussein
actually
released it.
12.8 million pages of discovery that the DOJ handed
Every-
off in the documents case.
Every third page is just like a recycled article from like a 1970s Playboy or something, hoping nobody notices.
Well, that's the thing. That's what discovery is. Like a lot of what they do in discovery when they don't want you to do well in your case is they hinder you by giving you too many boxes.
Yeah. Yep.
They give you like everything that they can come up with and they say it's in here. And then you're going through it all.
Yeah, we can't tell you where. You'll find it on your own.
It's in there. That's in there.
Yeah, whatever it is.
It's hard not to think that any gag order imposed on Trump would be broadly interpreted too. So even if for some reason he could be, at a campaign rally, they're able to say, well, you referenced the last election, which of course he would because
Which he
he's
ought to.
campaigning for president, and they'll say, no, you're in violation. It seems obvious that they're trying to trap him into potentially facing more charges.
I'm torn between whether or not they want him in jail when they want him in jail. I think they do, but I don't know if like these Democratic leaders are in alignment on when and how. Because if Donald Trump went to jail now, it would be a massive boost for his campaign. But it's really hard to predict exactly what would happen. Like if they remanded him to custody, it would inhibit his ability to campaign, but the press would be so explosive that it might make more money for him than
He did raise
possible.
like $7 million off the Georgia mugshot.
Right. And I think that was like yesterday's number or something.
Yeah, that was yesterday's number.
Now they have remanded Black Voices for Trump. His name's Harrison Floyd, so he cannot campaign, and he's the only one.
Yeah. What was their justification for only
Their justification
jailing
was
the black
lock
guy?
up the black guy. They wanted to prove that judicial system is racist.
I'm surprised that no one caught that right away. Because I remember when I saw the news that he was being remanded, I'm like the only guy they remanded is the black dude. Like
Out of
these
like
Democrats.
19 people. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think we mentioned on the show, and everyone laughed. And I'm like, well, you guys didn't like. I thought everyone just noticed they did that.
Yeah, your tweet was the first thing I saw on that. And I was like, oh no.
Because Libby doesn't see color. That's
right. I don't see color.
But this is like a 4D chess thing. They're saying,
Yeah.
see, we told you the system is systemically racist.
Right. We're honoring you.
We told you that.
Because we do it.
Yeah.
Because we are racist, we know it.
Well, there was that poll. I saw a screenshot from Fox News, and I didn't see a headline reflecting that particular aspect of the story. The headlines were all like Trump improves, and then you can read the poll and see that Trump is enjoying 20% support among black voters, according to Fox News. I don't believe it. I don't trust these polls because, but far be it from me to say outright is completely wrong. Wall Street Journal, I think it was a year ago, found the exact same, almost the same thing, 17%. And several months, a month or two before that, found that Latinos and Asians were also skewing towards the Republican Party. And it may not be that they're skewing towards the Republican Party, but the left is going absolutely insane. And the Democrats saying things like, we know gas prices are high, but sacrifice for Ukraine kind of drives voters insane. And they're going to be like, at this point, I'll vote for whoever offers me anything. Give me a ham sandwich and I'll vote for you.
Right.
So I do think it is possible these numbers are real. And there's a lot of propaganda videos people put out where it's, like black dudes saying like, yo, I'm gonna be free with you. I F with Trump, man. Yeah, go Trump. I'm like, yeah, okay, dude, like, come on. You find a handful of guys, doesn't mean these polls are real. And
Those
reason,
are fun videos, though.
They're fun. But the reason I'm skeptical is if this is true, Trump can't lose.
Yeah, there was actually something that came out. This would have been back in like 04 or 05 that said that if black support, if everything else remained equal, all other demographics remain equal, if black Democrat support went below 80%, there isn't a single state that they could win an election, a federal election or a statewide election in.
Well, did you see
Wall Street Journal wrote that up, referenced it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why it was so significant when Trump gained like even 2 percentage points between 2016 and 2020 among black voters. I mean, he is. This was like Edison and Pew Research that found it, but he is more likely to have support from black men than black women. But especially in this 4-year gap that we've had Biden, it wouldn't surprise me if he maintained the stamina that he had produced in the 4 years he was in office.
It was funny. We had Fresh and Fit on the show on Friday, and Fresh was telling us that Trump getting this mugshot is going to resonate with a lot of people who felt that they've been unjustly incarcerated. They're going to see this guy who's being unjustly incarcerated. It's going to resonate with them. He's going to earn their vote. Now, today I saw this narrative where they're like, how dare you insinuate.
Yes, this has been coming up all over the place. I've been dealing with this myself.
Yeah, because Trump was put in jail, he'll gain black support as if all black people have been in jail. And it's like, well, hold on there a minute.
Yes, hold on.
They are, so I can't speak for anybody else. I can just tell you what we talked about on the podcast with Fresh and Fit. But Fresh is a black man telling me this, and he was referencing specifically people who felt unjustly incarcerated, not all black people. Now, I don't know where the other narrative, like maybe someone said something else. I'm not going to say that idea came from this show, but people are saying it, and now they're getting offended that it's racist to imply.
I suspect he's going to get at least a little bit of a boost in black support if for no other reason than he created the greatest rap album cover art ever. Like that is
that's
the best.
really funny.
That mugshot. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hearing this from people that it's like basically racist to say that a mugshot would engender support in the black community. But by the left's own numbers, right? By the Democrats' own numbers, black people are proportionally by population more imprisoned, disproportionately imprisoned, locked up, unjustly treated in the system. And so now they're like, you could see someone else is being unjustly treated in the system. Oh, just like me and my brother and whoever else. And I think that it's true. Like a lot of Americans, I think, have been arrested. Most of the men that I know have been arrested at some point, spend a night in jail, whatever else.
But look at Stop and Frisk. The Democrats screamed that was racist. And then when Bloomberg was mayor, when he was challenged as mayor, he said, well, look where the crime is. That's where the Democrat, that's what it says. And it's like, he's just saying too bad.
Yeah.
If the Democrats are claiming that
he saved black lives by doing
right. If the Democrats are complaining, saying that black people are disproportionately targeted by police, and then someone says, I think that might benefit Trump, that he's being unjustly charged, it's absurd that people are like, how dare you? But of course, Democrats, what else can you expect from them? But utter hypocrisy.
I think it's the bending of the logic. They'll be like, well, Trump could never experience the things other people could experience, like, because he's whatever, white and privileged. I think part of it is, as you watch him get buried in all this legal bureaucracy, getting 12 million documents sent to him, people identify their own challenges with law enforcement and the legal system, right? They just see that like this is not a system that is meant to give you a swift trial. It's not something that necessarily is fair, and it's not necessarily registering so much as people who find that the system is broken is seeing that no one is safe from it. Trump was the president of the United States, and they're going to do whatever they can to try and use this arm of the government to keep him out.
If it can happen to the previous president, it could happen to anyone. Yeah.
It is interesting too that the DOJ has been trying to accelerate the timelines in the cases that they're prosecuting, and Georgia and New York both seem to be stretching it out a little bit. You know, it's like Georgia and New York want to get convictions after the DOJ gets convictions so that they can use those convictions in their case. Even Alvin Bragg got permission to use Trump's testimony in the E. Jean Carroll case for his falsification of business documents case, which, of course, I just want to point out, Hillary Clinton got charged with falsification of business documents. She was fined $8,000. The DNC paid $113,000. That was for the creation of the Steele dossier, which they classified as legal fees. They got that, and Trump's facing what?
It's multi-layered, right?
Yes.
They get one trial date, I think, in Georgia. You've got Kenneth Chesebro, October 23rd. They will use all the testimony from all of these, and they'll keep layering it on. The first mission to inundate Trump's sphere of influence with legal challenges that drain their resources and inhibit them from rallying, campaigning. The second, of course, is to just put them in jail to get rid of them. And another large component is, maybe lastly, it's get them in jail if we have to, but the other large component is, can we utilize any of this testimony to remove Trump from the ballot? Which brings me to this story. Oh, it's getting worse from Politico. New Hampshire Republicans feud over bid to knock Trump off 2024 ballot. The state GOP chair defended Trump's eligibility on Monday. We also have this from Friday. Florida lawyer files challenge to disqualify Trump from 2024 race, citing 14th Amendment. Now, that one hit Friday. We know it has begun. They're going to try and file all these legal challenges to say Trump can't be president, but this is new from Politico. Take a look at this. New Hampshire Republicans have erupted in a feud over a long-shot effort to keep former President Donald Trump off the ballot in 2024, with the chair of the state GOP insisting Monday that the frontrunner for the party's nomination will be included. In New Hampshire and elsewhere, some legal scholars and Trump critics have long argued the former president should be disqualified from the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars those who've taken an oath to support the Constitution from holding office again if they've, quote, engaged in insurrection against the United States or given aid or comfort to its enemies. But the dispute is taking off in New Hampshire, where Bryant Corky Messner, an attorney who ran on Trump's endorsement and Senate nominee, blah, 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 is questioning Trump's eligibility for the ballot. I'm a constitutional conservative. The words say what they say. I quite frankly believe it is in Donald Trump's best interest to get this looked at as quickly as possible. In any effort to keep Trump off the ballot, we'll face a steep climb, blah, blah, blah. We get it. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. State by state, it's not even 2024, and they're already trying to remove his name from the ballot. If even a single state removes Trump's name from the ballot, you will have 75 million people at the bare minimum saying, we never had an election.
Yeah, I would say that. I'm sure you would say that.
Absolutely. I mean, 75 million people who voted for him last time around. I can't imagine that they would consider it a free and fair election if Trump's name is taken off a single state. Florida, especially. If Trump's name's off in Florida, he can't win.
No.
Especially prior to a conviction, right? Like he's being found not guilty, being found guilty before a conviction. And I also think that's why they're trying to push these things forward. Is they're not just looking at the gagging him or the political consequences of it. They're looking at trying to convict him so that he doesn't even qualify to run for president.
But criminal conviction doesn't matter because the lawsuit citing the 14th Amendment is a civil matter. It's a political matter. So the question is, does a judge think Trump waged insurrection? We're not here to, the judge is going to say the question laid before the court is not whether or not Trump committed a crime, but whether or not he waged insurrection. Based on the evidence from the January 6th committee, media report, right. video, it seems clear. The judge just says yes. That's it. And then it'll get appealed. Here's the crazy part. Let's just say it's December 12th. And it finally goes to the Supreme Court. It's rapidly pushed through. And they say, we reject this. You cannot remove Trump's name from the ballot. The election was a month ago.
Right. Yeah, that's a concern. Yeah. It's interesting, too, because, and I'm sure you've seen it, the stories out from the Atlantic, New York Times, NPR, whoever else, saying that Trump should be off the ballot, that they should use this 14th Amendment. And then I was listening to a podcast, like an NPR podcast, because I'm always interested to hear what they say, and I'll be like, that's not what happened. But I'm always interested to hear it. And they were saying that secretaries of state for each state and attorneys general, they could make the decision themselves that Trump was guilty of an insurrection and pull his name off the ballot. And they were sort of encouraging people to do that. I will say, though, that for the New Hampshire thing, the New Hampshire GOP chair was on Charlie Kirk today and was saying that he talked with Secretary of State and Attorney General and doesn't think the move against Trump on the ballot is going to happen. But that doesn't mean that it couldn't happen in other states. And certainly a lot of Democrats are saying that Attorneys General have the power to do that. What I don't understand is why states
unilaterally?
What?
The Attorney General can unilaterally just say we take Trump off?
That's what they were saying on this podcast I was listening to today, was that that the Attorneys General could say he's guilty of an insurrection, that could then be appealed. But by that point, like you were saying, if he's already off the ballot, then the election interference has already happened.
Right.
You have to then encourage a pencil campaign, which I'm totally bringing a pencil.
It won't work. I mean, it's going to be an October surprise.
Right. Something's going to happen.
They want the legal challenge to go through after the election.
Yeah, that's right.
They do it in October. Early voting and mail-in voting is happening, and there's no Trump on some of these ballots. And you know what? It's entirely possible, based on what we saw in 2020, with the executive unilateral changes to the election rules and things like that. Things like in Pennsylvania, where they did universal mail-in voting in violation of their own constitution. A lower court judge said, "Yep." Then the Supreme Court goes, "Nah, it's probably fine." Even though any reasonable person can be like, "Yeah, your constitution says you can't do this," but they don't care. They're gonna do whatever they want. I wouldn't be surprised if come October, they just, as you mentioned, Attorneys General just take Trump's name off and say, there is no question. Everyone knows he waged insurrection. We've been talking about it for years.
Using that exact word, insurrection, yeah.
And then
you have to use that word.
Right, because they've been saying insurrection specifically because of the Constitution. And then what happens is they say, if you have a problem with it, sue me. And everyone does. And then the election's over. And they say, what's the big deal? We had an election.
It's like with COVID when in New York State, Governor Cuomo shut down all the churches and a suit was brought and it ended up getting an emergency hearing before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't shut down the churches. That was months and months and months later. And by that point, like most of
Well-
the people had stopped going to church altogether.
And Cuomo said, okay, we'll get rid of it. And then he did another one in a slightly different way that did the same thing.
So that it could then be challenged again and months later be ruled to,
Look, you
And
know,
I don't think they brought a challenge
I
at that
got-
point. I think they were out of cash.
I got to tell you.
I don't know.
When
That
people start to realize that the courts have no enforcement power, everything's gonna start breaking down. Because it's an interesting thing, right? The executive branch has its enforcement power. The the legislative branch has subpoena power, and they can make criminal referrals. It's a bit weaker. The executive branch is obviously where most of the power is, almost all of it. But the courts, what can they do other than bang the gavel and say, do it? And of course, you know, courts have some degree of enforcement, but it's minimal. If a court says something and no one abides by it, what do you do? I tell this people when it comes to private matters too. Like, you know, it's the old saying, a person can be judgment proof, or you can't get blood, you can't squeeze blood from a turnip. I'm like, if you win a suit against someone, like look at Alex Jones, right? They sue him for what is it, like the entire GDP of France? Like no, that's what they requested. I think they won like $1 billion. I'm like, you're not gonna get a penny out of him because you get in line behind all of his other creditors. It's just you can't just make these things happen. There's no guarantees.
Also, they're
So-
ensuring that he stays on the air because he's going to need to stay on the air in order to earn money to pay them back.
Oh, that's funny too. Yeah, unless I think they said they want to destroy him. But here's my concern. This is what I was thinking about over this past week. We saw the Chaz, the Chop, the George Floyd autonomous zone. We saw the Atlanta autonomous zone. These things popped up. We saw random acts of violence, and now you have on top of the political violence, a story we'll get to in a minute. A GOP lawyer, we don't know what happened, was killed in his home. He was stabbed to death. Maybe political, maybe not, but we'll talk about that. But with the escalation of political violence that we've been seeing, to the point where Stephen Marsh, who wrote the book The Next Civil War, says we're in civil strife, I had a lingering thought about these autonomous zones. It's funny to me that so I was trending earlier on Twitter because
In your own category,
and
right?
in my own category too.
Yes, the
which
Tim
is-
Pool category.
Yeah, that's right. Tim Pool's trending Tim Pool, and it was people were talking about civil war. It's like, oh, I said to drink, and I'm like, it's really interesting. You know, honest question. If I were to tell you that, say, like a president claimed the election was completely fraudulent, large amounts of his supporters were claiming that he's a true president and Biden's illegitimate, there had been a dispute over who actually won the election in the previous election cycle as well, and then you ended up with a bunch of people storming into the Capitol and fighting with police in front. You also had a roving band of 100 plus far left extremists storm onto government property in Georgia, and in one instance get into a shootout with police shooting a cop, and then the cops shoot back, killing one of the extremists. You have far left extremists being arrested and charged overtly with domestic terror. I'm like, at what point do you say maybe civil war, right? My point is this. All of that stuff, it's almost like you gotta keep reminding people that, hey, this stuff happened. I don't know where it goes from here, but yeah, far left extremists took over a government site in Georgia and opened fire on police after torching several homes in the area. The police came in and returned fire. A cop was struck, and one of the extremists was killed. Like, yo, it's getting crazy, all right?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Now imagine this scenario. This is what got me worried. Chaz and the George Floyd Autonomous Zone were on public property. The Atlanta Autonomous Zone was on a Wendy's, but the Wendy's was burnt to the ground, and then everyone kind of abandoned the area. So we have this these different circumstances. What happens if far left extremists occupy a piece of private land, let's say in Georgia or Tennessee or something, slightly more conservative leaning area near an urban environment? They occupy to set up their autonomous zone on a derelict piece of private property. The person who owns that property then goes to the police and says, get these whack jobs off my property. And the police say, we have no capability to do that. Like we saw with Chaz and with George Floyd in Atlanta, the police backed down and we're like, we're not getting involved. But what happens when a private owner or corporation says, if the police won't do something about it, I will?
Well, you saw there was a guy in Atlanta who was a landlord. He owned a home. He was renting it out. Tenants moved out. A couple days later, he went to check on the home, and he was met with a guy with a shotgun, a bunch of dogs, and some prostitutes. And he was like, "Oh, why are these people in my house?" He was like, "You got to get out of my house." The people in the house, the squatters, called the police, said that it was their home.
Yep.
The police got the guy, carted off. It's 6 months later. He's still waiting for the people to get out of his house. He's still paying the mortgage, and he's stuck. He doesn't have a property. He doesn't have any rights, apparently. There was also, the other thing, too, is, like, it depends on where the government is. Do you remember the MOVE organization in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
And they were bombed, actually, by the city.
Yep.
But this was a group of black nationalists who had taken over a little area in Philadelphia, in West Philadelphia. They had purchased a property in Virginia, and they were planning to move to Virginia, get out of the city. And there was a shooting of an officer, Officer Ramp. I think it was in '79. And a bunch of people, like 9 people, ended up getting arrested and put in prison for that. They were called the Move 9. And so they decided to stay. And by staying, what ended up happening is the mayor of Philadelphia, who was a black mayor, is it Wilson Good? Am I remembering that correctly? I don't know. Anyway, he coordinated with the FBI and bombed.
They firebombed it.
They
yeah.
firebombed it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
as people were trying to run out, they shot them.
Yep. It was like Waco at a neighborhood level.
Right.
Yeah. And it was
Right
a response
there.
to a legitimate issue,
Right.
but they basically declared war on the neighborhood. Yep.
And they burned down houses,
Yep.
like not just the Move compound, but they burned down houses in the area as well.
You know, that's when the government was more had a stronger monopoly on their violence.
But the government was in control of the violence at that point, and that's not the same now.
Right. And so now my concern is what happens if another Chaz happens, but it happens on like abandoned property. Not even abandoned, derelict is a better way to put it. Like someone owns it and they're like, let's say a corporation. You know, Nordstrom just shut down in San Francisco, which is like a big deal.
That is a big deal.
The mall is still owned, right? I think the building was forfeited by by Westfield to the bank. So, okay, let's say a large corporation owns 3 acres of land somewhere, and the far left decides we're going to take it, and no one can stop us. Cops aren't going to go engage in a shootout. They're going to ignore it.
Not in an abandoned mall.
Not even an abandoned mall. Like, let's imagine it's just like an old warehouse building that's not being used, but it's still on the books for some big corporation or moderately sized corporation. Let's say like medium local or like corporation in a city that's got like a few board members and maybe a couple hundred employees. So it's small enough but big enough. The far left decides we're going to take it because it's not being used. It's got broken windows and graffiti all over. But the people who own it are still keeping track of it. And then what happens when the police are like,
we're not going to do anything.
It's not on city property. We're not going to get involved.
This is why the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense is so important. Like we see over and over again with Chaz and with Chop, with Uvalde and with Parkland. Like when the police have mandated that everyone is vulnerable to violence and that they're the monopoly on violence, they very often like kind of hang back. And in a way, you almost can't blame them because they also want to get home to their families. But they were holding back parents that were trying to get in there. Right. In Uvalde, the guy who actually went in to kill the Uvalde shooter, he was an off-duty Border Patrol agent who ignored their orders not to go in there.
That
and
was the most horrifying story.
It's horrific. And the case you were talking about, the man in Atlanta, he was trespassed.
Right.
He was actually arrested until they realized he was the property owner. It's at some point people need to realize you are your own first responder. All the old cliche stuff our parents said about when seconds count, the police are minutes away. They're minutes away to possibly hold you back as people victimize you. And so we really need to understand just how paramount the right to self-defense is.
It's sort of terrifying. I mean, I've like tried to avoid interactions with police my entire life. Like when I was a kid, at one point there were police in my house, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to repeat this. This is never happening again. You know? But it's like it's very scary when you come into contact with police because they show up and they think everybody is the enemy.
Head on a swivel, yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah,
that's what they do.
I mean, well, think about it this way.
Remember they killed that Australian lady?
There was so you guys saw that video where the was it like Extinction Rebellion people or whatever have the barricades in yeah, is that by Burning Man?
Yeah, it was all the people trying to get to Burning Man and the climate activists.
We're blocking the road. Well, the cops apparently got a call that someone had a gun. I guess what happened was someone told the police, you need to get down here and clear this barricade before someone shoots one of these protesters, something like that. Then what happens is the dispatcher says to the police, there's concerns about a potential shooting. We've got protesters.
Yeah.
So then the cops think these protesters have guns. And when the cop rams the barricade and jumps out with his gun, he says, where's the gun? Several times, something like that. I think I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But think about it from the perspective of a cop. All you know is you got a call from dispatch saying, 2 people are fighting inside this house. It's getting ugly. We need someone to come into this down. And then you show up and there's a group of people in the house being like, get out of our house. And some guy being like, it's my house. Like, what do they do?
Yeah. The Nevada thing was
typically
amazing.
say, civil matter, have a nice day.
Right, like the Tracy Chapman song. The Nevada thing was absolutely amazing, though, because you had climate activists blocking the road. You had Burning Man people trying to get through the road, and then you had tribal police show up to clear the road. So the climate change people think they're on the side of the tribal police. They think that they're on the same side as them. The Burning Man people think they're on the side of the climate change people, but it turns out they're not. Meanwhile, the tribal police are the ones who get they have all the oppression points. So they're the ones who get to win, and then they show up as a bunch of guys in trucks with guns.
Well,
it was just fascinating.
You did have a bunch of upper middle class white people occupying native land.
Right, and that's one thing they said. You're trespassing on tribal land. It's one thing the cops said to these people.
I want to jump to this story. This is from NBC Boston. GOP activist and lawyer stabbed to death in his Durham, New Hampshire home. Full stop. We have no idea what happened. It's entirely possible that this guy had a bad poker game, and then somebody got mad at him. No idea. He could have been cheating on his wife. And then she comes home and says, and then they fight, and then she stabs him. We have no idea. However, not knowing, the issue is typically that whenever we get a news story about a victim who is left... No, let me stop. I'll put it this way. When Jussie Smollett comes out and claims some guys threw a noose around his neck, the whole world shuts down. Every television network runs a tribute. You get, at the time, Ellen Page saying, like frantically, because some guy hate crime hoaxed all of us. And then when you get a story about a GOP lawyer being stabbed to death, it's like, well, we don't know exactly, so let's move on from this. That's why I think the story matters. Because maybe people on the right, be it post-liberal, libertarian, whatever you want to call yourself, should start saying, when these things happen, we make the assumption in the worst until we learn otherwise. Because they went balls to the wall for Jussie Smollett. So how about we say, we demand answers as to what happened to this GOP lawyer who got stabbed to death in his own home, but police are claiming was self-defense. I'm sorry. It's going to be difficult for you to convince me, and it's possible, that a person in his own home was killed in self-defense by a different person. It's possible. You invite someone to your house, and then you have the intent of hurting them to defend themselves. It can happen. But still, lawyer in his own house, stabbed to death. I'm not leaning towards self-defense here, but I don't know everything. I don't know.
It's hard because there's like no arrest made. We're 12 hours out. There's one article up from a local news station saying they've identified the person involved, but they haven't decided what's going on. I mean, the longer there are no answers in communication, the more suspicious it gets, the easier it is to let sort of the conspiracy theory run wild.
The day after Jussie Smollett. This has been a week. The day after Jussie Smollett. How about the Bubba Rope incident?
Right, the NASCAR thing.
It is national news. Headlines everywhere. And now we have this story, and everyone's been like, well, hold on there a minute. We don't know for sure.
Which is the reasonable take to have. Like, this is how everyone should respond to stuff like this.
Exactly.
Let's find out the facts. No, exactly.
That's why I said in the beginning, for all we know, we got a bad poker game.
Yeah.
But I think the issue here is, I'm going to lean towards, in the back of my mind, political. Because when it comes to instances of mass tragedies and the perpetrators left wing, they disappear. Whenever the bad guy, whenever the person committing the crime happens to fall into the alignment of the corporate narrative, it's like, can't have that one getting out, and the story vanishes.
Well, it's like Jacksonville versus Nashville.
Just going to say that, yeah, the manifestos, yeah.
That's right. Or how about the guy who rammed the Christmas parade in, what was it,
Waukesha.
And then it was just like, no idea. A truck did it. A truck crashed into these people.
In the literal same city where the Kyle Rittenhouse shootings happened.
No, that was Kenosha.
Oh, Kenosha.
Nearby,
okay.
though. Nearby.
Okay, so, but I think they were triggered by the same...
It was a couple days after, because we were in Austin at the time, and it was after Rittenhouse had just gotten, within 48 hours this happened.
So they were right next to each other,
and he had posted, the guy had some like BLM related stuff on his Facebook page, but also he had like crashed his car into his like child's mother before driving to the parade. I mean, obviously, he was a very unstable person.
And then he
who
stopped to
represented
try and
his-
get a sandwich, remember? from
Yes,
somebody?
and he represented himself at trial, which was something to behold.
Did you see that trial?
Oh, I
That-
watched a lot of it. I covered it for the site.
The patience that judge had.
I thought that judge should get him. I mean, because part of it was like he just kept interrupting. Like you're saying, you know, when you don't believe in what the courts are ruling, you can kind of defy them.
Right.
It also turns out that if you don't want to follow the procedures of the court, it is challenging to enforce anything and also ensure the person who's representing themselves gets a fair trial. He had to
Yeah.
keep getting sent to another room to watch virtually, and then the
Yep.
question of like, can he accurately represent himself? This is a tangent. This is an aside, but you know, in the case of this lawyer, what's hard is like either way, loss of life, very sad. You know, the police in this town are saying there's no threat to the public, so it's sort of playing. I actually think it's leaning towards domestic violence,
That's
or
what
they're
I was
going to
thinking.
imply it, but like it is extremely difficult. I totally get you don't want to jump the gun and blow something up that you're giving the police a chance to accurately investigate. On the other hand, it is hard to say this is a fairly prominent political figure in a state that's the first in the nation to primary. So we kind
Yep.
of need some information here as soon as possible.
And this past week, the GOP was arguing over whether or not to remove Trump from the ballot. So I don't care to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. And my bigger concern is, as a reasonable person, you're right. Domestic probably seems like what this may be. The person who they identified may be a significant other, and that's why they're like, oh my God.
And they're
like-
saying self-defense. Like who else would be in a room?
Who else would be defending themselves in this guy's
Right,
house?
not a visitor, but someone who actually lives there as well.
yeah.
That being said, if the freedom faction of individuals, whatever you want to call that, the anti-establishment faction, does not get serious in their propaganda game, they lose. And I don't mean to just lie, I mean to make noise, at the very least. Win on the merits of being reasonable. That's why I opened the segment by saying, probably a bad poker game, who knows?
Right.
But be noisy enough about it to force the conversation. Because in the event that there is, and there have been, like Aaron Danielson, for instance, someone shot and killed in the streets of, I think it was Portland, right?
It was, yeah, Portland.
By a far left extremist.
Michael Reinhold.
These stories need to get max attention. When Andy Ngo was mercilessly beaten and attacked with the concrete milkshakes in was that Portland as well, right?
Yeah.
That forced even Brian Stelter to say, okay, you know, we got to talk about this because it's like going massively viral. There's images everywhere. Attention needs to be brought to it, and those are the victories where you can start to convince these regular people who don't pay attention. There's something going on here. And I'll give a specific example. Oliver Anthony.
Right.
He gets really, really big. He issues these statements after the fact, like, why is Fox News playing my video? Haha, it's about them. He says it's not about politics. It's not, because he does not know what the culture war is. Everything he sings about, and he's a good avatar for this. Everything he sings about representing working class people is effectively a right, quote unquote, a culture war right position. But then he doesn't understand because he's not involved deeply in it. So when the media attacks him and calls him conservative, right wing, and the left says these things, like, no, it's not left or right. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just my lived experience.
Well, he didn't even have a Twitter account until August.
And now here he is. And that's my point. These regular people, you go to them, they don't understand the depravity and the evil of the uniparty, neocon, neolibs, all of these warmongers and this garbage. They don't get it. The Jussie Smollett stuff, the woke corporations, they think, well, you know, I'm going to be somewhere in the middle, but they don't pay attention. And then when you actually engage and you say something like, look, I'm not here to argue about policy or anything like that, but it is true that Joe Biden got that prosecutor fired while threatening to withhold $1 billion. As soon as you say that, you're right wing. My favorite thing is when he said you got money for foreign wars, you can't feed the poor. It's like, that's a right wing talking point because the left says sacrifice for Ukraine.
Right.
Like, you're in the politics, dude. My point is, normies don't get it. And if you're loud enough and we bring up more stories like this and we question these things, maybe they might start to see more of the issue.
No, go ahead. No, by all means.
Oliver Anthony is kind of the personification of what Pericles said long ago, which is you may not be interested in politics, but politics are interested in you. And we're seeing that. This is a guy who, you know, writes songs, and he did one about his frustration with how things are going. And it was, I mean, there was a political element to it, but the guy clearly does not want to be political. And it seems like the rest of his songs aren't political to speak of. And he's been thrust into this political battle he didn't want to be a part of. And, you know, a part of me wants him to just be able to just be a guy who's making songs. Unfortunately, he's being dragged into something he didn't even want to be a part of, which speaks to what you're talking
It's because there is a culture war. You do not, exactly as you mentioned, Pericles, I think you said, right? You may not be interested in politics. Politics is interested in you. There's nothing you can do about it. We're in a culture war. If it was 20, 30 years ago, you can say, I don't care if Democrats or Republicans, leave me alone. And people might be like, okay, I get it. Today, doesn't matter. The moment he said minors on an island somewhere, far right. That was it. And then they started accusing him of being QAnon. And he's like, I'm not political. That song's about Joe Biden. Joe Biden's the one funding the foreign wars. And at the very least, while there are many Republicans who want war, there are many who don't. So there's a debate happening over there and not one happening over there. It is clearly more about one side than the other.
There's the other thing too. I mean, you were talking about 20 years ago, the culture war, and it's like 20 years ago is about when artists and art programs and all that kind of thing started saying that you have to be an art activist, and politics started being really infused into art programs, which is when I was in grad school, and that's what it all turned into. Like, I was studying theater, and the next thing I know, it's not about telling a good story, it's not about making something beautiful, it's about infusing your work with political narrative. So that started there, and it's been pushing out this whole way. And now we see, you know, like Oliver Anthony can't get a song out without it being part of the culture war, but like also you kind of need to know where you're squatting down. You know what I mean? Like, take a look around.
Yeah. I gotta completely agree with that. The dude, it's an awesome song. I love Richmond North of Richmond. Obviously, everybody loves it because it's good. But the dude he personifies in many ways a regular person. And I mean this with no disrespect.
No, like literally.
Right.
Yep.
Seeing a lot of these problems we can all kind of identify while being lied to by the corporate press. He did criticize them for it. But my criticism back is, my dude, you must pay attention. You must recognize who your enemies are and who your friends are. And I'm not saying the Republicans are your friends by no stretch of the imagination. Nikki Haley goes up on stage screaming lies about Putin wanting to invade NATO so she can justify her insane warmongering. Yeah, Republicans are mostly bad as well. But you need to recognize who will come after you when you say something like minors on an island somewhere, right? It is going to be the politicians who are on that plane, who are typically aligned with the establishment and their corporate allies.
Well, and this is, I mean, this comes down to another way of saying you may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you, is you may not be interested in democracy, but democracy is interested in you. When more and more decisions that are being made we aren't allowing individuals to make them, we're democratizing them. What happens is that means that someone has to win, which means everyone else has to lose. And the people that lose have the winner's opinion enforced on them, whatever that thing is. So it becomes less and less about, I disagree with how you live or what your opinion is, you disagree about it, but we're living separately. It's one of us has to win. So now someone that you disagree with is your enemy. And so of course the culture war is only going to get worse and worse as things are more centralized and democratized. And the answer obviously is the opposite. Decentralization, allowing individuals to make their own decisions.
That's one of the things I liked about Oliver Anthony's rise was that it comes from a kind of growing area of music. I mean, it wasn't from, I don't know where music is headquartered in the U.S., I guess Hollywood and Nashville, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's sort of this other alternative form of music that's getting popular right now. I think there is a desire to decentralize our sort of cultural capstones, but it's very difficult because I think that's not what the system, to give it a broad term, wants you to do.
Well, I think the art forms that are the most accessible for decentralization are comedy and music, you know, and so I think that's in part why we're seeing more counterculture people coming out in music and comedy, but we're not seeing that as much in film. You know, it takes an awful lot of money to create an independent film or a series, you know, or a theater performance, or
if you're an actor, if you get that black ball in your file, like no one's going to want to hire you. That's why I think we were
and
also
they're on strike now, which I actually think is a boon to culture.
I
think that's a great thing
Yes.
that all of these people are not right now being paid to create garbage that we have to like stuff in our faces, or is stuffed in our faces rather, you know?
Yeah.
Let's jump to this next story, because with all the talk about trying to stop Donald Trump and get his name off the ballot, there's another strategy that may be coming. ABC News has this one. President Joe Biden says he will request more funding for a new coronavirus vaccine. President Joe Biden said Friday that he's planning to request more money from Congress to develop another new coronavirus vaccine as scientists track new waves and hospitalizations rise, though not like before. Okay, well, what does this mean? On its own, maybe not so much, maybe something. We also have this. Schools close, bring back mask mandates over the rise of COVID-19 cases. I think we got another one here. Citing rising COVID cases, these U.S. hospital systems have now reinstated mask mandates. Yeah, you know, it's really worrying to me that for the first time in human history, a virus is not, we've got seasonal viruses, but now we're dealing with an election seasonal virus, which is particularly worrying.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But as always.
How does it know?
How does it know?
Well, it's just, you know, it's because as more people start gathering to rally, this virus spreads. You know, all people are going to these political rallies. So it's,
Only
you know,
political rallies.
Well, right, makes sense.
It knows the in-person voting is coming and so
Yeah.
it prepares.
But if you're, rioting, it doesn't mind. It's not affected by that.
Oh,
Just
they're all wearing
rallies.
masks.
Yes, that's so
The
true.
rioters were wearing masks. I mean, but literally, the rioters were wearing masks.
They didn't want to be seen either.
No, they didn't want to spread the virus, Libby. How could you say that?
Oh, of course.
As always, I will stress, don't take medical advice from podcasters and talk to your doctor about what's right for you. That being said, it's kind of hilarious that all of these different preparations are being made, and it would seem that another lockdown or heavy mandates are about to unfold.
So I'm also not a doctor. I'm just a Jew on the internet, but and I can see where the confusion would come. But there's something that Biden said during that when he was talking about the new vaccine, that they're going to get funding for a vaccine that works.
Let me read the quote.
Noted
Let me read the quote. Quote, this is from ABC News. Back off, YouTube. I signed off this morning on a proposal. We have to present to the Congress a request for additional funding for a new vaccine that is necessary, that works. What is that implication, Mr. President? Now is not the time to be sowing any kind of anti-vaccine conspiracy theories. Okay?
Why is
anti-vaxxer Biden?
Why is noted anti-vaxxer Joe Biden not trusting the science? I don't.
Corinne Jean-Pierre is just like, do I say that he mixes up his words sometimes, or do I say he was misquoted? Like, how do we spin this right now?
Make no mistake, that didn't happen.
He added,
has to say it didn't
look at
happen.
this. He said he added
That's true. Gaslight until you win.
He added that it's tentatively recommended that everybody get it once the shots are ready.
It doesn't exist. We have to pass it before you can find out what happens when you inject it. Like that's literally.
No, you don't need to test vaccines. I don't know what you're talking about.
It hasn't even been developed yet, but you have to take it.
Yeah.
Because this time it will work. And again, this is Joe
Biden, who's also not a doctor, is tentatively recommended.
His wife is, though. His wife is a doctor.
Sort of
Dr. Jill.
Dr. Jill.
She has doctor in her name.
College.
She has
Yes.
doctor in her name.
And what is
That's what her
is-
parents' name
what
is.
is it called?
Dr. Jill, yeah.
She's a doctor of education.
But it's not really a doctor. It's called something else.
Is it?
Yeah,
So it's
not
even
a PhD.
faker than that?
It's not a PhD. It's called something else.
I'm pretty sure she has her PhD.
Nope. It's not a PhD. It's something else.
It's not. She doesn't even have a doctorate.
It's an educational doctorate. Is called something else.
Well, listen, whatever she is, if she tells me that the thing that hasn't even been invented yet, I have to take it, then I have to trust her because she does call herself a doctor.
Well,
Biden did recommend it for everybody.
Did you figure out what it is?
She has a doctorate in education, but it's not saying it's not.
It's not a
considered-
PhD.
It's I'm looking
Oh,
for
it's
it.
an EdHD or something, right?
Yeah, it is
right.
an
Yeah,
HD.
yeah, yeah.
But they're saying she can still use the term doctor. They're really mainstream media is really defending her ability
They
to use
really
it.
want her to be able to use it. I think that's why she got the PhD.
Dr. Jill Biden deserves her
EDD.
title.
What?
She has an EDD.
Okay, there you go.
Or an EdD. Right. Educational doctorate. Okay, so doctorate, yes.
Sounds
but it's not
like
PhD.
trash. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry,
I don't
Jill.
even, whatever. I don't even, what, philosophical doctorate? Is that what a PhD is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even, that is so stupid anyway.
Yeah.
Credentialism.
It is.
It's
It is.
rampant.
Right.
She slap a title
Also,
over herself.
typically-
Dr. Hannah Claire Rimolo, what were you saying?
That's me. Thank you, Dr. Tim Pool. Who's not a medical doctor, but he's a philosophical doctor.
Yes.
No, I think
He's a doctor of podcasting.
that's true. You
A
are.
PhD.
And he's
I
doctor of
hereby
trending.
announce the creation of Tim Kies University and the granting of the PhD to Libby.
Thank you.
I
I'm excited.
no one ever said my university was accredited, but nobody asked.
And I tentatively recommend everyone enroll in this because this is a university that's going to work.
Okay, but in all seriousness,
It's decentralized.
here's my question to YouTube. This vaccine doesn't exist yet. Are we allowed to question it?
Are you allowed to
Dr.
question
Tim Pool,
something
you're
that-
posing a really great moral and philosophical question. I can't wait for your course on this in the coming fall term.
Are you allowed to question a vaccine they have not yet invented?
I don't know. I
This
guess
is
you
the
can.
Socratic method. Look at this. This is perfect.
Our
okay,
actual
now
have to
historian in
trust the
room is like,
future
yes,
science.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now back to the politics. Do you guys think they're going to lock everybody down?
I don't, and here's why. The environment, well, let me rephrase that. I think there are some areas, some of the more bluer and more, I guess, more metropolitan areas might have limited restrictions. I don't think we're going to see the kind of lockdowns we saw before, because that required an environment of people that this was a brand new thing that they were horrified at. I remember when I made my first anti-lockdown video in March of 2020, and I was being attacked by libertarians, many libertarians, who were saying, well, we don't know how serious this is. Maybe we should,
they're scared.
wait and see. They were scared. People were legitimately and
It might have
understandably
been the
scared.
apocalypse. I mean, come on.
Everyone was comparing it to the movie Contagion. Sure. And the thing is, had it been that serious, I still would have been against lockdowns because only an idiot would have gone outside. You wouldn't have needed to mandate it. But it created an environment where average everyday people were like, you know what, let's at least give it a couple weeks. I don't know, let's give it a couple months. I don't think that happens this time. I mean, COVID never went away, and everyone's just like, you know what, we now know what it is. We know like our relative, risk tolerance and so forth. We're going to live our life, kind of doing what we've been saying from all along. If you don't feel well, stay home.
Yeah.
And if you think you're a high risk tolerance, then adjust accordingly. And if you don't, then adjust accordingly. I don't think lockdowns are going to be something they're going to be able to do.
Well, and even Fauci had to throw on the word endemic, right? It was harder to get people to lock down for something that they've been living with for several years and have figured out how to manage, right? Like, I don't really hear people saying like, well, you have to test before you come to my wedding or whatever anymore. I also have this theory that they actually don't want full-blown lockdowns because that means that kids would have to go back to online schooling, and that really drove a surge in homeschooling because it uncovered all these things where parents were mad
Because
at.
we got to see, it was when my son was doing virtual learning that I realized that they were having a 2-day course on, white privilege and systemic racism. And I got my voice recorder ready and I lined it up and I voice
we're taking
recorded
this class together.
the whole thing for the 2 days of that.
That's wild.
And my son was like, Mom, our whole family is racist. And I was like,
Incorrect,
no,
sir.
not actually.
Also, a Democrat's president, and they don't want massive job losses. So I mean, there's
Right.
that as well.
That's
I don't see.
And they can't. And if they had to pay everybody to stay home, they'd have to pull money from Ukraine. And we already know that Zelensky's asked us and Europe to fund the next election.
Or they do like they did in 2020 and 2021 and just print out like 40% of all the currency
That
ever
worked
created.
amazing.
And so where we already have high
What a wild time,
inflation
guys.
in a year or so later, now you're looking at 15-20% official inflation and probably closer to 25% unofficial.
You guys-
I don't see that happening. They're pushing these mask mandates, and I think it's a lot of it is like, how far can we push? Government is a habitual line stepper. It is this constant like, how much can I make people do what I want them to do? But I think they realized that the lockdowns, even with people as scared as they were, they turned up the boiling water a little too hot for the frog to tolerate. They've kind of gone back, and I think now they're going to do these like kind of smaller thing, like, well, can we get a mask mandate, but just in the more blue areas? Is that going to work? How far can we push? I don't see lockdowns happening.
We were talking about this before, and I said I think that they'll do guidelines, recommendations.
Oh, guidance. Remember guidance?
That gives them the ability to roll out universal mail-in voting and
Oh,
early
that's
voting.
happening. No, that's happening.
But they'll have an excuse now. They'll say, well, we're not going to, we can't lock everything down because the economy, so we're going to recommend people quarantine. We're going to recommend masks. We're going to recommend vaccines. And obviously, for those that have decided to quarantine, which is the right thing to do, we're going to send you a mail-in vote. So then what they do is they just say, we're going to send everyone a mail-in vote because we're not going to spy on you and see who's choosing quarantine and who's not, and that'll be their justification.
We're not going to spy on you right now, but we will other times.
We are spying on you, but we're not going to admit it that we're
Exactly.
spying on you. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, they're spying on everybody.
That's
all
next
the time.
in the new update.
I think it would be hard to get certain states to lock down, especially governors that are ambitious politically. Having seen basically DeSantis's rise because of his stance against lockdowns,
Yeah.
I think you would maybe get a couple blue governors who are like, this is a morally correct thing to do, but for the most part, they know it's essentially a political death sentence.
But they got to do something because Trump's going to win. Trump lost. I love the never Trump person. They're like, Trump can't possibly win. He lost by 42,000 votes in 3 states. He just needs to win these swing states. That's the key right now. The country's
Which one are
massively
they? It's
divided.
Georgia,
I think-
Arizona, and Wisconsin? Is that what is
I
being
think so.
talked about, those three?
Either
And that's-
Wisconsin or Michigan.
I think it's Wisconsin.
I
He
think
got no
it's
chance
Wisconsin.
in Michigan.
He won Michigan in 2016, but it was by a sliver.
2016, and then they got Whitmer.
No, but someone want to look up what the margins were in 2020?
We know what they were in Georgia,
I think-
11,780.
Right, I think in Michigan it might have been like 20,000 or something. I could be wrong. Someone will look.
I'll look it up.
Yep. Yeah. Look, I think Trump can recover in any one of these states. I think Trump could even get a couple percentage points of the popular vote. And the reason is, you get all these people that think 2020 was stolen because fraudulent ballots and double counting and things like that. It's like, okay, sure, fine, maybe, whatever, prove it. Maybe you're right. I think the real issue is actually simple. Everyone was locked in their house and the mail-in votes arrived. It's just a really simple equation. Lock everyone inside house, mail them ballot, blame Trump, then knock on their door and say, can I have that ballot back, please? Now, if there's no lockdown, they'll go knock on the door, and let's say the failure rate here is only 7%. Let's say 93% of the doors they knock on, someone is home, and will fill out the ballot and give it back. A 7% Trump wins. Even 7%. We saw that from the story about Donald Trump and the Hunter Biden laptop story. That if, what did they
Yeah,
say?
it was like 17%. Wasn't it 17%?
No, it was-
Said
it
that
was
they
like-
would have changed
yes.
their vote if they had known
And-
about the laptop.
And that accounted for, they said something like if 7% of people did not vote Democrats or switch for Trump, Trump wins. I think it was less than 7. It was like a lot less. It was 42,000 in a few states. If the Democrats lose a small fraction of the people who are locked in their houses, they can't win. I don't care what the popular vote is, even if Trump could or couldn't get it. The electoral vote, they're not going to be able to secure it. Not to mention, the economy's bad. And you know what? Let's do this. I have this this video I want to pull up for you that's going viral. Ian Miles Chong has this tweet. Life is hard and it's getting harder for the middle class. I'll just play a little bit of this clip for you guys.
Seriously, my bills alone are $3,000 a month. I'm a single mom who receives fucking like $300 a month in child support for 2 kids. I can't do this anymore. I work every single day. I get maybe a day off. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I'll get 2 fucking days off. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of this. And I fucking forgot to pay my daughter's braces. And now I have to bring her in for them to remove them because I can't afford to pay it all off at once. I am so sick of this country. I'm so sick of how expensive everything fucking is. Something needs to happen.
And that something is Donald Trump. No, I'm half kidding. But maybe if you, to this woman, and not personally, but in general, the economy was really, really great in 2019.
It was nice.
I went, I love telling the story, went to a furniture store where we're starting the podcast. This is like January, this is January of 2020. And starting to guest IRL. And I said, I'd like to buy some furniture. We need a table that we can sit at. And so we bought a table. And the woman who was doing the sales was really excited as she wrote up the $5,000 ticket for all the crazy stuff we were buying to build a studio. And she was laughing. She was like, thank you so much. She's like, wow. She's like, I gotta be honest, it's a really great day for me. You walked in and just bought it on the spot. And I was like, well, we know we needed it. You guys had it. We had checked it out before. And she was like, man, it's just been going really good for me. And I was like, what happened? She goes, this has been the best year of my life. She's like, I've never made more money. We had a contractor doing work for the studio. And he said, I've never made more money in my life. It's been absolutely fantastic. Then COVID hits. Trump loses. Now you have Biden and all the ramifications that came with COVID, which was both Republicans and Democrats. And now you have these people under Joe Biden saying, I hate this effing country. I'm sick of how expensive everything is. It's like, okay, let me show you another story. Let me see if we have it here from, no, it's not there. Here we go. From the Post-Millennial. Washington Power Company raises rates to cover increased expense due to climate legislation. AG's office instructs them not to tell consumers reason for higher prices. Keep voting for him. Keep voting for him. Vivek Ramaswamy goes on stage and says that the climate change agenda, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on the economy. It's right there in your face. So if you're wondering why it is that you are struggling, blame the Democrats and the far leftists and the people who are trying to shut down energy. But hey, don't let me just give a free pass to Republicans. I'm not a big fan of them either. But if you're coming and advocating for a carbon neutral energy policy and then telling us we can't have nuclear energy, I say F off, you're a liar.
Well, because they are a liar, because nuclear energy is the cleanest, most efficient power.
It's also the most carbon neutral one. So like from their own talking point of the most important thing, more so than anything else, is that the energy that we're getting is as carbon neutral as possible. Nuclear energy per kilowatt hour is exponentially more carbon neutral than the so-called renewables are.
We also have an issue too where nuclear energy is something that we can generate here in the United States, whereas solar
We don't want to generate our own
Why would
energy.
we want to do that? Where like solar and wind, we have to go buy all that stuff from other countries, import it over here using fossil fuels, of course, for our boats and whatnot.
Yeah, it's also the safest form of energy production.
Nuclear is.
Yeah, so
I blame
nuclear.
the boomers for that.
This is 100% the boomers.
Yeah, because like there were nuclear weapons. They freaked out because they had to hide under their desks in the 1950s as school children, and then they took over the world and decided to delete everything that was worthwhile.
It's your fault, Dad.
It's the whale's fault.
It's the whale.
Well, if we were only still using whale oil.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to hear this theory.
It's the whale's fault. And I can explain.
Okay.
Sweet, delicious whale. You know, if only, no, I'm kidding. I've actually had whale before. It's disgusting, and I don't recommend it.
Seems greasy.
I was really looking forward to
like
that theory.
extra turtle.
No, it is the whale's fault. I'll explain.
Okay.
So Greenpeace, right? They were concerned about nuclear tests that were being done in the ocean. The initial purpose of Greenpeace, is my understanding, was to stop these nuclear tests. So they would get their little boat and they would go and sit in these areas where they wanted to do nuclear tests, and then they were like, we can't do it because they're there. And part of the reason was that it was devastating to whale populations to save the whales. One of the co-founders of Greenpeace broke off and formed Sea Shepherds to protect whales. So this initial activism to stop nuclear weapons from Greenpeace transformed into a desperate, well, now that we stop something that's bad, how can we squeeze the teat and milk all these other morons for their donations? And Greenpeace went from let's stop nuclear bombs into how can we lie to people to keep maintaining our facade of environmentalism? They now just say whatever stupid garbled nonsense they have to trick morons into giving them money. One of those things is that nuclear power is bad, and they revel in it because they make lots of money from it. It's a cash game, and it's beautiful profit.
And going back to what Libby said, it all started with their opposition to nuclear weapons testing. So this would be like opposing solar panels because of melanoma or something like that. Like it has nothing to do with it. It's literally, it is what, and in fact, the reason that we tend to use the less efficient hard water reactors is because the U.S. government and other governments prioritized the production of nuclear weapons over actual energy production, whereas newer forms of nuclear energy production, like thorium salt reactors and things like that, are far more efficient. The half-life, the half-life of the waste only lasts like, I think like 100 years instead of tens of thousands of years.
I've been reading about that.
In every way, it's better. It's meltdown proof. I'm not going to try again. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a Jew. But in every way, it's even safer than nuclear, which is already exponentially safer and better than everything.
Now we've got the advent of fusion, which I believe they've already reached ignition. Big stories. Now they're trying to figure out how to actually capture the energy from the ignition process. Right. Miniature suns, I guess. That's going to kick off an energy expansion by which the human race has never experienced. And we are going to, Elon Musk, we need Elon Musk. You know why? Rapid energy expansion. If I don't know the actual numbers for what fusion, the exponential increase in energy output that we'll get from fusion relative to fossil fuels, but I believe nuclear is the most efficient. I believe, correct? Yes. The highest energy output that we have. Yeah. It's remarkable. It's carbon neutral and got a massive energy output. They don't do it. So I watched this really amazing little mini documentary on energy. It starts with human energy. We eat food, convert that food into kinetic energy through our muscles, the sugars, and we build things. We then figured out, hey, this big creature over here can pull it for me. So they strapped it to a cow, made the cow pull. It's animal energy. Then we started burning wood, then coal. We get petroleum. All of these rapid expansions of energy extraction rapidly increase human population, technological development, etc. Once fusion kicks off, if we get to that point where we've got fusion reactors everywhere, we need spaceships. We need them fast.
Well, and that's the whole point, right? The whole point of humanity, to a large degree anyway, is to create more stuff, to go faster, to go further, right? So you could look, I mean, people do. They look at the history of humanity as the history of energy consumption and energy creation, and we do that. And so, like, we hit fossil fuels, which was great, which elevated so many millions of people out of poverty globally. And now we're asking the entirety of humanity to take a step backwards by using less good energy resources instead of exploring and developing better ones. Nuclear is the way to go forward, or this, this other fusion thing. Right? It's the way to go forward. That's how we get to other planets, and that is, of course, the goal. It's to, like, keep going.
Whether or not we go to other planets can be your opinion. Right? We can simplify this for the average
But
working
we
class
are
person.
explorers.
Right. But I just want to say this for the average person. Bro, I don't care about Mars. I don't care about Venus. I don't care about Neptune or Alpha Centauri or whatever. I just want to know why I can't buy bread. You can't buy bread because they are putting a wet blanket on the economy. They could build nuclear. They ain't gonna do it. They want to shut down your fossil fuels without giving you an alternative because the real answer, the real reason they're doing it is probably communism. And so they want to restrict what you can do, control what you can do, and you suffer because of it. Keep voting for them. Look, I don't blame this lady who's talking about her kids and the hardship she's dealing with because everyone's dealing with that. I don't blame the working class for being exploited. But to a certain degree, I beg of these people to pay attention. It's why it's so important. When people are like, I don't pay attention to politics, I'm like, dude, I have little respect for that. Because you can't complain about why the prices are so high and then say, but I don't do anything about it.
Or even know why.
Or know why. Your complaints, they mean nothing to me. You come to me and be like, well, my house is burning down. I have no idea what's happening. I just like lighting matches in my living room and flipping them onto the floor. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's what caused your problem. Maybe you did a thing and you're not paying attention to it and you burned your house down.
I was surprised in that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. They just keep voting. They keep voting for this.
I was surprised in the video that you can repossess someone's braces.
Yeah, that is sort of fascinating to me.
Well, I think the issue is they have to get taken off, and so she has to choose to pay to have them removed, or go into like default, go into debt from the maintenance of them.
I did always wonder that though, like for any of these procedures or like Invisalign or any of this, if you run installment plans, what happens if you don't pay it? They
Right. They repo
they
your
repo your braces or your retainer. I guess.
I don't think that's what it is. I think the doctor's more than happy to leave the braces on your mouth indefinitely because screw you can't pay.
Oh, I
and
see.
she's
Okay.
saying I can't afford this.
So we have to stop.
So we have to stop and get them taken off.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah,
It's like a long-
I battled this in 2020 because I was traveling the country campaigning for vice president, and I would talk to people who go, yeah, things are bad, but if they could just, get us reliable checks. And I was trying to explain to them, like, okay, what's happening right now is they've essentially shut down production for the most part. And they're going to print out ridiculous amounts of the currency that you use every day to buy things, and they're going to hand it to you. But in doing so, they're also going to hand a bunch off to the multi-trillion-dollar companies at the same time, and they're going to get the lion's share of it. But in doing so, they're going to greatly expand the amount of currency without adding value. They're actually taking away value by making you stay home. So you have more money chasing fewer goods and services, and in very short order, once things begin to turn back to normal, you're going to see shortages, you're going to see supply chain issues, and yeah, you're going to see rapid price inflation, because price inflation is just an extension of monetary inflation, and that's what we've seen. And you had a handful of people in DC, like Thomas Massey and Justin Amash, and a handful of others who were speaking out against this. Everyone else, either because they wanted it or because they were afraid to go against the corporate media narrative about it, they went along with it, and we're now suffering the consequences of it.
And to be fair, I was more in line with with Trump. Spend the money, figure it out. And I think hindsight being 2020, we now realize the mistake that was. But I think for the most part, too many of us trusted the machine when it said we were dealing with a deadly pandemic.
Yep.
We saw these videos coming out of China, and I think good people tried to be good people and said, look, these people collapsing, it's terrifying. Now we look back and we're like, okay, it was bad, but like, man, did they overhype this and drive us into the ground over nonsense. And the real reason was probably political control.
Well, they also hid origins.
Right.
Yeah, they still do.
They still
do. And the thing is, we aren't quite at smoking gun territory yet, but we're at like the smell of gunpowder territory. It's like, we're getting there where we are. Here's what we already know. The NIH funded EcoHealth Alliance using gain-of-function research to greatly increase the function and to humanize viruses that were at least, the one that we know of is at least, I think, either 96 or 98% genetically similar to the virus that creates COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2. So we don't have that smoking gun yet, but it was at the Wuhan lab that it happened at. And as soon as anyone even asked a question about it, they were called racist.
Racist, because that led me to start saying everything was racist. Like, my son would be like, Mom, can we go to Walmart? And I'd be like, that's racist.
You can't do that at all. Can we have spaghetti for dinner?
And
Racism.
That's not racist. That's like the one thing I always make for dinner.
Here's what's wild about that. They were saying gain-of-function research, that's racist. It's because Chinese people were eating bats.
Right. And you're like, oh, okay.
Hold on there.
Like, wait, that sounds racist to me.
Right. Well, no one's ever accused them of not being hypocrites, so.
Fair enough. No, that's actually true. You've got segregationist ally Joe Biden in there, the man who is famous for the crime bill. In the 1970s. Okay, forced segregation had ended at several years prior to that. At that point, and he was in an interview. He said that he had an issue with integration because he feared that his children were going to grow up in a racial jungle.
Right, with corn pops.
That's
With corn pops,
president.
kids.
Well, I got a couple theories about corn pop on this one too. One, this is a long time ago. This is back, how old was Joe Biden in the corn pop story? This is segregation area.
Yes,
era.
yeah.
So I'm wondering if corn pop was a black dude, and the real issue that Joe Biden had with him was his race. Here's, a guy who's not supposed to be here. I also think the simpler answer is that Joe Biden told the story about how little kids were rubbing his legs. I bet corn pop was like, hey, you creep. Get off them kids.
Well, even by
his called it a chain, and he's like, "What'd you say?"
I was going to say, even by his own story, it started because he was making fun of the black man's hair.
Right.
The guy got upset, and so he responded by threatening to hang him with a chain. This is his story.
Yes.
This is the Democratic incumbent.
This is his endearing lynching story.
It's Joe Biden's endearing lynching story.
Moments earlier that day where he talked about how he would force black children's faces under the water so they could stroke his legs or whatever. It's like, yeah, this is a great story, Joe. Like, what?
It's very bizarre.
But that's why I kind of think that corn pop probably saw him doing that, because that's part of the story. Is like the kids, I got hairy legs.
Yeah.
And the kids would rub my legs.
They loved it. Yeah, they loved it.
There's a cartoon of that freak.
That is so nasty.
So weird.
It's not like he has a history of
I was
sniffing
a
children's
kid.
hair.
We've all been kids. Did you ever feel compelled to rub somebody's leg?
A strange man's leg.
A strange man's leg.
I got
Oh, there's a video. Yeah.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
That child's face is all of us.
Reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids
He called them
jumping on
roaches.
my lap.
No, called black
And I
children
love
roaches.
kids jumping on my lap.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
Corn
there you
Pop was
go.
just mad that he was calling black children roaches. Like, I mean, the entirety of that story, there is nothing about it that isn't creepy or racist, and it was presented as
wholesome.
It's
Well,
wholesome.
family.
This video is like from a few years ago.
Yeah, this
He
was
told-
on the campaign trail.
Yeah, no,
all
this
the
was-
time.
he was calling little black kids roaches.
Yes, he said he loves roaches in that clip. Yeah.
But I think everyone was like, what is this person talking about?
Who even knows? I didn't even
This
know
is-
that
this
he
is-
was calling that's what
Because
he
you
meant.
know, it's so
This is
bad.
where-
I love roaches.
I had no idea
this
what
is
he
where,
meant.
right, this is where he told the corn pop story, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Joe Biden's racist. News 11.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But the proof has been there the whole time. Like, that's what's so interesting about hearing, like, someone recite it and be like, and then he said this crazy thing, and he said this crazy thing. And it's like, oh, wait, he has been open about this the entire time, and somehow they have repackaged him enough to get him to the presidency. Like, that's the craziest part to me.
What I think is really wild too is that we keep having all of this stuff come out about Hunter Biden, about his foreign business relations, about how Joe Biden was on speakerphone calls, right? He was on speakerphone calls with executives of Burisma, saying like, hey, Dad, these guys could use our help. Biden being like, okay, that sounds great. Pleasantries and then get off the phone. We keep seeing all of this stuff. We see the documents from Comer that come out. We see like all of this about all of this potential bribery stuff, and it just doesn't seem to make a dent anywhere. It doesn't seem to like impact the culture at large. It doesn't seem to like get any kind of foothold. And I was listening to another one of these stupid podcasts, and
Hey, that's our industry.
right?
You back off.
Not these podcasts.
Not like this.
Okay.
Good. That was a qualifier. Stupid
I was listening to
podcast, yeah.
another NPR podcast.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Just very stupid. And they were saying that the David Weiss investigation into Hunter Biden, of course, because the Attorney General who foiled the investigation is now the special counsel for the investigation. They were saying that David Weiss would be unlikely to use any of the information dug up by Congress because it would be irrelevant to his case. How is that possibly irrelevant? That the president and his son took like $10 million bribe, and it's traceable.
Because they're nice guys.
Hey,
They get
Because
to
he's
do
got
these
hairy
things.
legs.
He's got hairy legs and
And kids
a
love him.
mansion in Malibu.
Yeah, one of the things that frustrated me the most during the Trump presidency was, when he got elected, or shortly before he got elected, he found out, or we all found out, that Obama's FBI had been spying on him
Yes.
explicitly to try to make sure that he could get basically what they're doing now, to prosecute him so he couldn't run and he'd be in prison. And so we knew that. Now he's in office. Then while he's in office, they do the Steele dossier, they do all the so-called PP story, the Golden Shower story. They do all this stuff to not just discredit him, but to try him essentially for treason and to impeach him for that. And I thought, here it comes. This man's been talking about smashing the deep state. I've been advocating for the abolition of the FBI for quite some time. It's going to happen. And then he would sign off on omnibus bill after omnibus bill that gave them even more funding than they had gotten previously. And then you would hear, like, when something would happen, like the chaos that was happening during some of the riots, and he would call for, like, federalizing the police response. And it was like, you're not getting it. Like, they're not just against you. This system is a bad system that needs to be smashed. You said you were going to do it. You were elected, at least in part. You were elected because you weren't Hillary Clinton, but you were elected at least in part because you said you were going to smash the system. I feel like I'm that meme where I'm poking with a stick and saying, come on, do the system smashing. And yeah, just please, come on, smash the system. And even now he's not calling for ending the FBI.
Let's talk about the story. We have this from the Post Millennial. We have a lot of Post Millennial now. Former Ukrainian prosecutor
my story.
Viktor Shokin confirms he was fired after Joe Biden demanded it. Now, a couple years ago, there was a sworn affidavit from Viktor Shokin where he attested to just this, but now we have him giving a public statement on this where he spoke to Fox News and he outright said, yeah. So that's your story, Libby. Why don't you tell us what happened?
Yeah, so basically, Viktor Shokin went on with Brett Baier, and he confirmed that he was told when he got fired that it was Joe Biden's wish that he be fired.
Let's slow down real quick. There may be a lot of people who have no idea who this guy is.
Do you want me to do like a whole thing?
I think
I'll just give you the general gist, and then you can take it away with a little bit more.
I'll give it a shot, yeah.
Joe Biden flew to Ukraine, said, I will illegally withhold aid. He didn't say illegally. He said, I will withhold aid, $1 billion, unless you fire a prosecutor. This is the crux of the whole argument, either against Trump demanding his impeachment or against Joe Biden for being corrupt. Viktor Shokin is the guy who got fired. He is saying he got fired because Joe Biden demanded it, and Joe Biden likely took bribes. Anyway.
Yeah, so I was going to look up a story, but I'm just going to go from memory because my Google isn't working.
You wrote it. You definitely remember all the details.
Yeah, so basically, Viktor Shokin was a prosecutor who was investigating Burisma. He was investigating Burisma because he was concerned that they were doing illegal energy deals.
And who is Burisma?
Burisma is a Ukrainian energy company on whose board Hunter Biden sat. He was getting $83,000 a month. His business partner, Devin Archer, was also on the board. They were getting this money. They don't have any expertise in energy. Yeah. Burisma was interested in entering the U.S. market. They were under investigation in Ukraine, which makes it tough to enter a U.S. market at that point because you're already looked at as kind of shady. So basically what happened was the CEO of Burisma signed on Hunter Biden and Devin Archer to help them with the U.S. market / get influence through then VP Joe Biden. So Joe Biden knew the Burisma guys. There were meetings with, he met them. He ended up on phone calls with them at these meetings. Viktor Shokin was the prosecutor tasked with investigating that. Joe Biden was the White House. He was the guy for the White House overseeing Ukraine during the Obama administration. So there had been $1 billion in loan guarantees that were approved for Ukraine. Joe Biden was meant to go to Ukraine, deliver the loan guarantees. He said, I'm going to withhold this money unless you fire Shokin. He said this to Petro Poroshenko, who was Zelensky's predecessor. So he said this. Poroshenko was like, okay, Shokin is totally fired now, and we'll take the money. Joe Biden then went on a panel. It was televised, and he bragged about this. He told this story just as eloquently as he told that corn pop light hair story. He went on about
he's not hiding anything.
No, he was very proud of what he had done, claiming that Shokin was corrupt and that they got their own guy in there. So, okay, that is a thing that happened. Then Donald Trump in July 2019, Joe Biden had announced for president presidency in April of that year, Donald Trump makes a phone call to then, President Zelensky, who had replaced Poroshenko, and he says, hey, we've got this money coming for you. I think it was $391 million, way less than $1 billion, by the way. We have this money coming for you. Congress has approved it. That's cool. But also, I'm interested to know what impact Joe Biden had on the firing of Viktor Shokin. Was he involved? Let's sort of hash that out. That phone call was recorded. It was leaked. The transcript of that was leaked. And then in the media had a field day with it. Donald Trump is withholding funds from Ukraine unless they investigate Joe Biden. So then Congress brings him up on impeachment charges, claiming that he had withheld funds for his own personal gain, that he had committed election interference by asking Ukraine to publicly investigate Joe Biden over the firing of Shokin, which Biden had already said he'd done. They accused him and impeached him of election interference months and months and months before the election. So they said, okay, Trump, you're impeached because you asked for an investigation into Biden for something that he publicly said that he did and you wanted more details. Now he's being prosecuted for all of this stuff. And that's not being considered election interference.
I was going to say, if only he had ordered prosecutors to prosecute Joe Biden and have the trial date start right before Super Tuesday, then it would not be election interference.
So that's what they impeached him over. And if you read the impeachment documents, which I did yesterday, it's very detailed about how Trump was wrong to launch an investigation into a political opponent during an election year.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, come on.
To be fair, I don't think you guys have actually read any of the laws that they're using to go after Trump on for when they impeached him. It clearly states that in the instance that the accused is Republican, the full force of the law shall be levied against this individual. However, if said accused is Democrat, then just forget about it. That's actually in the law.
It's okay when we do it Progressives 3616 or whatever. Right?
All of this and more at Tim Cashew, which is going to be launching later this year.
Correct. Yes,
which is founded in the Socratic method.
Yes, exactly.
I am a doctor.
Yes, and we declared it publicly tonight.
I never said the university. That was actually something I used to say a long time ago.
I would be happy to accredit the
I'm
university
willing this
for
into
you.
existence.
I have a PhD from the university, so I could.
I think we just made the board.
Oh, I would make a point to
circular accreditation.
Yes.
Right. You get accredited from the university and then found it so that I like it.
Correct.
So
I like this.
To explain to people, I've explained to people credentials for a long time. So, I'd be talking to these, like, a lot of friends, everyone's like, you have to go to college, if you want to get a good job, model, please. And then I'd be like, well, I have a master's. And they'd be like, you have a master's? I'm like, yeah, in nuclear engineering. They're like, what, do you really? And I'd be like, yeah, from Milton U. And they'd be like, what? I'm like, that's right. Yeah, I made it up. It's not an accredited school or anything, but I gave it to myself.
I used to want to make up
wait a minute.
college sweatshirts and be like, no, this is where I went to school.
Dude,
I
want to wear those.
Okay, I'll make you one.
Some body at some organization determines that you are worthy and gives you a title. I can give myself whatever title I want.
That's like with Jordan Peterson being
re-educated
by the Ontario College of Physicians because he made some incendiary social media posts. The people who complained about Jordan Peterson and got him investigated and subject to re-education, they were not his clients. They were not his students. They were not his patients or whatever. They were people who saw his posts on the internet
and didn't like them.
Like them.
That's pretty serious.
That's pretty serious.
Who precisely is supposed to re-educate him?
The Ontario College of Physicians. In fact, there are people that they have said will be the ones doing the re-education. Jordan Peterson will be paying for it, and those specialists, those experts, those credentialed people cost $225 an hour.
Prager, you should give out PhDs.
What if it doesn't work? Jordan Peterson has said that he's going to put it all on YouTube.
Well, that's good.
Like live stream it?
Yeah.
And it can help offset the cost that he has to cover, which I'm sure they're
He'll
like,
make much more than $225.
It'll be great.
well, if they're going to make it a minimum of like, what, 48 hours? Like, yeah.
Well, and the credentialed experts are the ones who get to decide how long the training will go. So if they feel it's not working, they can extend it. Exactly, that they are getting paid to do. And it will be streamed on YouTube.
So they've given him a almost unlimited fine.
Yeah.
Or a fine with no upper limit.
Right. Well, it's either that or they take his license.
And it goes until he admits, I agree with what you think.
You know what? Because he believes in credentialism.
Second one, I agree.
Yeah.
As soon as they say it, I'd be like, you're right, absolutely. Okay, great.
You're like, we don't think
great to see you.
We don't think you do agree. He's like, no,
I totally agree.
I
He would say something else. I agree.
Yeah,
I don't think he'd ever do that.
I don't think
Jordan Peterson's going to be like,
I don't think he will.
No, I don't think he will.
Screw off, you dang Marxists.
But it would be funny if he's like, no, I see your point.
so bloody-minded.
No, like,
he's going to argue with them.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to
put it on YouTube. It's going to be hilarious.
He's going to wear a
What if he
suit.
changes their mind?
What
Live.
if he undereducates?
Well, so
I don't know.
it's funny.
Actually,
undereducates.
Have you guys heard about like the FBI agents who were tasked with monitoring right-wing message boards started becoming right-wing?
I totally believe it.
Yeah, they're seeing all these posts and then they're going like, wait a minute.
I got told this stuff was wrong and I wasn't supposed to talk about it, but when I read through it, they're making some good points over here.
My goal is to get my NSA mind for there to be churn in the NSA because they keep having to assign new people to me because they go, oh no, oh he's right, crap, he's right, and then they have to quit or whatever. Maybe they'll just smash.
No, what
machines
happens is like the NSA they know that the assignment to Spike is like a 3-month rotation, and so they tell the agent like it's a 3-month rotation, just so you know, like what, 3 months? Like typically we do 2 years. Like just trust us. And then after like 2.5 months, the guy's sitting there and he's like shaking, he's got a cigarette, he's going back and forth. Like, he's right about everything. He's right about everything. And they're like, all right, time to get him out of there.
They all have to go like through mandatory meetings with the psychologist afterwards. He's like, no, he's not a doctor. You can't believe him.
They have to put him through the re-education program.
Yeah, they have to put him through. These people are good that are going to be doing Jordan Peterson. They're the ones that have to deprogram my NSA minders into like rebelieving. They have to re-blue pill them.
I always thought that was weird about like PhDs, like you have to go defend your thesis. But what if I don't respect anyone who's on the panel? What if I don't like any of their theses?
I'm questioning your authority.
Yeah, I don't understand. why you
I've
have the
always
authority.
found it weird, the credentialism and the people insisting that they're a doctor and so forth. Is I was proud to tell people I barely made it out of high school. Like I didn't go to college, and I had multiple successful businesses and a great life. My wife's like super hot and everything. I'm like, like why would I? I like being able to say I got this despite the fact that the schooling system tried to keep me down.
Hard work is hard. That's why it's called hard work.
Right.
And often hard work, it's possible, I should say this, hard work is always hard. Sometimes it's tedious.
Yes.
Time consuming.
But I think it's a class thing, right? Like,
well, the issue is this. If you can work hard, you can make a lot of money. But if you want to party, take out loans, and then get your degree, and then say, look, I did a thing, that's why I think college is the lazy route, to be completely honest. So if you look at somebody who gets out of high school or doesn't go to high school, and they start working, start a business, even if the job is Starbucks or McDonald's, and they work their way to becoming a manager, what is it, like the CEO of UPS started as like in the sorting room or something like that? There's a bunch of stories like that.
That's the perfect job to start in the mailroom.
Started as an intern. That's the hard way. You start working, you work hard, you get smart, and you try and figure out along the way, you become the best at it. For a lot of people, they are tricked into going to college. They're told it's the only way to do it. But I also know for a fact that a lot of these people go to college knowing that it's vacation. They're going to get a big loan. They're going to go party every night. They're going to barely do any work. They're going to get a piece of paper that says I deserve a job. Then they're going to demand the government pay their loans back. And that's what a lot of them are doing. So why do they want these degrees and everything? It's because they didn't actually earn any real authority, but they're the experts now, so they get to assert that. So I'll tell you this. You ever see that movie with Rodney Dangerfield? What is it called? Like Back to School or something?
Oh, yeah. That's, I think,
with Robert Downey Jr. and yeah.
And there's like that scene where I haven't seen this in decades, but there's a scene where he's in the classroom and the professor is explaining the basics of like marketing and like selling widgets. He's like, "What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense." And then everyone turns to him and starts taking notes from him because he's this ultra wealthy businessman. Like,
He knows how to sell widgets. Yeah.
Who would you rather get advice from? A guy who built a high school dropout who built a record label, or a university professor teaching people how to do music management? And that's the problem with schools.
Except Timcast U.
That's true. Which is a
No,
respectable
we didn't
institution.
accept. Timcast U is probably minority owned from an underprivileged upbringing, a mixed race person from an underprivileged upbringing, a high school dropout who built it from the ground up and will credential you if you ask.
Yeah.
And the first PhD is a woman, so
That's so true.
A pre-PhD. You're already credentialed from them. Yeah.
Yeah. I think part of it is a lot of the university system, especially when you get to like the Ivy Leagues and more elite schools, it functions the way that when you're in middle school and there's a brand that everyone wears, and so if you have the brand,
what was
it
that
means you're
brand when
cool.
you were in middle school?
I feel like it was Abercrombie & Fitch when I was growing up. Like that was the thing that if like you had the Hollister Abercrombie stuff, then like you were cool, right? I did not. I don't regret it
wasn't
now.
like Aeropostale.
No, of course not. Don't be a pauper, Libby. No, I'm just kidding. But if I can look at you and say, but I went to Princeton, I went to Harvard, right? I get to say that I am elite in some way, and therefore I deserve something that you guys don't have, right? That's what I find that I'll get into, arguments about, books or whatever. Someone and they'll be like, well, my mom told me this about the book, and she went to Princeton. And I don't care.
Who
that doesn't
cares?
mean
It doesn't mean
anything to me.
anything.
Because they aren't trading on their brains or their actual accomplishment or intellectual ability. They're trading on the brand name of what they paid or realistically went to huge amounts of debt for. And to shatter that illusion is very hard for them.
But shattering the illusion is, I think, a big part of what we're talking about, right? Because I think that a lot of the people who are having trouble dealing with a society where credentials are actually not really that valid, or who are looking at, the whole situation with Trump and realizing, like, perhaps, like, that he is not actually guilty of all these things, or looking at Biden and saying, oh, he is guilty of all of these things, or seeing society crumble, or all of the looting, or the stores closing down, or all of this stuff. It's like, it's very difficult to let go of what you thought our country was and what you thought our culture was about. So you look at it and you say, why are people looting the stores? And that's really not the right question at this point. Like, things have changed so drastically, and so many people just want to hang on to the idea, the expectation of what they had for our culture and our country, and it's very difficult to let that go. You can grieve what that was, but like, we have to let it go to a certain extent.
We're gonna go to Super Chats. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and if you go to timcast.com, you can see the Timcast Miami show. Ticket sales are now available. We hope to see you there. It's gonna be really fun. We got a bunch of gifts to give away, sponsored by Public Square. We're huge fans. Patrick Bet David, Donald Trump Jr., Matt Gaetz, hosted by me, and of course, Lou Brodkowski. It is going to be an amazing night. And there may be some other stuff because the event is actually longer than just IRL. So we're hoping to do a Q&A audience-only session. Should be really fun and funny. And even a pre-show. We're working those details out. We'll announce them shortly, but it's gonna be a fun show. Let's grab your Super Chats. By the Fireside says, if Trump is in court Super Tuesday, his campaign should hold free Trump rallies in the battleground states and have as many social media pro-Trump figures as possible speak in his stead. Entirely possible. That's one thing to consider, too. They want to shut him down on Super Tuesday, but he still has powerful, prominent media voices, personality circuits, etc., who can go around rallying and campaigning on his behalf. And the trial may actually hurt them in this regard because it justifies a lot. It exemplifies a lot of what Trump has been saying. So if you get Trump Jr., if you get Dan Bongino out on the campaign trail, if they go out and they say, look what they are doing to this man, they are cheating, that can be more powerful than Trump himself.
Yeah, especially since then he could justify not being, Super Tuesday, you want to be in 800 places at once. Whereas he could send every member of his family, everyone who represents him, and say, he would be here. He would be in this spot, except that they're keeping him there.
And it's like 12 states.
It's 12 states.
Keep me in this one.
It's like looking at a bunch of kids and you're like, you're my favorite, / you're all my favorite. You know
They
what I
may
mean?
have done him a favor with this.
I think the thing that I can't get over the fact that within, what, 2 hours, the Trump campaign had those mugshot merch ready to go.
Oh, we had it too at Post Millennial. We had
funny.
T-shirts ready to go. I bought 2 of them.
But that's
well,
what I mean.
during the show, we made the revenge poster and put a t-shirt up.
Yeah, and we sold it.
I saw that, and you know what?
Yeah.
That morning, I was like, the mugshot. We need to like talk about the mugshot and comparing it to the Obama Shepherd Ferry. And then you did it, and I was like, nice.
Yeah, it was so funny. And then, but that's the thing. This campaign has just embraced that this is happening, right? They're saying like it's so ludicrous. We now fundraise off of it. So I think actually
Biden was fundraising off it.
Yeah, everyone's gonna fundraise off it. But I think Trump is the most successful, and I really think being able to say like I would be here in whatever state, except I can't. So I sent to you my sons or whoever. It's powerful.
I think that this, in a way, breathed life into his campaign. Because I remember this time last year, people were talking about, oh, maybe this isn't Trump's time anymore. Maybe it's DeSantis' turn. Look at all the stuff he's done and I'm saying in Republican circles. I'm a libertarian. We were having a completely different conversation. But in Republican circles, they're saying, look at the stuff he's done in Florida. Trump just wants to keep relitigating 2020. Maybe he's not the
People
guy.
feel like he was really better.
Yeah, and some of the polls were showing that head-to-head DeSantis would do better against Biden. I would have told them that's because DeSantis is largely an unknown compared to Trump, and they always do better that way. But then with this, it's like, no, Trump's the candidate now. Which is why, again, I don't think they're looking at the politics of it. I think they want to put him in prison.
I do too. But I felt like after his CNN town hall, where he was just like the most ridiculous and also best version of himself, where he's like describing this case that got against him. He's like, I own the hotel across the street. You think I would?
Oh, the CNN town hall?
Yes,
Yep.
exactly. And I think, to your point too, there was a moment where people really doubted it, and that's why CNN was like, it's fine, we'll have this town hall and we'll destroy him. And he is proving time and time again that he is ready and willing to go into this very aggressive attack on him personally.
Right. We got this from X Headshot X. I have to wonder if the RNC and Ronna McDaniel is supporting the DNC's effort to fix the Republican primary. I would be surprised. Never Trumpers, they hate Trump. That's why they're called Never Trumpers. So, I don't know. How many Republicans in Georgia are against Trump?
I mean, I'm unhappy with the RNC. I've voiced my frustrations about Larry Elder being kept from the debate stage, and I think that's indicative of the fact that they are controlling the narrative that they want on stage, and they don't actually want Trump there, despite Ron McDaniels being like, it would be wrong for him to miss it. They only wanted the fact that he could bring in a large audience. They know that he will not comply with whatever they want, hence the loyalty pledge, and they kept Larry Elder out, which means that there's a whole lot of conversation that would have been
The loyalty
great.
pledge is pretty standard. I mean, they do that.
Yeah, but Trump was never going to sign a loyalty pledge.
But
So they're
nor
saying,
should he.
you should be here, except
Right.
we're offering the
Right.
stipulation that we know
He
you're not gonna
proudly refused to do it in
Yeah.
2016. I remember it was funny because it was kind of when the thing happened with Vivek when they asked, would you pardon Trump? I think that was the question.
Yeah,
and he
he
immediately
just,
raised
like,
his hand.
all the way up.
And
And Rob's
DeSantis
like,
looked around and was like, yeah,
not good.
me too.
But he just looked around. He was like,
That look around was deadly.
And
That
then
was
put
like
his hand
worse
up like
than the
this
Howard
much.
Dean thing when
Yeah.
he
That
yapped.
was 1,000
That was
times.
worse than when Dukakis got in the tank.
It was worse than when Gary Johnson asked what Aleppo was. Like
Yes.
it completely eliminated that.
Humility in the
But it was a callback to kind of the opposite of that when this would have been in 2015 during the first Republican debate. They said, who here would not support, is not willing to agree to support whoever the Republican nominee is. And Donald Trump put up his hand proudly, and no one else would do it. And I think those are the moments where you have this big field of candidates and one sets themselves apart. And again, I don't think if they are considering the political ramifications, they're idiots. I don't think they are. I think that they just want them in prison.
I was going to read more super chats. All right, Brendan Beardsma says, just got hired as an intern for Turning Point USA Today. Thank you for helping to get the job with your content, and now I can help fight the culture war. Here's another way you can help fight the culture war. More information to come. Move to Martinsburg, West Virginia. We look forward to seeing you there. I'll keep things a little light for now until we get things going. But I look forward to anybody who is looking to get away from their cities, is trying to find a place to live. Martinsburg, West Virginia is a good spot for people who love this country, and there's a lot of good people there. But it is, I'll put it this way, in West Virginia, Martinsburg has some interesting elements in it, and I think there's an opportunity for us to do really, really great things in this town, and they could use help, they could use investment, and we are going to be investing in this area. We're not just in Martinsburg, but we're going to be setting up some stuff going on there. You can infer whatever you want with that, but I hope to see you down there.
And if you live in Martinsburg, every day you can drive by ATF headquarters and flip them off.
Is that where they are?
That's true.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
I did a machine gun shoot in Martinsburg last year, and afterwards they're like, oh, by the way, the ATF headquarters like right there. It was,
The
like,
ATF
right
headquarters, I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, the one in Martinsburg has so many documents that the floor was collapsed. I could be misremembering the story. There was some crazy amount of documents that they were showing there. Of course, I find sketchy for the ATF, but
Well, we got some projects in the works.
Is it because Biden has an office there?
well, I feel safer when Joe Biden is around. He just, he lets kids rub his legs and he falls off bicycles.
Scary legs.
If any black men are
very
around, he
bold.
threatens to hang them with a chain.
It's nauseating.
All right, let's read more. Teddy D says, Tim sent up the salmon signal and Spike showed up. Yeah. Spike Cohen 2024.
Yes, but
Are you announcing tonight?
No, I'm not. I become a meme for my I'll call it an addiction. I'm a former drug addict and now I'm a salmon addict. I can't not eat. I've already eaten salmon twice.
Delicious.
It's
twice today.
Raw or
actually, so I had a poke bowl this morning, and then I had some smoked salmon right before I came here. So hot smoked, so both raw and cooked.
When does your salmon-oriented cookbook come out?
Now.
Right now?
Yeah, right
You
after.
announce right
I'm
now?
actually gonna have a class at Tim
I was
Cat's
just gonna say.
salmon
In
preparation.
realize
101.
we're hiring.
in all seriousness, are we going to ever figure out who the Libertarians intend to? Is there a primary?
Should people DM you on Twitter about it?
Oh, they already are. In May, I think it's May 24th or 25th. It's at the end of May is when we officially pick our nominee at the national convention. Our system
Is it
works
like a primary or no?
It's not. Our system works a little differently. Each state has a convention. Each state affiliate has a convention where they pick their delegates. Those delegates then go to the national convention and pick it. So it's going to be about like just under 600 people who ultimately will decide, or a majority of right around 600 that will decide who the nominee is. I've not decided yet if I'm running. I haven't ruled it out. But ultimately, it's going to come down to how I can best help the party and the liberty movement.
Well, I've heard mutterings about people who won't do it, people who might do it, and I gotta say it's not promising. We were really excited for Dave Smith.
Dave just announced he wasn't running.
Right. And now everyone's kind of like, well, come on. Like, he's perfect. He's great.
Maybe-
Now it's, who knows?
Maybe it's far away. Maybe you guys will have someone jump to the front.
You never know. I mean, it is very early on.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
Think about how much salmon you get if you in the White House.
So from when I was running for VP, there were this sort of like slow trickle of people are like, you should run in 24, you should run in 24 on the top of the ticket. And that slow trickle has kind of grown steadily over time. And then when Dave announced he wasn't running,
Now they're like, help
now
us.
it's like a fire hose on me. So we'll see. I haven't ruled it out, but it's nothing I particularly like had a goal to do. It looks like a lot of people will take it on almost like an ego stroke, and that ends up being a poison chalice when they do it. If I do it, it's because I think it's the best way I can serve the movement. So
right.
Well, there is a thing. Like, you remember George Washington didn't necessarily want to be president, but he was pushed into power because the people demanded that he lead.
You're
So
the
if the
George
people
Washington.
demand that you lead, then that's
you must.
the reason. It's
I've
not
heard
to
all-
seek your own power. I'm
I've-
sure you've heard about.
I've
George
heard all these
Washington.
Or
things
you have a
that
couple
do.
months to find someone else. Like, no, that guy. If you
I could do that. I could just
That's
start
the
like
thing to do if you don't want to do it.
driving around like, please, come on.
All right. The Appalachian podcast says, Spike, say Appalachia.
Appalachia.
P.S. Tim, love what you guys are doing for the Appalachian region. Keep it up. Yeah, I love it out here. It's the best weather. We didn't have winter this past year though, so it kind of a letdown because we got a big field we wanted to snowboard in. It's a very light hill, and then no snow, not even a little bit. I was like, I was gonna snowboard. Oh, that's a bummer. But whatever. We got grapes everywhere now.
Those are some people you should consider having on. Simon and Billy of Appalachian Podcast, some of the coolest people I've ever met. I was on their show. We went to Simon's place, shot off machine guns. Those would be good people to have on.
Right on. Sounds fun. Absolutely. And with me telling everybody to come to Martinsburg, West Virginia, it's also Jefferson and Berkeley County. Good place.
I love Morgan County too. I mean, the whole Eastern Panhandle is a really interesting place.
Where's Morgan? It's further west.
Morgan is like, if there were
Berkeley
three counties that make up the
Yeah.
Eastern Panhandle, it's the farthest.
Is that where
west.
Berkeley Springs is?
That's where Berkeley
Oh,
Springs
okay,
is.
right. Yeah, everyone loves that place.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, it's the oldest like spa town in the country or something like that.
It's so cute.
It's super cute. I would also say, if you guys are interested in this music that Oliver Anthony put out, there's a song called Appalachia by a guy named Josiah and the Bonnevilles, and he has all the vibes about wanting to move to Appalachia right away. So.
And look up the history of the song. Was it Country Roads? Not about West Virginia.
No, the word just comes up once.
So I read about it, and it was inspired by Montgomery County, Maryland, but that doesn't roll off the tongue very well. So they went and looked up in an encyclopedia West Virginia stuff, and then wrote a song about West Virginia instead.
Am I wrong in thinking that Montgomery is one of the 3 counties in Western Maryland that was like, please let us join
No.
West Virginia?
That would be
and they're
so
like,
cool.
yeah, we would love to have you. You have to ask Baltimore. And now we've heard nothing about it.
Yeah,
Also,
yep.
the county that Winchester, Virginia, which sits right below the Panhandle, so sort of if you drive south from Martinsburg, in their county charter, as West Virginia State Senator told me this, it has a clause where at any point they are allowed to secede into West Virginia because of the way it was divided.
Winchester?
It's the county that Winchester.
That's in Virginia.
Yeah.
They can unilaterally do that without any. Like,
That's what a West
legislative
Virginia State
approval.
Senator told me that
Very
this is
interesting.
that, for when they were dividing up the state, they were like, okay, we're not going right now, but we
Right.
may want to eventually.
Wow.
Interesting.
Because West Virginia came in as a slave state, but then it was only a slave state for like 16 months or something like that, right?
West Virginia?
Didn't it?
I think it was the
West
opposite.
Virginia
I think West
joined the
Virginia
Union.
stayed in the
But
Union in Virginia.
wasn't there slavery in West Virginia?
I think they stayed with the Union, but they were still slave state.
Yeah.
Maryland was a slave
Same
state.
thing with Delaware.
So
yeah,
that's what it
yeah,
was.
yeah.
So West Virginia was a slave state for like
the
a
Union
little
didn't mean
bit.
anything.
Yeah, the
Right.
Emancipation Proclamation was explicitly written for the states that were segregated. So
Right.
even after the Civil War ended, we talked about how Juneteenth happened, months after or a
In
year
Texas,
after.
2 years, yeah.
In Delaware, it didn't end until like 1870 or 1871, multiple, like about 6 years after the war ended. Wow.
But we don't celebrate that anniversary.
All right. Let's read some more. Lord Joseph Cole says, Tim, take your advice, moved out of the city. We are in a bind. Please help us if you can. Give Send Go the Coles family to get our power back on. Oh, yikes, man. Well, I hope everything works out for you guys. No one ever said escaping and being and living is being on your own is going to be easy. And that's what I was thinking about with that video where the woman's like, I can't afford to live this way. Part of me was like, man, well, maybe you should just vote for politicians who are actually going to help make your life better. Pay attention to what's going on in the world. I don't, I'm sad to hear this woman upset this way. But part of me also said, like, what would this woman be doing if it was 200 years ago? Ain't nobody 200 years ago was driving in their car being like, I can't afford to live. It's like, dude, you couldn't make it 10 miles without potentially dying. Like, I'm
Well,
exaggerating
200
a
years
bit.
ago, if she was a single mom now, if 200 years ago she was married and then got divorced and became single, she wouldn't have been
There's no
divorced.
divorce.
Right. So she still would be married, or she would have been totally outcast for having
I mean,
children
look,
out of wedlock 200 years ago.
None of that would happen. And let's be honest, like the risks to your life back then were substantial. She may have died in childbirth. Or
Right.
something. I mean,
Well, and also, if the reason that she's a single mother is because the father abandoned her and the kids, no community 200 years ago would have tolerated
Puts
that.
up with a guy like
yeah, they
that.
would.
Oh,
that guy would have
yeah.
been an outcast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. He'd have to run west and go be a bandito or something, and then the
In
community would help
Pittsburgh.
that
The
woman.
community would rally around that woman. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But we're in a nasty place where we have all these luxuries but no family.
It is very
disgusting.
bizarre. I keep thinking of that Jane's Addiction song, 3 Days, when he says we choose no kin but adopted strangers.
Oh, interesting. What's the line?
Yeah.
All right, let's grab some more super chats. Where are we at? Steve Hagen says, it looks like the step on Sneck and find out means find out not much happens, please keep stepping on Sneck. Wham. Well, I guess unfortunately so. The don't tread on me flag's been on for a really, really long time, and he's been trampled. That poor little snake is long dead.
I just wonder how many lockdowns were enforced and officers would show up with the thin blue line variant of the "Don't Tread on Me" flag as they actively tread on people who are committing crimes like going to church and meeting their loved
Or in
ones.
Quebec, like police would show up if there were more than 5 people in your house,
Insanity,
and they would
yeah.
drag people out. It was terrifying.
In Kentucky, they arrested a pastor and his congregation for having church in the parking
Right.
lot in their own cars. Like they were even doing the whole "we don't know how serious this is, don't touch each other, don't get near each other."
But we
And
get
they
to worship God together
we're gonna
because we have the
worship
First Amendment.
God in proximity to one another. We're going to stay outside. We're going to be in our own cars, or I think their windows were even up, and they were still arrested.
Do you remember the congregation that held church in Walmart in Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah.
No, but that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Let's grab another super chat here. What is this? The Emperor Champion says we should be a little bit more Warhammer 40k and a whole lot less My Little Pony. Come on, grow up hair and at least impeach Joe Biden. Yes.
That would be so nice.
Warhammer, not My Little Pony.
Are
Got it.
bronies still a thing? Where like
Oh,
weird
probably.
adult men liked My Little Pony? Do you
Probably.
guys remember that for a second? It was horrifying.
Maybe they're now just pups in the Pride Parade.
I was gonna say I think a lot of bronies may have like moved on to like
Progressed
being
on.
furries or something. Yeah.
Gross.
All right,
I
just
bet they have leg hair.
Just Peachy says we need to educate folks on how to write in Trump's name if he's taken off the ballot. Some folks don't know they can. If they take his name off the ballot, I don't know if.
In South Carolina, you can't write in for president.
Really?
Nope.
Why?
I don't know. It's whatever our rules are. I went there in 2016. I showed up with some crayons, and they told me that not only could I not use the crayons, and not only could I not use a pen, it was like a
digital.
Yeah, a digital thing. I was going to do like a protest, and they're like, well, not only can you not do that, it's digital, but you can't write in a name anyway. You have to pick from the names.
In New York, you can write in. It's still a paper ballot. in New York.
Yeah, they didn't give that option on the day of. That was 2016 though.
That's rude.
I thought so.
Just Revenant says the police and government will simply make up reasons to take your rights and put you in prison. It happened to me, and I'm Joe Schmo. That's right, disorderly conduct, for instance. What does that even mean? You can be walking down the street whistling a tune, and they'll say, hey, you're disturbing the peace, and you're under arrest.
In South Carolina, a friend of mine named Johnny McCoy, who's an attorney, he actually got after he was arrested for it. There was a law on the books. I forget what it was called, but basically it was so like vaguely defined that it got struck down because when he asked why his friend was
What
being
arrested for?
he was asking what his friend was being arrested for, and they arrested him for that.
Oh, wow. What?
Yeah, and it was something like interfering with police duties or something like that. And he literally was saying, hey, what are you doing? I'm an attorney. What's he being arrested for? And they arrested him for that.
Of course, they'll just make up a reason.
Yeah.
You protest, disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
You say it's First Amendment, no, you're being disorderly.
It's hard not to think of Jen Ellis, who's like arrested for being Trump's lawyer.
Yeah,
That
that's
is-
scary.
that's
This guy
something
being a
too.
lawyer, doing something completely normal, and they're like, no.
No lawyers.
Straight to jail.
Yep.
So they say that it's a criminal conspiracy, and they're using the RICO Act. Are they basically alleging that the campaign was a criminal organization?
That's right.
But Joe Biden's is fine.
And
Don't
not
question
a
it.
single Republican prosecutor, DA, AG, or whatever, anywhere has done anything to go after Democrats in any comparable way.
I find that to be absolutely horrifying. Well, you have Ken Paxton, and then they're taking him out in Texas. He's the
Well,
attorney general.
how about he start filing charges? Here's one thing I'd
He
say.
ought to.
Right now, if they make any, I think Texas should file a lawsuit against Georgia right now. To the Supreme Court, citing original jurisdiction, saying that the federal elections of 2024 are held between all states, and Georgia is removing a candidate from an election that Texas has to participate in.
That's a very good point.
Texas should sue and say they cannot interfere in an election because they are negating our votes.
Mhm.
Let's go. Let's roll. Come on. Where are we at? Anybody? They could also a bunch of novel concepts. How about this?
Well, didn't we have that in the last election? Weren't there some states suing other states and
Yes,
then it got
Texas,
thrown out?
Texas sued, I think,
Pennsylvania, yeah.
And it was a whole 48 states versus 48 states.
That's right.
And then the Supreme Court was like, nah, we're not going to hear it. We don't care. The argument was that there were state legislatures telling Mike Pence, telling Trump, we did not approve these changes to the election. The Constitution says the state legislature has final say. So we want the chance to adjudicate this or to legislate this. And Mike Pence was like, nah, meh. And that was it. And so lawsuits, this was before that, a lawsuit went out saying, like, Texas said, we participate in this election, and what Pennsylvania has done is not constitutional. So it is voiding our participation, and we demand this be heard. And the Supreme Court said, nah, not interested. And then you ended up with states asking Mike Pence to intervene because of the unilateral changes that were made in violation of the Constitution. And he was like, are you crazy? They showed me a picture of JFK. And then he ran away screaming and crying like a little baby.
Well, because JFK, they had the alternate electors
That's
in
right.
Hawaii with Nixon. The whole
And
thing.
Nixon rejected the certified electors.
That's right.
How about that?
And that's what the forgery is. When they're prosecuting for forgery in Georgia, the forgery is signing off on alternate slate of electors.
Just like the Democrats did in 1960.
Yes, just like them.
How about that? And then in 1961, when they were counting the votes, Richard Nixon says, we've got the certified Republican votes, but everyone agree we'll just do the Democrats instead? All right, Democrats instead. And that was it. But it's not even that. It was that they were asking Mike Pence to return the votes and not reject them out. Like, it wasn't they were being rejected. It would go back to the states would figure it out. But it would still trigger the House delegations electing the president.
Right.
And Mike Pence he's like a listless vessel. You know, it's a good. He's kind of like, he's an NPC. You know,
He is
I was going to say
he's
he's
like
a very strong NPC. Like
American.
he has this new line that'll say that I'm very proud of the work I did with President Trump. It did not end well, and it's like it's in his book. He'll say it in interviews. He said it probably like 300 times now, and he'll say it every time thinking it's going to land just as hard as the first time he did. And it's like he doesn't have original thoughts. He's
No.
such a
He's a
scripted
mannequin.
political figure that like he's just reciting things.
And
He's not
he's
thinking.
fearful, right? Like he wants to stay in good graces of whatever establishment he thinks will protect him if anything happens. He's not willing to take any risks. Like when Vivek throws his hand in the air, it's like, yeah, I would pardon Trump. There's a boldness there that I just think Mike Pence doesn't have.
Let's read some more. Chris S. says, nuke the whales. All right, Nelson. Appreciate it. Simpsons reference. All right, Summer Andre says, don't forget the 2 Republican council members killed in New Jersey. Oh, man.
That's right, yeah.
Wow. And then it's funny when, I just, when I talk to people about a fear of civil war or the state of civil strife, I hear the exact same thing. There's not enough people to engage in this, and it's just like every time. I'm like, how many people do you think wanted civil war? How many people do you think were actually fighting the American Revolution?
Very, very few.
It's between 3 and 10%.
Really fighting in the revolution?
in the revolution.
Interesting.
And what like the general sentiment from historians is that the public was split on the revolution.
Yeah.
Whether it was a good idea or not.
Yeah, there's that famous quote where I'm not sure who said it. They said it, John Adams, something that it was 30% want it, 30% don't, 30% don't care. That's not true. It was more so that I read a historical assessment that said something like it was like 35% support, something like 23% opposed, and the rest were like don't know, don't care. So that like it wasn't the majority, but the plurality were just like, we have no idea what's going on. We don't want to know.
And imagine having the government so little involved in your life that you don't care who's in charge of it.
Yeah.
Like, how great is that? How awesome is that? That forget you don't care who gets elected. You don't even care like who's in charge of the like what the government even is, because it's so not involved in your day-to-day life. You don't even care about that.
Here's a crazy one. Undermine says a single fuel pellet smaller than an inch contains more energy than a ton of coal or 150 gallons of oil. I'm assuming you're talking about fusion. It's going to be bonkers if they can like really get fusion going. And imagine if they can even miniaturize it and make smaller reactors. And plus we got solid state batteries.
Wow.
It's going to be nuts. I'm curious how they do propulsion without chemical energy. Like, I'm interested to see the.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, so achieving orbit.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different ways that's been proposed. There's one we use. We use chemical fuels, liquid solid propulsion for a rocket.
Yeah.
One of the proposed ways is a like a magnetic slingshot railgun. That is it's a big machine basically that takes the cargo load and spins it at a high rate of speed until it's spinning as fast as possible, and then it flings it up the tube. It just launches it straight into space.
That's wild.
Yep.
And once you have propulsion from hydrogen fusion, once you have that, now not only can you have much further and faster space travel, but you can have the kind of stuff you see in the sci-fi movies where it's like gravity's being simulated, because it will continue to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second or whatever, so that it simulates gravity by going in that direction and then turning around and doing the opposite to slow down.
That's right.
And so not only will you be able to get to Mars in a matter of hours instead of weeks, now you won't even have to deal with the effects on your bones and muscles of not having gravity during that.
Right. Yeah. So
we're like that close to this kind of stuff.
That's so cool.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What a
That's the funny thing that
Yeah.
people, in sci-fi movies, they'll show the ship, and then there'll be a big ring spinning.
Yep.
And they'll be like, that's how we simulate gravity. No.
Yeah.
The ship is speeding up until it reaches halfway point and then turns around.
Yep.
So I love it because flat earthers think that's what Earth is doing. They think Earth is permanently accelerating forward, and so that pins you to the ground. That's what gravity is.
Weird.
Yep. And they also think there's a dome over our flat planet, and there's an ice wall and a whole bunch of other crazy
The
things.
firmament, yeah.
It's the firmament.
This is not a pro-flat Earth show. I was told. Okay.
I was on a plane, and this guy like sitting next to me something engaging conversation, and turned out he was a full-on flat earther. And I was like, we're on the plane right
I
now.
pretended to be a flat earther just for meme purposes from like 2015 to 2018 until my wife came into a room one time, and I was literally making a flat Earth meme in a Facebook flat Earth group, and she said, "Please stop." Like she's like, like our loved ones are worried. I keep assuring them this is just a big joke. They're saying, "How could you do this for 3 years?" I said, "Okay, fine, I'll drop the flat Earth."
All right, everybody.
3 years is commitment.
That's right, yes. All right, everybody, if you haven't already, please smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends if you really do like it, and head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. The members-only show is about to start, and this one's going to get naughty. We got a lot of really nasty stuff to talk about, so we're going to talk about the members show, and it's time to put the kids to bed because they probably don't want to hear this. But you can also get your tickets to the Timcast Miami event on the Timcast page. You can follow the show at TimcastIRL. You can follow me personally at Timcast everywhere. You can follow me on X or Instagram. Spike, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, sure. I'm Spike Cohen on all social media. You can find me on there. And if you want to join the fastest growing part of the Liberty Movement, go to youarethepower.net. And if you want this cyberbully the government shirt I'm wearing, you can go to youarethepower.net/cyber. All proceeds go to help You Are the Power.
Yeah.
Right on.
And, follow him so you know when his salmon-related cookbook is coming out, because that's really why you're here. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for TimCast.com. Follow at TimCast News on Twitter, which I guess is called X now, and Instagram. There's a ton of cool work there from all of our journalists, and a lot of video stuff ends up on Twitter, so check that out. If you want to follow me personally, I'm on Twitter at HCBrimlow and on Instagram at HannahClaire.p. Thank you guys so much.
I'm Libby Emmons. I'm at Libby Emmons on Twitter. You can see all the great work we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanevents.com. And I just want to encourage all of you guys to become members at thepostmillennial.com/subscribe. We are always working hard to bring you honest, straightforward, good journalism, and we can use all the support that you can offer, and you can come see what we're doing here.
And I am Surge.com. Please be nice to Kellen for the next week while I'm gone. I'll be back on Friday for the Friday show. So, cheers, guys.
Right on. We will see all of you over at timcast.com in just a few minutes. Thanks, Brandon.
Hey, Beansy boy. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Wanna come and chill? Wanna come chill? Come here, buddy. Come here. Easy boy. Where you going? Off to bed, everyone. I'm off to bed.